Then came the sales pitch. Lucky for you, I'm Wei Long, the gold-ranked trainer here. I can craft a legendary routine just for you. Muscles in 3 months. Only 8,000 yuan. Lin Shen waved him off immediately. No thanks, I'm good. But Wei Long stuck to him like a leech. Don't be hasty, I'll give you 2 trial sessions for free. Decide after you taste the power, pass. I'm just here to use the equipment. Seeing no profit here, the trainer turned his back. Fine, I have a class anyway. Think it over, you know where to find me. In his head, he sneered. Theft, too poor for private lessons. Weakling. Moments later, Lin Shen stood before a machine, scratching his head in total confusion. How on earth does this work? Seeing a girl pass by, he swallowed his pride. Excuse me, Miss, do you know how to operate this beast? She leaned in her voice, helpful and sweet. This is an inverted press. Sit here, feet on the pedals, and use these side handles to release the safety lock. He smiled, nodding politely. Ah, I see. Thanks a lot. Suddenly, asterisk. Ding! Top-tier beauty detected. Counterattack mission activated. A holographic interface flashed before his eyes. Target Luo Bing. AJ. 24. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilos. Current favorability, 0%. Reach 94, a cashback reward. Reach 100 and unlock a special relationship. Lin Shen stared, stunned. This system is terrifying. She's wearing a mask and hat, yet it scanned her perfectly. Do I have X-ray vision now? The system replied arrogantly. At close range, I can even detect plastic surgery. Ignoring the voice, Lin Shen turned back to the machine and started stacking plates. Let's try the max weight. Luo Bing shook her head and walked away. Losing interest, typical newbie? He has no concept of what 600 kilos actually feels like. She had no idea that behind her, metal was about to fly. Moments later, Luo Bing entered Wei Long's studio. Good morning, coach. You're here? Start warming up. She removed her disguise, revealing a face as pure and stunning as the first snow. The trainer licked his lips. Gorgeous. With that disguise, is she an idol? As she began her squats, Wei Long stood behind her, his eyes wandering where they shouldn't. Not bad. ... Go low. Ignoring all boundaries, he stepped right up against her. Right here. You need to go deeper. Feel the burn. The atmosphere turned heavy with awkwardness. He grinned, satisfied. Relax now. Let me help you. ... Stretch. Sensing the danger, Luo Bing snapped, her voice sharp. Coach, don't you think these hands-on adjustments are crossing the line? Wei Long's face remained thick as a fortress wall.
What?
I'm professionally correcting your form. Are you accusing me of taking advantage of you? Her eyes turned cold. If the rest of the session is like this, change the routine. I don't like physical contact. He feigned apology. Fine, I'll switch it up. But inside, his ego was bruised. Reject me? I'll make you taste the living hell for that. Instantly, the training turned into torture. Endless push-ups, explosive jumps he drove her without mercy. He barked orders like a tyrant. Jump for 1 minute but left, right, switch, faster. Do another set. Now. Her body was practically steaming from heat. Gasping for air, she glared at him. Coach, isn't this intensity ... A bit too extreme. Shouldn't we build up gradually? Wei Long raised his voice. So you paid for results. If you fail, it's my responsibility. It's not just your money. My reputation as a gold trainer is on the line. Fitness is pain. Do you understand? You complain about touching. Now you complain about working hard. How am I supposed to help you with that attitude? Though seeing stars, she gritted her teeth. Fine. Continue. She threw herself back into the fire. It's just fatigue. I can handle this. I was blacklisted by the company for 2 whole years. I finally fought my way to a role in a web drama. I need a perfect physique to survive in this industry. Wei Long smirked, watching her stumble. Can't keep up, princess. Even a pro would collapse from this. Just beg for mercy and let me touch you again. His eyes ravished her sweat-soaked form, plotting something vile. Hey! ... Haven't seen a body this high quality in years. Come here, little lamb. But before he could make his move, she collapsed, hitting the floor hard. Panic flashed across Wei Long's face. Huh! She actually passed out. He rushed over, shaking her shoulders. Hey, wake up! Lam Tan walked by and froze, his eyes going wide. Whoa, isn't that the woman the counterattack system just bound me to? He rushed into the gym, asking frantically, what happened to her? The guy snapped. Private session. Get lost, kid. Ignoring the noise, he checked her pulse and scoffed. She's passed out cold. What kind of training is this? Before Lam Tan could act, Nui Long shoved him aside. Move it. I'm performing CPR on her right now. You muscle-brained idiot, he yelled, annoyed. Her heart is racing and she's still breathing. The crowd closed in, forcing the guy to back off. Snap. Suddenly, Lak Bang convulsed violently, her whole body shaking. The trainer froze, looking completely clueless. Damn it, why? It was just cardio. The onlookers panicked, shouting, call an ambulance! Hurry! Lam Tan held her shoulders, sweating bullets. 15 minutes for an ambulance. She be dead. System, I need a skill now. The robotic voice echoed as a panel appeared. Host has 100% completion. Choose any skill. Rank S to C. Open the library. He gritted his teeth, desperate. No time. Just give me a skill to save her life. Ding! The system responded instantly. Traditional medicine mastery acquired. Ancient medical knowledge flooded his mind. Lam Tan clutched his head, groaning at the data overload. Brain freeze. Too much info. Then, his eyes snapped open, glowing with insight. He saw her blood vessels clearly. Diagnosis, young deficiency trapped key, and her spirit was fading fast. Wasting no time, his fingers danced, striking 3 critical acupoints on her body with surgical precision. A girl whispered, confused, what's he doing? Her friend replied, looks like he's trying to save her. She frowned, skeptical. Will it work? He looks way too young to be a doctor. What if he messes up? Moments later, Lakbang moaned softly. Emimaha! The crowd gasped, completely shook, as Lam Tan gently supported her up. You shouldn't lie down yet. Here, lean against the wall and sit up. The crowd cheered, calling him a prodigy. He smiled awkwardly, waving them off. Thanks, but please, give us some space. She needs fresh air to breathe. Leaning against the wall, Lakbang whispered weakly, Did you save me? Thank you. Suddenly, a system alert popped up. Affinity with Lakbang increased by 15%. Lam Tan asked, concerned, your heart rate was lethal. Did you overexert yourself? She nodded. The trainer said it was necessary. Lam Tan glared at the trainer, furious. You have to match the exercise to the student's body type. You're a pro. You should know better. Pushing her past her limit ... Was it stupidity or malice? The crowd whispered, sensing drama. Isn't Nui Long a gold trainer? How could he mess up? And that CPR attempt. He doesn't even know basic first aid. Hearing the insults, Nui Long cursed under his breath. Embarrassed rage took over. You dare question my expertise? I have a high-level coaching certificate. What do you have? Nothing! He shouted over Lam Tan. You're just a wannabe doctor with cheap tricks. She would have woken up anyway. You just got lucky. Lakbang stopped Lam Tan, glaring at the trainer. Don't waste your breath. I'm reporting this to the front desk and demanding a full refund. Immediately. As they turned to leave, Nui Long blocked them. Wait, you think you can slander me and just walk away? He smirked arrogantly. I challenge you to a duel. It's the only way to clear my name. Refuse, and you're banned forever. Lam Tan didn't hesitate. Challenge accepted. Internally, he was grinning. He wanted a reason to punch this guy. I don't care about the gym. I was just looking for a valid excuse to beat your face and... They moved to the ring. Lakbang looked worried, but Lam Tan was calm. The crowd roared, eager for blood. A spectator sneered. That scrawny kid is challenging Nui Long. He must have a death wish. Nui Long isn't just a muscleette. Another guy asked, does the trainer have a secret background? He shuddered. Nui Long is a 3-time underground boxing champion. He's a retired killer who never stopped training. His fists aren't for sport, they're weapons designed to kill. Nui Long scoffed. Want gloves? Lam Tan shrugged coolly. No thanks. I don't use them. The crowd laughed at his arrogance. You're dead meat, kid. The bell rang. Nui Long launched a lightning-fast kick, closing the distance instantly. He threw a haymaker at Lam Tan's face, but Lam Tan's reflexes were good. He slipped the punch, genuinely surprised. Fast ... but his swings are too wide. Easy enough to dodge. Close quarters combat, without my agility stat, I'd be toast. Nui Long followed up with a hook, but Lam Tan blocked it cold. Lam Tan frowned. This guy isn't a normal trainer. Nui Long grinned viciously, looking down at him. Goodbye, kid. Hearing those 3 words, our protagonist sensed something off in the man's stance and immediately dashed backward. Wei Lon launched a torrent of attacks, striking like a violent storm, forcing Lin Xin into a purely defensive retreat. Sokka and Brother Han, clearly betting on the villain, watched every punch with glee, smug grins plastering their faces as if victory was already theirs. The neutral crowd, however, gasped in sheer horror at the display of raw violence. Oh my God! Luo Bing, seeing him cornered, thought it was game over and screamed out in pure desperation. Yet, after enduring a barrage of heavy strikes, he stood immovable, his palms merely reddened. The thug had punched so hard his own fists were smoking, and seeing his target unfazed left him completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? Now, it was Lin Xin's turn to dominate. He perfectly mirrored Wei Long's own technique to counter it. Thanks for the free boxing lesson. I've learned quite a lot. The counterblows rained down so fast, the thug couldn't even blink. His facial bones cracked. Teeth flew, and he was sent crashing backward. By the time our hero finished his combo, the guy was knocked out cold, rolling onto the floor. The villain's lackeys turned pale, their eyes wide with disbelief. What just happened? Meanwhile, the crowd erupted in cheers, thrilled to see Lin Xin not only survive but utterly humiliate the bully. The little brother won. He smiled with satisfaction, rubbing his wrists, while basking in Luo Bing's admiring gaze. While one group sighed in defeat and loaded Wei Long onto a stretcher. The ambulance originally called for the fainting girl ended up hauling him away. Since the vehicle was put to good use, Luo Bing hurriedly dragged our hero away from the scene. I have something to discuss with you. Once they retreated to a quiet, private gym room, she finally spoke, leaving him puzzled. I have a request that might not be fair, but please consider it. With that, Luo Bing pulled out her phone and held it toward Lin Xin with a pleading look. I am transferring you 60,000 currency. This covers your fee and a bonus for your bravery. Because of the sensitive nature of my job, I absolutely cannot let this incident reach the press or go viral. Her face was a mask of pure anxiety. I know it's not a fortune, but it is all the savings I have right now. I just hope you can keep this a secret. Her heart was pounding with worry. I'm terrified that my fainting spell will become negative news and ruin the online movie I'm about to launch. I can't take any risks right now. I just pray he takes the money and stays quiet instead of selling the story to reporters. Seeing a fat sheep delivering itself right to his doorstep, why would Lin Xin refuse? As soon as his phone pinged with the 60,000 deposit, he grinned and made a zipper motion. Rest assured. Since I've taken your money, my lips are sealed. Luo Bing was incredibly moved by this integrity and bowed deeply to thank him again. The moment he spoke, a blue system panel materialized. Favorability plus 5%. Meanwhile, in another location, Zuya was using her overly sweet persona to say goodbye to her stream viewers. Typical of a top internet celebrity. Going offline now. Thanks for the gifts. Love you guys. Bye-bye. But the second the camera turned off, her attitude flipped 180 degrees. She let out a long, disappointed sigh. Lin Xin didn't show up today either. Even if he didn't send gifts, he could have at least come to say hello. She began to blush, lost in her own delusions about Lin Xin. Businessmen usually demand a return on investment. Lin Xin spent so much money on me, yet he hasn't asked for a single thing. Zuya puffed out her cheeks in frustration, her imagination running wild. Could it be? He wants me to serve myself up to him on a silver platter? Humph, men are just ATMs to me. I would never chase one proactively, yet acting completely contrary to her words. She tossed her dignity into the corner and excitedly dialed his number. Hello, Brother Lin Shin. Next week, I'll be filming a short movie in Yanzheng City. Will you come to visit me? 1 week later, true to his word, he arrived at the studio city, looking sharp. A voice as sweet as molasses suddenly rang out, Brother Lin Shin. Out of nowhere, Zuya threw herself into his arms with a beaming smile. Did you miss me? He wasn't one to miss an opportunity to Of course, I missed you. Seeing you makes me as happy as seeing a pile of cash. She attentively hung a specialized pass around his neck to legitimize his presence on set. Wear this, and you can access the inner areas anytime. Just then, the director's voice echoed out. All right, let's roll. She flashed a bright smile and hurried off, leaving him to curiously inspect the badge. Access all areas. The movie Zuya was filming seemed to be a sugary romance, opening with a scene of the beauty waking up, showcasing her pale, alluring curves. You're awake. Not a single line of dialogue yet. As a male hand caressed her face, she revealed the seductive expression of a fox spirit, enough to intoxicate any man. Seeing the shot was perfect, in one take, the director yelled, "Cut!" Okay. Wardrobe change. While the makeup artist touched up her face, she smirked triumphantly. My POV scenes with a boyfriend perspective always get the most views. With over 1 million likes, he must be totally mesmerized by now. But reality was harsh. She turned around only to see Lin Shin looking completely bored and indifferent. Huh? What is that expression? Zuya internally cried tears of blood as she watched his retreating back, her mind screaming like thunder. Wait, I look so seductive, and he didn't even glance at me. Yet, her feminine instincts somehow twisted his indifference into an entire romance novel plot. Could it be? He doesn't like me showing this side to other people? Is he jealous? His possessiveness is so strong. How annoying. As she spiraled, the system notification popped up. Favorability plus 3%. Current favorability of TT8%. Lin Shin, oblivious to this, wandered around with a sour face. So boring. There's no chance to spend money here at all. Walking through the massive studio lot, seeing realistic sets from various historical eras, he couldn't help but feel a little impressed. This place is huge. It's actually kind of fun, like I've transmigrated to another world. Suddenly, a man named Director, Lin shouted, grabbing his attention. Hey, you in the shirt. Yes, you. Looking at the pass, the man assumed Lin Shin was a registered extra. I need a male stunt double right now. 100 per day. Lin Shin waved his hand to decline. Oh, no need. But the director wasn't giving up. How about this? We really need people today. Yugalukiel, bump it to 250 plus a bento box. You won't find a better deal than this. Hearing the offer, he decided not to be difficult. Oh, all right then. Internally calculating, free lunch, and I get to experience acting. Why not? Lin Shin followed director Lin into an indoor studio with wooden flooring. Looking up at actors dressed as ancient swordsmen, he felt a spark of excitement. Wow, the vibe is real. A fight in an inn. Reminds me of the smiling proud wanderer that I love watching. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, cutting off his thoughts. He instinctively turned toward the sound. The agonizing groans were coming from the center of the crowd. It hurt so much. He quickly squeezed through to the front, only to see Himai screaming at the staff. Quick, call an ambulance. What is the prop team doing? Don't you know malfunctioning props are dangerous? She glared furiously at the crew. On the wooden sword, there was a splinter sticking out barely 2 millimeters long. It was the size of a toothpick, yet Ye Fan's expression made it look like he was on death's door. The entire crew cracked up at the absurdity of the situation, but Hamai was still screaming her lungs out. This was a catastrophic breach of duty. I'll sue your prop team until you're left naked and penniless. Who's taking the fall for this? The man could only bow his head in total defeat. Meanwhile, Lin Tao dragged Lin Shin before the star. Brother Yifan, I found the perfect stunt double to handle all your heavy action scenes. The idol acted like a spoiled brat, barely glancing up before ordering his minions to remove a microscopic splinter from his finger. Fine, fine. Just hurry it up. I'm dying here. While the diva whined, Lin Xin was rushed to the dressing room. You know, the industry rules, right? Zip it. You'll sign the NDA later. But as he was hauled away, Lin Xin locked eyes with a familiar beauty. She froze, recognizing him instantly. Shock flashed across his face, but there was no time to react. Their gazes collided in silent acknowledgement. He gave a subtle, knowing nod. So, she really is an actress. That explains the secrecy? Okay, total strangers. It is. She watched him go, silently thanking the heavens. I chose the right person. Now, she could focus. The dark pressure of the capitalist investors had been weighing on her soul like a mountain. You've got guts, Luo Bing. I have high hopes for you. Sign the deal, and we start immediately. This film was her last lifeline, but with the arrogantly incompetent Yifan as the lead. She just prayed to the acting gods he wouldn't destroy the production. When Lin Xin emerged in costume, the atmosphere shifted. The female staff swooned hard. Whoa, with those looks, he should be the lead. He puts the current idols to shame. Yifan shot him a glare full of venom. Before the cameras rolled, Lin Xin didn't flinch. Wielding the sword with the grace of a true master, every step, every slash was perfection. He embodied the spirit of a martial arts hero. The director roared with delight. Cut! Perfect! One take wonder. The cast swarmed him. Hey little brother, your blade actually sang through the air. No sound effects needed. Are you a pro? Lin Xin just scratched his head with a humble grin. The director laughed heartily. Not bad. You've got raw talent and solid moves. I have a permanent stunt role opening. It's yours if you want it, but the competition is fierce. You'll need to bring your A-game. Lin Dao was bowing and scraping like a servant. Thank the director. Quick! That is 500 yuan a day. I scoured the city for him. Luo Bing watched from afar, blushing. A divine doctor and an action star. He was saving the schedule that Ye Fan kept ruining. Suddenly, the screams of fangirls pierced the air. Yi Fan, jealous of the stuntman's praise, stormed off. I need to greet my people. The brainless fangirl army was pressed against the barricades. The moment he stepped out, the decibel level shattered the sky. Brother Yi Fan, marry me. Look here. They looked like they had ascended to heaven, waving neon signs and chanting praises. Yi Fan, the most handsome man alive. They clawed at the air just to be in his presence. Oh my gosh, the historical look kills me. Yi Fan waved and signaled for silence, but the ocean of screams only grew louder. I'm fainting. That 10,000 yuan ticket was worth every penny. Sister Potato, the fan club president, puffed up her chest with pride. I have special access. Take the photos, Photoshop them to perfection. When the single drops, everyone buys 10 copies and floods the forums. A follower nodded frantically. Don't worry, sister. I spent my whole paycheck and took a loan just for this. Another girl chimed in gently. Sister Potato, his birthday is coming up. Shouldn't we prepare a massive tribute? The leader grinned like a shark. Bingo. Tell the VIP fans to donate at least 1 million each. I'll handle the shopping. The crowd cheered blindly. We trust you, sister. It has to be perfect. If other idols get luxury cars, our brother deserves a spaceship. We can't lose face. Back on set, Director VO checked his watch. Action! The hero returns to his for one last goodbye. Make it count. Mirror flower, water moon. Scene 33. Luo Bing transformed instantly. Her eyes filled with the heartbreaking sorrow of a waiting wife. Seeing her beloved, her face lit up like the morning sun. She reached out, trembling. I thought I lost you forever. While she poured her soul into the performance, creating a masterpiece of emotion. Yi Fan stood there stiff as a wooden plank. Lin Xin watched, dumbfounded. She's actually acting against that statue. That is pure skill. She's incredible. But the delusional fans saw something else entirely. Oh, look at Yi Fan's eyes. My heart is breaking. He's crying inside, Oscar-worthy. Lin Xin nearly choked. Are they hallucinating? The man hasn't moved a muscle. With a Botox-stiff face, Yi Fan patted her cheek. Then he opened his mouth. My love, you look so... Papar cut. The director charts over. Luo Bing, why did you break character? She stammered, completely thrown off. I thought he messed up the line. ... The director exploded. I am the director. I say when we cut. Not you. Then he turned to the star, his voice instantly turning into honey. Master Yi Fan? The word is haggard, not pepper. Just a tiny slip. Yi Fan scoffed. This is why I hate historical dramas. Who uses these ancient words anyway? What does that even mean? The director explained patiently. Like teaching a toddler, it means she looks tired and worn out from missing you. Yi Fan sneered. So she's ugly because she's tired? Stupid word. Fire the scriptwriter. If they can't write normal words, they shouldn't write at all. The sheer audacity of his ignorance silenced the entire crew. But outside, the brainless fans roared in agreement. How dare these third-rate scribbles grace the eyes of our king, Yi Fan? The director, stripping away all dignity, could only bow and scrape like a servant. With a sneer, the idol shifted gears, ignoring the plea. Wait, isn't the next scene the embrace with Little Bing? He licked his lips, his eyes stripping her bare with undisguised lust. Fine then. The clapperboard slammed down like a judge's gavel. Mirror flower, water moon. Scene 33, take 3. Tears welled in Luo Bing's eyes as she threw herself into his arms. Why must you leave so soon? My heart, ... It cannot bear this parting. But that smile hid a serpent's venom. He seized the moment to let his hands wander, violating her space. She flinched, instinctively pushing the filth away. The director exploded in rage. Cut. Luo Bing, have you lost your mind? Did your hands freeze up? She bit her lip, swallowing the injustice, knowing she had no shield against this storm. Apologize to him. Now, the director roared, his patience snapping. Don't test me, girl. My mood is darker than the abyss today. Her voice trembled, barely a whisper. I'm sorry, but the fanatical horde outside raged like wild beasts. Oh my God, our opus hard work is being ruined by that witch. Manager Hong didn't miss a beat, dumping all blame on her fragile shoulders. He is exhausted because she keeps messing up. Wasn't she banned from the industry for 2 years? How did she snag the female lead? The mob's malice grew. Definitely a dirty trade. We need to expose her online, destroy her reputation to protect our king. Lin Xin absorbed every toxic word. A smirk played on his lips. I thought actresses were drowning in gold. ... Too proud to use my wealth to strike back. Perhaps not. Judging by this mess, she is desperate. A perfect opportunity for an investment. Yi Fan saw the tide turning and played the victim perfectly. Sigh. I thought she was a pro. If she dodges a simple touch, how can I film? My artistic soul is crushed. And these ancient lines, they are torture. I quit. Knowing she was cornered, she bowed low, sacrificing her pride. Yi Fan, forgive my incompetence. The lines are complex, and this armor is stifling. It is barely bearable. But his eyes were glued to her chest, mocking her pain. She felt his gaze crawling over her skin and looked away in disgust. Please, think of your fans. They are waiting for your masterpiece. That is the purest love you can give them. Yi Fan scoffed, twisting her words with cruel logic. Correct. I have millions of worshippers, and they cherish my health. They would want me to rest, not suffer. You try so hard. But tell me, how many fans scream your name? The words struck her like a physical blow, leaving her frozen. Then, a devilish idea sparked in his eyes. He pointed straight at Lin Xin. Actually, why not let him take over? He looked like an expert critic earlier, didn't he? The director looked ready to faint. Stop this madness. Yi Fan, please endure it. I rushed forward like a bodyguard. Director, back off. Give our star some space. Cold sweat drenched the director's back. Luo Bing hung her head, trembling like a leaf in a storm, darkness consuming her hope. It is A deal. His voice cut through the chaos like a blade. He stepped forward, radiating an aura of calm authority. Lead actor. I will take that role. The director exploded. Who do you think you are? Passerby. Get lost. Lam Dao tried to drag the crazy protagonist away. Unhand me. Why the panic? Didn't the great Yifan appoint me himself? Or are my ears deceiving me? Where did this lunatic come from? Scram! But Yifan raised a hand, a cruel smirk on his face. Hold on. He is right. I said he could be the lead, the director stammered. Yifan. This breaks every rule in the book. Lin Xin stood tall, unfazed. Hand over the script. I need to memorize the lines. Yifan burst into mocking laughter. Ha ha ha, memoirs. You actually think you are an actor? Use your brain. Just count numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4. The director, desperate to save face, pleaded one last time. Yifan, this script is gold. Giving it to a nobody will enrage the investors. Yifan just laughed at the old man's fear. Waste, you think? I'm stupid? Look at the army outside. The director turned to the window. What he saw made his blood run cold. The fangirls saw a mere insect, challenging their god. Murderous aura exploded from the crowd. They were ready to tear him apart. Cameras flashed like machine gun fire. Teeth ground in fury. The audacity. A piece of trash dares to humiliate our post his face everywhere. Dox him. Find his address. Paint his house in blood. The internet crusade began instantly. Yifan smirked, believing he held the world in his palm. But in the corner, a gentle hand offered a lifeline. Luo Bing approached Lin Xin. Take mine, she whispered. It has the male lead's lines too. Please, understand the story. He nodded gently. Thank you. The director sneered, aiming for her psychological wounds, giving a script to a stunt double. You really are. A D-list has been... Don't think standing next to Yifan makes you a star. Frozen for 2 years. ... double quotes. Lin Xin mused, but as he opened the pages, his eyes widened. It was a masterpiece of analysis. Every emotion, every pause, every intonation was marked in red ink. He looked at Luo Bing, seeing her in a new light. In this circus, she is the only true artist. Fire ignited in his veins. Very well, I will match your dedication with perfection. Radiating confidence, he commanded. Director, roll camera. Wu Dei, stung by the defiance, spat back. Are you calling the shots now? But the clapperboard slammed down. Luo Bing's voice flowed like honey. I prayed for this talisman at the Guanyan temple. Just for you. Lin Xin turned, gazing at the heavens, clutching the token as if it were his lifeline. The sun sets. ... double quotes. His voice carried a heavy burden. And so, I must depart. Luo Bing's eyes widened in genuine shock. He actually memorized it. Recovering instantly, she let the sorrow consume her. Watching his silhouette fade, the poetry spilled from her soul. Twilight fears the dusk, yet dusk it must become. A soul lost in sorrow sinks deeper into the abyss. New scars cover the old. The wind scatters my hair, and the scenery weeps for the one who leaves. Lin Xin, reluctant to part, held the sorrowful Luo Bing tight. Caressing her face, he perfectly continued the tragic verses of the poem. Overwhelmed by the pain of separation, tears spilled as she choked out, "My husband." They shared a tender kiss, overflowing with deep yearning and love. Witnessing such peerless beauty and emotion, even Yifan's raging fangirls couldn't help but blush in captivation. The staff stammered, "My God, that was stunning." But director Lin looked around, bewildered. Wait? Did the script actually have a kiss scene? Wu Dei frowned. No, but given the emotion, the kiss was incredibly smooth. The crew's whispers made him salty, knowing Yifan's acting couldn't compare. Hush, gritting his teeth, he forced a round of applause. Great memorization, but the script fundamentally never had a kissing scene. Reaching peak pettiness, he started I suspect you used the filming as an excuse to sexually harass the female lead. Lin Xin remained indifferent. Ha! So, we reshoot without the kiss. His attitude made Ye Fan curse in rage. Damn it, Do you not understand human speech? Luo Bing touched her lips, blushing. She had gotten too immersed. Composing herself, she walked to him with a gentle smile. That scene was truly excellent. Thank you for your cooperation. I gained new insights today. He replied honestly. Me, too. It's the first time I found filming interesting. What? I thought you were a professional actor. Suddenly, the system pinged. Luo Bing's affection plus 12%. Seeing them ignore him, Ye Fan exploded from humiliation. Luo Bing, are you saying acting with me holds no feeling? Praising him to humiliate me. I hate people with your twisted personality. Flustered, she waved her hands. You misunderstand. I didn't mean that. Relying on his backer, he barked. This extra can get lost now. And director, I want to replace the female lead. His words struck her like a hammer, sending her mind into a dark abyss. Trembling, she bowed. No, I truly wasn't mocking you. It was a slip of the tongue. I'm sorry. Ha, I sneered, apologizing so quickly. Probably used to insulting people, right? No sincerity at all. Wu De joined the humiliation, frozen by the company for 2 years. Stop acting and go learn how to be a decent human first. Every word struck like lightning, terrifying her to the core. No, I have a contract. You can't just... He cut her off instantly. Sorry, I hold the power here. If I want to switch someone, I switch them. The contract terms flashed in her mind, causing her to stagger backward. She knew exactly what those papers said. A 100 million penalty, a lifetime of debt. Lin Xin caught her collapsing figure, then glared at Wu De with a chill in his voice. Are you trying to turn a fake performance into a real debt? Yi Fan looked at him with utter contempt and sneered. You lowlife. Yes, real money. Ha ha, poverty makes you stupid. Thought you acted well. You're just a useless stand-in. Huh? Mai chimed in. Do you know what this industry runs on? It's cat. A pauper like you will always be a nobody. The staff immediately joined the accusations. What's with this society? An extra scolding our top star? Call the police and throw this guy in jail. Meanwhile, Ye Ru calmly checked her phone. Technically, he hasn't committed a crime, right? But Hongwu shrieked, this is a crime. We'll pressure the station until he rots in a cell. Facing the slander, Lin Xin smiled calmly. Fine, I'll stop pretending. Showdown time. I'm not an extra, I'm not poor, and I'll cover Luo Bing's contract. Hearing this, they clutched their stomachs, laughing hysterically and pointing fingers full of mockery. Haha, an extra claims to have 100 million. Are you still acting? Do you need a slap to wake up? Look, he's desperate. Ha! Vice Director, get the card machine. Let him scan. Unfazed, he pulled out a black card and swiped it instantly. Beep. Transaction successful. 100 million. The noisy atmosphere instantly died. The villains froze. Words stuck in their throats. Lin Xin waved the black card with a confident smirk. No matter how many times I hear it, that sound is satisfying. Makes me want to recite a poem. Their smug faces twisted into disbelief. The barking dogs fell silent. Even the fangirls dropped their jaws. Dead silence. What a poem. He turned to comfort Luo Bing. It's okay now. She was sobbing, but these were tears of relief, not sorrow. Wu De, pale-faced, stuttered. I called President Yan. Luo Bing announced, from now on, I have no ties to Emperor Entertainment. No other agency will dare sign you, but Lin Xin ignored them, focusing only on the girl's feelings. Are you all right? Meanwhile, Yi Fan, desperate and cornered, started spewing baseless slander. So you're a rich young master's sugar baby. He spent 100 million to redeem you. You must have worked hard in his bed. The brainless fans rallied to attack. Is that it? Dirty money doesn't make you noble. Stay away from Aropa. Yi Fan is pure and promising. Post this online. Luo Bing and her sugar daddy broke the industry's unwritten rules. Despite being free, the insults panicked Luo Bing. She covered her ears, crouching down. No more. It's not true. Dad, not like that. Lin Xin glanced at the mob and sneered. Thanks for the reminder. Random fan. He pulled out his phone and opened the chat group. Heavenly Capital's rich heirs. He sent a voice note. Brothers and sisters, I need dirt on Wu Yifan. Let's see how clean he is. If you have solid evidence, money is no object. While the fans tried to deny reality, Hongwu turned pale, trembling with a guilty conscience. What is he doing? Calling for backup? Does having money mean he has connections? Is he really that powerful? They believed their idol was pure as snow, untouchable by scandal. But Lin Xin just sat there, the calm eye of the coming storm. A message from the Cinemate tycoon confirmed the deal, bringing a smirk to his face. While panic began to fester around him, he simply took a seat, radiating terrifying confidence. Why is he so relaxed? Is he just bluffing to save face? Luo Bing whispered her gratitude, promising to repay the contract debt somehow. Suddenly, a notification chime shattered the tension like glass. Under everyone's bewildered gaze, Lin Xin announced, "Let the show begin." And just like that, the internet exploded. A scandalous video of the top idol, Wu Yifan, instantly seized the #1 search ranking. The explicit content was undeniable. The idol stared at the screen, eyes bloodshot with terror, while the fan club president shrieked, "Lies! This is all fake." But then, a sharp voice cut through the denial. "Wait a minute, isn't that the girl we beat up earlier?" Realization dawned on the mob. "You traitor! How dare a lowly fan touch our god?" Chaos erupted as they turned on their own, but the fan leader froze, horror washing over her. "Stop! Someone's live streaming us right now." The headlines were brutal. Fan club civil war amidst sex scandal. A piercing scream rang out. "What is this?" Desperate to shift the blame, the leader pointed a trembling finger. "It was her. She's the spy who leaked everything. Attack her. She's actually an anti-fan sent to destroy us. Get her." But the accused girl wasn't going down without a fight. "Hold on. I have receipts too. Our dear leader has been embezzling all the fundraising and charity money for herself." Cornered like a rat, the leader stammered weak excuses. "She's lying. Besides, so what if I took a little commission? Idols, throw away your gifts anyway. I was just taking a salary for my hard work managing you idiots." That was the final straw. The mob's fury shifted targets instantly. Meanwhile, Lin Xin watched the implosion with a satisfied grin. "This is better than any blockbuster movie," he chuckled. As the brawl escalated, furniture went flying across the room. Seeing his empire crumbled, Wu Yifan tried to slip away. "I have to escape. If I can just make it to my private jet to Canada. But justice was faster. "Wu Yifan, you're under arrest." The police slapped handcuffs on him and his manager instantly. Even as they dragged him away, he screamed pathetic lies. "It's deepfake technology. Someone used AI to frame me. I'm innocent." The director collapsed in despair. Lead actor arrested. Lead actress gone. My movie is ruined. To them, the calm Lin Xin now looked like a terrifying demon king. Who is this monster? With a single call, he crushed a top-tier celebrity like a bug. Lin Xin stood up, dusting off his clothes. "Don't forget the breach of contract fee. Oh, and pay for the lunch too." Turning to Luo Bing, his demeanor softened. "The curtain has fallen. Let's go." Yet, she seemed lost in melancholy. "It's really over. ... she murmured. Lin Xin realized this girl wasn't just sad. She was mourning her lost chance to act. He crouched down, meeting her teary gaze. "Someone with your talent shouldn't be buried by bad luck. The world would be unfair to lose a star like you." His words pierced her heart. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. A perfect way to burn more cash. "How about this?" he proposed casually. "I'll invest. You open your own film company and build your own crew." Despair vanished, replaced by radiant hope. Later, outside the majestic walls of the film studios, she walked beside him, still in disbelief. "Are you serious about the company?" "I'm nobody." Lin Xin laughed off her doubt. "Little Bing, trust yourself." He pointed to his own eyes. "My vision is absolute. You have the potential to rule this industry." She gazed at him, her imagination running wild. In her eyes, he was no longer just a rich heir, but a savior. "I get it now," she exclaimed. "You're a mysterious tycoon sent to purge the corruption of the entertainment world." Lin Xin Mentally, this girl reads too many CEO romance, WEB, but he decided to play along. Exactly. He lied smoothly. It's time for a revolution. Luo Bing pumped her fist, eyes burning with determination. I won't let you down. I'll create a masterpiece. I'll pay back your 100 million in no time. That's too slow, he interrupted, checking his banking app. Here's 500 million. Go big or go home. The number made her dizzy. Blushing, she stammered, I don't even know your name yet. I'm Lin Xin. Gathering her courage, she asked, can I add you on WeChat? Done. He accepted instantly. Suddenly, a familiar figure froze nearby. It was Zuya, staring in shock at their intimacy. Lin Xin waved cheerfully. What a coincidence. Done filming your little clips. Zuya approached cautiously, eyeing the other woman. Hello, I'm Luo Bing. The actress introduced herself. Zuya scanned Luo Bing from head to toe with jealousy. Are you Lin Xin's girlfriend? Oh no, we just met, Luo Bing clarified. Hearing that, Zuya immediately latched onto Lin Xin's arm, marking her territory. Is that right? My Lin Xin is so generous. He bought me a $30 million sports car after knowing me for just an hour. Lin Xin sighed internally. Who asked you to flex? Luo Bing sensed the awkwardness and bowed. I'll get started on the 500 million investment plan immediately. She called out. Zuya's jaw dropped to the floor. 500 million. 500 million dropped just like that. He barely knows her, yet he is practically throwing money to make her stay. What is the rush, lover boy? It was already past 5 o'clock. Let's grab a bite. Lam Tan chimed in with a charming smile. My treat. But the girl hesitated, playing the shy card perfectly. Tuetna seized the chance, her voice dripping with sweet venom. Why so bad? Isn't having dinner with your sponsor part of the job description? Or is 500 million not enough to buy an hour of your time? Lakbang turned beet red, waving her hands in frantic denial. No, let's eat together. I was just overthinking. Please, allow me to join you. Tuetna watched with glee, but her inner monologue was screaming. Scheming little witch, trying to scam my man. You will have to go through me first. Moments later, they arrived at a palace of luxury. A feast fit for kings awaited them inside, aiming to impress. Lakbang kept rambling about her tragic past. I was at rock bottom, truly desperate, until Lam Tan saved me. Tuetna tuned her out, fingers flying across her phone screen. Lakbang, that name rings a bell. Some D-list celebrity, perhaps. The search results loaded, and her jaw practically hit the floor. What? She is trending #1 on the search rankings. She side-eyed the girl, calculating everything anew. This girl was a top graduate from the Imperial Acting Academy. She turned down contracts from the giants to sign with Thin Hong purely to prove her skills. She actually has principles. Watching them laugh, a begrudging respect formed in Tuetna's heart. Beauty, brains, and now viral fame. She is destined for Then the insecurity hit hard. Compared to a rising star, she felt like just a small-time streamer with a ring light. Suddenly, a thumbnail on the screen caught her eye. Curiosity took over, and her finger hovered over the play button. Wait, what is this viral video? The screen filled with a passionate kiss between Lakbang and Lam Tan. Tuetna froze, eyes darting between them in shock. How is this possible? They just met, and they are already filming intense kissing. Alarm bells rang in her head. This girl was a predator. She definitely seduced him to boost her own fame. Panic tightened her chest, her hands crushing the hem of her dress. No, I cannot let this happen. If I stay passive, she will steal him away for good. Finally, the dinner ended, and they sent their rival home. Lam Tan turned to leave, but she wasn't having it. Leaving so soon. She grabbed his arm before he could take a step. Wait. She batted her eyelashes, dropping a heavy hint. I want to pay my debt. Right now, her mind was made up. Shoot your shot or lose him. He caught the drift immediately, cheeks flushing a gentle pink. He was definitely hoping for something. Seeing no refusal, she dragged him along happily. I booked a room. Let's do a live... Lam Tan blinked, totally confused. Paying me back with a stream. She giggled at his confusion. Is that not payment enough for you? The private room lit up. Sit here, darling. He sank into the chair, watching her with piqued curiosity. What is the game plan? The camera rolled, and she switched to idle mode instantly. Hello, my lovely fans. The chat went wild instantly. Finally, our goddess is online. Wifey has arrived. Ignoring the crude jokes rolling in, she turned her gaze to Lam Tan, heart pounding. I have something important to tell you. We haven't known each other long. I never thought I would fall for you. I didn't even believe in love. Her voice trembled with sincerity. But lately, my heart, it is completely filled with thoughts of you. Every word hit him hard. Is this a confession? She posed, looking dangerously alluring in the camera lights. Is this too direct? Lucky I am human, otherwise my tail would be wagging uncontrollably right now. His blood pumped harder, eyes wide as saucers. Who knew a confession could be this spicy? Is this really happening? Suddenly, reality struck. He whispered, won't your fans riot if you confess live on air? She pressed a finger to her lips, winking. It is our little secret. The chat room absolutely exploded. Who is she talking to? The mysterious boyfriend. Lam Tan gasped, realizing it is just a roleplay game for the fans. The fans were ravenous. More. Kill us with sweetness. I want to die in this boyfriend point of view. As you wish. She grabbed the phone and leaned in close to Lam Tan, a smirk playing on her lips. This, ... is my first kiss. Her silhouette filled the screen, driving the viewers to madness. Mine too. The camera angle was perfect. I am dead. That kiss was meant for me. Best stream ever. But in reality, she planted a burning kiss right on his lips. Pulling back with flushed cheeks, she looked at him with hungry eyes. Darling ... What do you want next? He wasn't about to let this prize slip away. I want to see. Fisnit. Ignoring the chat, she slowly rolled on the silk black stockings. You have a thing for these? Absolutely. The chat went nuclei. Wait, the system censored the best part. Fishnets are justice. There is nothing quite like watching Cha-Cha. As she slowly peeled them off, those playful feet began a dangerous game, teasing his thigh with mischievous intent. Next, her toes traced the curve of the wine bottle, painting a scene that would test any man's limits. Excitement washed over his face, inner thoughts running wild. She's a master at this. Who could possibly resist? That was the final straw. Lin Xin's endurance snapped. With a sudden burst of movement, he pinned Zuye to the mattress, taking total control. Far from resisting, she welcomed him with open arms. The live stream is off. Don't leave tonight, brother Lin. At that exact moment, the system screen lit up like fireworks. Affection increased by 5. Phase 1 of the counterattack complete. All stats boosted. Choose one skill. And with those rewards secured, their figures intertwined, melting into a passionate night. After expending quite a bit of stamina, Lin Xin fell into a deep, satisfied slumber. But something stirred him from his dreams. His eyes fluttered open only, to widen in pure shock at the sight of Zuya busy beneath the sheets. Cha-Cha. What on earth? Wearing nothing but a loosely buttoned shirt. She held up a piece of cake, looking the picture of innocence. The cheese filling was just too generous. I accidentally dropped some on the blanket and was just cleaning it up. If she was willing to act, he was willing to play the audience. He leaned in close with a smirk. Look at you. All grown up and still a messy eater. Here, let me help you with that. Suddenly, a ringtone shattered the mood. Robbed of his golden opportunity, Lin Xin turned away in frustration. Who is it now? 2 messages flashed on the screen. Boss Qian. Meng Yun says the car needs a maintenance run. And then Lin Xin. I'm moving today, ... Could you come help me? He didn't hesitate to decline. Is it a lot? Just hire a moving company. But the reply he got back was filled with temptation. I still have some lingerie I wanted to model for you. But if you're not interested, forget it. Instantly, images of a sultry Yashi flooded his mind, turning his face a bright shade of red. Fine. Since it's come to this, it's only right that I help. Thinking fast, Lin Xin immediately texted his other contact. Boss Shaw, I need the car. Drive it to 18 Nanding village and make sure the tank is full. He grinned to himself, why pay for a moving truck when you can get a luxury ride for free? In no time, he was dressed to kill. He turned back for a quick farewell. Cha-cha, urgent business. I've got to head out. Zuya didn't suspect a thing. In fact, her eyes were dripping with affection. I'll find you once I finish filming. Watching his back disappear, she began dreaming of their future together. Hey, just keep this up, and my bond with Lin Xin will be unbreakable. Meanwhile, at a different apartment complex, Lin Xin's voice echoed from the hallway. Is this really everything? Just 2 suitcases? Before Yaxi could answer, the doorbell chimed. Who could that be? The door swung open to reveal a few very familiar, very troublemaking faces. Minhee beamed at her daughter with overwhelming enthusiasm. Daughter, we've come to visit. Yaxi stood there, completely thunderstruck. Mom, uncle, auntie, why is everyone here? The mother didn't answer. Instead, her finger pointed accusingly at the stranger in the room. Uncle Long squinted at the young man, his instincts kicking in. That was Yazai's mother. All right. Yaxi jumped in quickly. This is Lin Xin. Mom, why didn't you give me a heads up? We just happened to be moving today. Lin Xin stepped forward, the picture of politeness. Hello, everyone. I'm just here to help Yaxi with the move. The mother's face instantly soured, her expression twisting into disgust, just as she suspected her daughter's boyfriend was clearly some nobody from the countryside. Memory rewind to a few days ago. A piercing scream had erupted from a high-rise apartment. I'm not going on any blind dates. I already have someone I like. He had snapped back instantly. What? Where is he from? Is he from the capital, the Magic City, or the Demon City? Yaxi, stubborn as ever, had fired back without hesitation. No, he's from Huaji. Hearing the boy wasn't from a Tier 1 city, the mother exploded. What, Jiang? Isn't that the Dorpur countryside next to Yanjiang City? Are you out of your mind? Falling for a hillbilly. But Yaxi refused to back down. Who I like is my business, not yours. At that very moment, a system notification had flashed invisibly in the air. Affection reached 100. Relationship status changed to devoted. She will now do anything for the host. Seeing her daughter's defiance, he nearly had a stroke. She played the guilt card immediately. Ha! You unfilial child. Do you know how hard I worked to raise you? Do you know how much your tuition costs? What do you actually want? Mom, you just want me to marry into a wealthy family so you can live in luxury, don't you? The mother ranted on, desperate to change her mind. How much money can a guy from a 4th-tier backwater possibly have? You think I was born yesterday? Yaxi turned her back on her, her voice trembling with conviction. I don't need to explain anything to you. In this life, I only love him. And he does have money. He wouldn't let me suffer. You can't understand the love I have for him, because your eyes are blinded by greed. I love every single part of him. Even if he didn't have a penny to his name, I would still choose him. Minhee's screeching voice chased her down the hall. Break up with him right now. Don't you let that peasant ruin you. I haven't finished speaking. Come back here. Back in the present, the young couple sat opposite the fuming mother, the air thick with tension. So, you're the so-called boyfriend. He sneered. I won't waste my breath. Break up with my daughter. Immediately. Lin Xin blinked, feigning poor wide-eyed innocence. Boyfriend? Oh, no, I'm not her boyfriend. The statement hit Minhee. Like a slap, she whipped her head around to her daughter. What? Look at this. Yeah, she, the coward, won't even admit it. But Yaxi simply clung tighter to his arm, looking up at him with adoration. When did I ever say he was my boyfriend? As I am now, I'm still not worthy of him. He looked as if her brain had short-circuited blood vessels popping in her eyes. She grabbed her daughter's arm, trying to yank her away. Have you gone completely blind? With your looks, even a standard rich heir isn't good enough for you. And you're chasing a hillbilly. Yeah, she dug her heels in, refusing to budge. Mom, let go of me. Seeing the situation spiral, Uncle Dao stepped in to mediate. Sister, Calm down. Let's just ask the boy and get the facts. Min, he snapped back. There is nothing to ask. The uncle, retaining a shred of rationality, scanned the young man. Asterisk, he looks sharp. Not like a fool, but status is status. Young man! Surely you understand that families should be... You don't mind if we ask a few questions? Lin Xin smiled, confident and unafraid. Not at all. Ask whatever you like. The uncle nodded, eyes narrowing. Then tell us, what do your parents do? And what is your current profession? He answered with zero hesitation, claiming to be just an ordinary laborer. The interrogation dragged on endlessly. Finally, Uncle Dao turned to Minhee with a sneer of pure mockery. Listen here, little sister, Yaji's boyfriend is absolutely hopeless. No money, no status, nothing. It's like watching a prize-winning cabbage get trampled by a wild boar. And Baiji sensed the air turning toxic and immediately stepped in. Stop it. All of you. She couldn't handle the suffocating atmosphere a second longer, cutting through the chaos with a single plea. Enough. This is my final warning. Her voice dripped with menace as she delivered the ultimatum. Dump this hillbilly immediately, or I'll cut off your living expenses. Are you trying to anger me to death? But Yaxi stood her ground, an unmovable mountain of stubbornness. She refused to bow down. I don't need your money. You're not making any sense at all. Seeing Minhee on the verge of a volcanic eruption, Baiji quickly poured water on the fire. Calm down. Sister, she's still young, but Uncle Dao just couldn't resist firing another shot. Yaxi, don't blame your uncle for speaking the harsh truth. Your cousin Roro is only 2 years older than you, yet she possesses a maturity you can't even begin to fathom. His wife tried to intervene. We already discussed this. Stay out of their family affairs. He instantly swatted her hand away, bellowing like a tyrant. When men are speaking, women keep their mouths shut. I am educating my niece on the ways of the world. Uncle Dao continued to drown in his own delusions of grandeur and second-hand wealth. Roro has only known the CEO's son for 2 weeks, and she's already showered with luxury goods. Meanwhile, this guy hasn't given your family a single thing, has he? Facing their crushing judgment, Lin Xin remained as calm as a still lake. A fridge, a dishwasher, a water heater, I should buy those to celebrate the new home. However, indignation burned in Yaji's chest, and she snapped back. I love Lin Xin for who he is. Rich or poor, it doesn't matter. He was so furious, she was rendered speechless. She didn't wait for a response, tearing down their facade instantly. I get it now. Mom came to force a breakup, and Uncle came to brag about cousin Ru's rich boyfriend, who's probably on his way. Right? The air was thick with tension, but Uncle Dao just grabbed his phone with a smirk. He couldn't miss this chance to flaunt his success. Oh, look! Roro must be here, calling me to come down. Finding a rental in a dump-like Namding mansion is such a hassle for high-class people. He deliberately put it on speaker, wanting the whole room to hear his glory. Hello, Ruru, where are you? Running late because you bought too many gifts for your old man. Speak up! Daddy can't hear you clearly. But the voice that answered wasn't his sweet daughter. It was the jagged, aggressive growl of a strange man. You're Ru's father. Your daughter is in my hands. You have 1 hour to bring 1 million yuan to the foot of Mount Yaxi. If you're late, I'll dispose of her. Panic swept through the room like a cold wind. Only Uncle Dao remained in denial, screaming in rage. You're just a phone scammer, aren't you? Don't think you can fool me. Suddenly, Ru's terrified shriek pierced the air. Dad, bring the money. Save me. The blood drained from his face instantly. It was Zixiang behind the scheme all along. Do you believe me now? Or do you need me to make her scream a few more times for confirmation? Uncle Dao cursed under his breath, sweat pouring down his face. Ru's pleas didn't stop. You bastard. Mom, Dad, hurry. Get the money. Time is running out. He panicked. Call the police immediately. But Aunt Baiji stopped her, terrified. No, if we do, they'll kill the hostage. Uncle Dao was hyperventilating. Do we really have to pay 1 million? That is our entire life savings. His wife looked at him in disbelief. Is money more important than our daughter's life? Wasn't she with her boyfriend? How did she get snatched? Lin Xin had pieced together the puzzle. He stroked his chin, eyes narrowing. So, neither of you has actually met this so-called CEO's son in person. Before he could finish, Uncle Dao snapped, losing his patience. Shut your mouth. Maybe he's just too rich and got targeted. Right, contact the Feixian company immediately. And Bai Ji checked her phone, her face turning purple with fear. The call. It won't go through. Uncle Dao plunged into pure hysteria. What? What? Does this mean we have to cough up the 1 million ourselves? His wife trembled, pleading with his greed. Daughter! Oh, money! How can you even hesitate at a time like this? Even now, the gears of greed turned in Uncle Dao's head. Hiampiha. Once we save her, she can marry into wealth and earn it all back tenfold. In the midst of the chaos, only the main character remained calm, analyzing the data. I heard a motorcycle engine and wind noise during the call. Why would a kidnapper hold a hostage in an open, windy area? There were other riders nearby. And honestly, her voice didn't sound like someone who was truly bound and gagged. Yaxi sensed the danger and tried to shield him. Lin Xin, I'm so sorry. Please, just go home for today. He nodded, understanding her intent. All right, I'll help you move another day. But seriously, call the police. Hearing this, Aunt Bai Ji grabbed a lifeline. You drove here? She swallowed her pride and approached him. Young man, please. We don't have time to hail a cab to the bank in the mountain. Can you drive us? I'll pay you whatever you want. Lin Xin gave a simple nod. Sure, but Uncle Dao remained obstinate as a mule. Why pay him? He's Yaji's boyfriend. He should be helping us for free. His wife scolded him. Shut up. Look at the situation. Yaxi tried to intervene gently. Auntie, I know you're worried, but delivering the ransom yourself is suicidal. The only safe option is the police. Men, he agreed. She's right. But thinking of her daughter's fate, Aunt Bai Ji collapsed into tears. If anything happens to Roro, I'll never forgive myself. Uncle Dao turned his venom on Lin Xin. Police, if my daughter dies because we waited, who takes the blame? You. Give me the keys. I'll drive myself. Lin Xin looked back at them, his expression unreadable. I'm afraid this car is something you can't afford to borrow. Uncle Dao exploded. If you're stingy, just say so. Don't give me that can't borrow crap. I wouldn't be caught dead in your garbage car anyway. Come on, we'll hail a taxi. He dragged his wife away before she could protest. But outside, he scanned the streets frantically. Damn it! Why isn't there a single taxi anywhere? Aunt Bai Ji cried out. It's rush hour? Can you stop complaining for 1 second? We should have just taken that pauper's car. He probably thinks that heap of junk is a national treasure. Then, Uncle Dao's eyes locked onto a magnificent beast parked nearby. Look at that sports car over there. If we could drive a machine like that, we'd catch up to the kidnappers in no time. Even Min, he gasped in awe. That car is incredible. It looks like a limited edition. Just one wheel is worth more than my entire life's earnings. Who could have predicted this twist? Lin Xin stepped forward, key in hand, and ignited the beast right before their stunned eyes. Manhwa and Tudao's jaws practically hit the floor. Panic surged as they thought, wait, what? Is this car yours? She asked, her voice trembling. Ignoring their shock, Lin Xin calmly twirled the key in his hand. It belongs to a friend. He insisted I'd drive it for a couple of days. Is there a problem with that? She calculated internally. That ride was worth millions. What kind of friend lends that out? Manha's face instantly flipped to delight as she whispered to Nahai, good daughter, is your boyfriend actually a hidden young master from a wealthy family? Tell mommy the truth. She turned away, keeping her cool. Lin Xin is humble. He doesn't like flaunting his status. Then, realizing the implication, Manhwa eagerly asked, so, where are you to move into? Nahai crossed her arms, dropping the bomb casually. Villa number 1, at the Royal Dragon Gardens. The revelation struck her like lightning. What? That super villa worth 300 million. Tudao gasped, probing further. That place isn't for rent. Don't tell me he actually bought it for you? She turned her back with freezing indifference. What do you think? At this moment, both sisters of the two family, Winpei as ghosts, terror-filled them. He drives a supercar and owns a mansion. Yet they had just insulted him. Their minds synchronized on one terrifying thought. We're finished. The rich always hold grudges. We need to apologize. Now. Both forced their stiff limbs toward Lin Xin, plastering ingratiating smiles on their faces. Young Master Lin, please forgive us. Don't be angry. Young Master Lin Xin looked at them, his expression unreadable. Angry? Why would I be angry? They bowed low, their excuses weak and trembling. Those harsh words we said earlier. We are truly sorry. We didn't mean any of it. We're just old and confused. Our eyes are failing us. Suddenly, Batchteep, driven by utter despair, dropped to her knees before the young man. Clutching her phone with a tear-stained face, she begged, "Student Lin Xin, I beg you, please give me a ride. Name your price. I've tried every app, but no drivers are available. If I'm late, my new might." Seeing her desperation, Lin Xin finally nodded. "Fine, I'll take you." Turning to Nahai, Lin Xin smiled warmly, patting her head gently. "I'll be careful. Be a good girl and wait for me at home, okay?" Internally, he smirked. It's a fake kidnapping anyway. Might as well enjoy the show. Glancing sideways, he instructed with fake concern, "We're leaving. Buckle up tight." Manhwa popped up beside the car, dripping with flattery. "Thank you, young Master Lin. You really are a saint." Tu Dao, still anxious about her fate, tried to confirm one last time. "Young Master Lin, does this mean you've accepted our apology?" He didn't even spare them a glance. He slammed the accelerator, leaving only exhaust and their wailing voices behind. "Young Master!" "Wait, we really regret it." Cough. Cough. "If you don't forgive me, how can I go on?" In seconds, his beast of a car merged into the bustling city traffic. Batchteep stared at the gridlock ahead, panic rising. Why is there so much traffic? "We won't make it," Lin Xin calmly reassured her. "Don't worry, I have another way." Instantly, his mind shifted gears. His eyes glowed a faint amber as the supreme driving mastery skill activated. Fully stint, he issued a command to the console. "Calculate the route with the lowest traffic density. Detours are acceptable." Complying instantly, the screen flashed with the necessary data. The optimal path was set, but the ETA was 2 hours. Hearing this, Batchteep gasped in horror. "What? 2 hours?" Sensing her terror, Lin Xin offered a few words of comfort. "Relax. We can make it." His hands danced across the steering wheel, locking onto the new route. Target acquired. He stomped the gas pedal all the way to the floor. Whoosh! The car snapped into a new trajectory, shooting forward like a bullet. With gaudier precision, Lin Xin drifted through the crowded streets. Batchteep was terrified, the G4 nearly popping a button off her shirt. Worried she might pass out, he glanced over. "Need me to slow down?" Fear was there, but a mother's love was stronger. "No, I won't let those kidnappers harm my daughter." As the car drifted through a sharp corner amidst her screams, her resolve hardened. "Step on it! Go as fast as you can." Soon, the majestic peaks of Vietnam Mountain loomed ahead. The supercar hugged the treacherous winding cliffs like a second skin. Lin Xin stepped out, checking the time 5 minutes ahead of schedule. Batchteep, though gasping for air, immediately screamed for her child. "Nu Unu, Nu, where are you? Don't be scared. Mommy is here to save you." Suddenly, a voice cut through the air, freezing them in place. "You're here already?" Tunyu didn't have a single scratch on her. She sat arrogantly on a heavy motorcycle. "You're faster than I expected." "Good job." Batchteep's eyes went wide. Her brain shorts knew NHU. ... Enya Master T. Ignoring her mother's distress, the girl casually draped her arm around Ta Tuang. "What's wrong? Don't recognize my boyfriend?" The polite image in the mother's memory shattered against this rude reality. "Wait, weren't you kidnapped? Are you hurt?" Tunu didn't even listen. Snatch! She grabbed the bag of money from her mother. Totally devoted to her guy, she flaunted the cash before See, Is this enough? At the sight of the cash, his eyes lit up with greed. He was extremely satisfied. Now we can keep betting. Daddy's brought home the funds. Batchteep, still confused, tried to protect her daughter. Nu, what is happening? Why are you dressed like that? Were you forced to do this? Don't worry, Mom is here. They can't touch you. Tatuang burst into laughter, spewing empty promises. My family runs a real company. I'd never let her starve. We're just living our passion every single day. Tuno chimed in. Just wait until he wins this race against me. She shot a dark, shameless look at her mother. Mom, do you get it now? From the very beginning, I was scamming you. The words were like salt rubbed into an open wound. Batchteep collapsed, crushed by the betrayal. She couldn't accept reality, sobbing uncontrollably. What are you saying? We worked so hard to raise you. How did you turn out? Like this. Sob. Lin Shin couldn't stand by any longer. He stepped forward to help the woman kneeling on the asphalt. Hey now! No tears. Let's call your family. Surely they're worried sick. While the mother looked up at him with tear-filled gratitude, her daughter, Su Ro, completely ignored her parent to glare suspiciously at this stranger. Hey, who do you think you are? He didn't hesitate to fire back. I'm Luo Yaxi's boyfriend. Her expression twisted into pure disdain, eyes boring into him. So, you're the target my father sent me to humiliate today. Suddenly, the system interface flashed. Beautiful woman detected. Counterattack mission initiated. He stared at the screen. Defeated. Damn. System, even a racing girl triggers a flag now. Back in reality, Su Ro scanned him like he was trash, her tongue sharp as a razor, spitting venom with every word. Catchy Yaxi is impressive, I'll admit. But with that innocent face, you belong in a nursery, not here. Suddenly, an angry roar cut her off. Oi! Are you done yapping yet? It was young master Taizong Zhong, barking orders like a tyrant. I have the cash. Start the race. Save the disgusting family drama for later. Su Ro didn't back down an inch, firing back a sneer. In such a rush to lose, aren't you? Bring it on then. She turned to her partner, eyes shining with misplaced confidence. Xiang, I believe in you. We will win this. Block him at the corners. Overtake on the straights. Your machine is far superior to his. He puffed out his chest, acting the hero. I've bet everything on this run. It's victory or death. The signal fired. The race was on. On the treacherous cliffside track, engines screamed like beasts. The crowd roared, hungry for the spectacle about to unfold. Zixiang sneered at his rival, arrogance dripping from his voice. Watch and learn. Loser. The flag dropped, and tires squealed. The battle began. But the suspense was short-lived. The results were posted. The winner was the ruthless Tai Zhangsheng. Zixiang collapsed to the ground, looking devastated, unable to accept the reality. How could this happen? Su Ro rushed to his side. Are you hurt? It's just money. Right. We'll win it back next time. But before she could finish, the victor's cruel laugh cut through the air. Money? You think I played for pocket change? Ha ha ha. Pay up. Su Ro. You belong to me now. Rumor has it you're untouched. Let's verify that. Su Ro snapped back, furious. Did you crash and get brain damage? What kind of garbage are you spewing? A sinister grin stretched across his face, his voice dripping with malice. You really don't know. He looked at her like a prize won at a carnival. Your boyfriend bet you ... And he lost. The lollipop fell from her hand. Her world shattered in an instant. What? Auntie Bai turned pale with horror. The villain pulled his new trophy close, looking down on the losers like a god. You know the rules of the underground. You are my slave now. Try to run, and the consequences will be severe. You know I don't bluff. She turned to the useless man on the ground, trembling. You ... You bet me without my consent. Oh heavens ... Is this who you really are? Zixiang dropped the act, his face twisting into a shameless sneer. Yeah, I sold you. So what? Tai Zhangzhong bet his girlfriend too. Honestly, I got the short end of the stick. She's hotter than you. You never let me touch you anyway. You think you're worth a high price? Suro exploded with rage, raising her hand to strike him. But Zhenjiang caught her wrist instantly, his eyes burning with predatory hunger. Master's orders. No touching the merchandise. He dragged her toward his car with brute force, showing no mercy. Get in, and try calling me master while you're at it. She struggled in vain, despair washing over her. No, stop. Auntie Bai screamed. Let her go. This is kidnapping. It's against the law. I'll call the police. Zheng Zhong laughed in her face, mocking her naivety. You really don't get how the world works, do you? Ask your daughter if she wants the cops involved. Suro, pinned against the bike, didn't dare make a sound. Desperate to save her child, the mother charged forward, only to be slapped down by a thug half her age. Zheng Zhong stared at the fallen woman, a sick interest sparking in his eyes. Whoa! Now, don't be so angry. You've got some charm too, Auntie. Maybe I'll take the pair of you home as models. Suro screamed, Don't you dare touch my mother. Even in defeat, the mother tried to comfort her child. Roro, don't be scared. The villain licked his lips. I like this size. Now, bow down and call me master. Suddenly, a calm voice cut through the chaos. Excuse me. Hate to crash the party. Lin Shin stepped out of the shadows, his patience at an end. By your rules, you won the girl. True, but snatching the mother? That requires a new bet. How about a race? Zheng Zhong scoffed at this. Nobody you... On what grounds? Do you even have cash? Lin Shin smiled, radiating absolute confidence. Name your price. The sky is the limit. Zheng Zhong's eyes locked onto the limited edition beast parked behind him. Greed flooded his face. Ho! Is that beauty yours? Sensing a massive payout, he grinned. Fine, that hyperdash car, ... against the mother. I'll race you. And when I win, I'm taking the whole family. Suro felt sick, cursing this monster under her breath. But the villain wasn't having it. With a wave of his hand, he ordered his goons to silence her Lin Shin couldn't help but laugh out loud at the absurdity. Theft you. Guys are petty. Enraged by the mockery, the thugs charged at him. You dare challenge me. He didn't rage. Instead, he approached like a predator stalking prey. Interesting. So, what are the rules of this little game? Lam Tan didn't hesitate. He flashed the legendary black card, placing it on the table. Sports cars, beauties, and this card. I'm all in. 2 billion yuan. That's just my pocket change. Can you even match that? Chin Hung, arrogant as ever, threw his own girlfriend into the pot. Deal. I bet 1 billion. Plus 2 new and my girl. Ta Tuang charged in like a moth to a flame, blinded by gambling fever. Wait, I'm joining this table. Lam Tan looked at the desperate addict with pity. Fine, but what do you have left to lose, you junkie? Anything is possible. I bet 40% of Fei Xiang Corporation. It's my inheritance, given to me by my father himself. That is worth billions. Chin Hung sneered, looking at the pathetic gambler with pure contempt and sarcasm. Ha! You lost your cash, so now you bet your legacy. Your father must be rolling in his grave, having a filial son like you. But Ta Tuang was deaf to the insults. His delusion of victory blinded him completely to reality. Shut up! You just got lucky before. It was that. Jinx de Nuno's fault. This time, victory is mine. Blamed again. Tunu screamed, T8, I will kill you myself. Meanwhile, Batchteep trembled at the astronomical stakes. Lam Tan, this is our mess. Don't risk it. But Lam Tan just smiled, his eyes burning with absolute confidence. What? Who said I'd lose? Lam Tan's mind raced, calculating the massive rewards waiting for him with a greedy grin. If I win this, 40% shares, 1 billion yuan, and a beauty in my debt. I'm practically printing money. Lina pouted, Hey, what about my share? Soon, engines roared at the starting line as the brutal rules echoed out. Race to the summit and back down. No rules, no mercy. The first to cross the finish line takes everything. Bat's Deep could only watch in terror, whispering a silent prayer. Thank you. Please come back safe. Tanu eyed him with suspicion. How is he so calm? That bike. That money? Is he really the poor loser my father described? Lam-tan revved the heavy machine. Glancing back, I'm borrowing your ride. Hope you don't mind a little speed. Tunu didn't argue. Can you actually ride? Just stay alive, she shouted. And watch out for Chin Hung. He's a champion racer. Rumor has it he sends his opponents to the graveyard, not the finish line. This is an underground death race. If it's too much, just quit. Don't throw your life away for us. Lam-tan just smirked, flashing an okay sign. Relax, little sister. I am the god of speed, incarnate. Chin Hung revved his engine. Scared? Run home. Lam-tan fired back. Real men don't touch the brakes. Ta Tuong stared ahead, possessed by greed. I will win. The countdown began, tension thick enough to cut. 3, 2, 1. The flag dropped. Engines screamed like beasts unleashed from hell. The race was on. Metal clashed immediately. Chin Hung took the lead, but Lam-tan felt the thrill of the hunt rising. Now this is fun. 3 steel beasts tore through the mountain pass, watched by a drone high above. He slammed the throttle. The observer watching the screen gasped. Is he mad? There's a death curve ahead. The girls covered their eyes, but Lam-tan leaned into the turn, defying gravity with perfect technique. 2. Newsjaw dropped. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Her eyes went wide with shock. Sparks flew as he hugged the asphalt. Ta Tuong, seeing him close, lashed out with a vicious kick. Die, you trash. But Lam-tan saw it coming. He pulled a wheelie, dodging the attack effortlessly. Tunu cheered. Yes, nice. Ta Tuong kicked thin air and wobbled dangerously. Damn it. Chin Hung checked his mirror. He's catching up. A dark grin formed on the champion's face. Fine. I'll send you straight to hell right now. He swung his bike, blocking the entire narrow path. Lam-tan's eyes narrowed. You think a simple block can stop me? He didn't slow down. He sped up. The bike launched off the road and onto the vertical cliff face. Block. Chin Hung looked up in pure horror. What? He's riding on the wall. The bike defied physics, tearing across the jagged rocks. Lam-tan flew past them like a streak of lightning. Chin Hung's mind broke. That's scientifically impossible. Everyone froze, their souls leaving their bodies. Lam-tan felt their gaze and smirked under his helmet. Don't look at me. Look at the road. He blasted forward, leaving the 2 stunned idiots in the dust. Distracted, Ta Tuong slammed straight into the mountain wall. Lam-tan landed back on the road with a heavy thud. He vanished into the distance. Chin Hung, humiliated and furious, clenched his teeth. You forced my hand, kid. He smashed a hidden switch. Blue nitro flames erupted from his exhaust, transforming his bike into a rocket. In a split second, he became a blur, leaving only afterimages behind. A demon's smile twisted his face. I don't just want your defeat. I want your funeral. Murder flashed in eyes as he throttled up, aiming to crush Lam-tan into scrap metal. Witnessing the lethal intent, T-News scream tore through the air. But please, such a cheap trick. Child's play for our hero. In a split second, he swerved with guard. Like reflexes, his rear wheel clipped the enemy's front tire with surgical precision. Couldn't react in time. Physics took the wheel, launching both man and machine into a spectacular aerial disaster. Caught off guard, the villain could only shriek like a banshee as he defied gravity. Meanwhile, Lam-tan remained completely unfazed, drifting toward the finish line like a boss. He cruised toward victory, while flailed helplessly in the sky. As the saying goes, all roads lead to Rome, but safety comes first. Kids, break the rules, and your family breaks down in tears. As Lina waved the checkered flag, the verdict was sealed. The winner is king. The crowd instantly swarmed their new legend. Engines roared, but the applause was louder. Magnificent. I couldn't pull that off in my wildest dreams. He must be a pro. I hereby dub him the god of racing. T New stood frozen, her heart racing faster than the bike's. A blush crept onto her cheeks. He is just too handsome. Ding! The system interface flashed. Affection rating increased by 50%. Moments later, sirens wailed. The twisted wreckage of the bike still hung precariously by the cliff, TTNG, and were being carted off amidst whispers of pity. But just as the doors were closing, Lam Tan rushed forward in a panic. "Doctor!" His face was a mask of pure terror, shocking even T Nu. "How are they? Is it fatal?" Seeing his frantic state, the doctor quickly offered comfort. "Are you family? They are incredibly lucky. Despite the catastrophic crash, it is just some broken bones and a mild concussion. Need more tests, though." Hearing this, RMC let out a long sigh, his voice dropping to a casual drawl. "Is that so? Well, that is splendid news. You thought he was being a saint. He was just worried about his payout. Then, sign this before you go." The bandaged villain trembled in horror. "Are you a demon? You are not a sore loser, are you?" He shoved the IOU into the stretcher. "Pay up when you lose. Isn't that the golden rule of your elite circle? Sign it." Goal achieved. Lam Tan turned away with a bright smile. "As for the speeding and attempted murder, I will let the police teach you some manners." Reached out, desperate. "Don't. Go." But before he could beg, T Nu silenced him with a flurry of ruthless kicks. "Dai, Tres, this is too merciful for scum like you." The medical team panicked, seeing the lifeless patient is losing too much blood. "Get them to the ER stat." Clutching his money bag, Lam Tan watched the violence with amusement. "That girl has quite the temper." Suddenly, a gentle voice broke his trance. Mr. L. Beseech type bowed with elegant grace, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you. I truly do not know how to repay this debt." Behind her, the fierce daughter spoke up. "Rest assured, whatever you ask for, my mother and I will move heaven and earth to make it happen." Yet, he played it cool. Handing over the bag of cash, he just "No more need. I already got my profit. Take this 1 million back and stay out of trouble. I have business to attend to. Grab a cab home." With that legendary generosity, LMTN walked away practically glowing with holy light. Ding! System alert. T Nu's affection increased by 20%. Beseech type watched him leave, a satisfied smile forming. "Lam Tan, he is truly one of a kind." "Daughter, what do you think?" T Nu was already love-struck, her eyes shimmering. "I have decided, mother." The older woman blinked. "Decided what?" She answered without a shred of hesitation. "I am going to pursue him." Piche Hatipe looked concerned. "Hey, isn't he already dating La Nahai?" T Nu tossed the logic out the window, her face set in stone. "I don't care." Meanwhile, at the chaotic snack street outside the university. In front of the sausage stall, Shohan waved his hand excitedly. "Boss, 3 sausages over here." Lam Tan stared intently at the grill. "Add a fried egg to the bun. It tastes better that way." Truan Ho was drooling over a different scent. "I will take the fried chicken." "Ha ha. Coming right up." The merchant beamed at the arrival of these wealthy students. They chatted happily, planning a noodle feast for later. They were heading for an all-night gaming session. Unaware that Jiang Ti Nu was stalking them like a predator, she locked onto his back, slapped his shoulder, and asterisk chomp. She shamelessly took a bite of the sausage right out of his hand, chewing while striking a cute pose. Lam Tan looked at her in total shock, his eyes scanning for danger. T Nu, why are you here?" His friends behind him nearly had heart attacks. "No way." Another top-tier beauty looking for Lam Tan. She licked the crumbs from her lip and leaned in close, smiling mischievously. "Guess what? Can I tag along to the internet cafe?" The single dogs in the back clutched their chests in agony. Another goddess chasing him, but the MC delivered a cold, hard rejection. "No. Women only slow down my combo speed and reaction time." The crowd went silent, jaws dropping to the pavement. Rejected, T Nu's face flushed with anger. But before she could argue, Auntie Tran materialized out of nowhere, her glare fixed on the intruder. "Who is this stray cat? Is Lam Tan sausage something you are allowed to eat that belongs to me?" She shoved T knew a sight get lost. But Tinu was no damsel. She reacted instantly, grabbing the attacker's arm with martial prowess. She stared down the weaker girl, whispering venomous words. "Who are you, daring to raise your voice at me when I was ruling the streets and running gangs? You were still asking permission to use the bathroom at school." And Tran didn't back down, grabbing a handful of Tinu's hair. The two beauties collided like hurricanes, rolling on the pavement as bystanders stared. "Yuan, let go, or I will snap your arm." The single dogs watched with popping eyes, enjoying the show. But Lam Tan sighed, helpless. "I need to stop this madness." In a flash, his pupils shifted color. Cold precision took over. Activation. Traditional Chinese medicine mastery. His flip-flops slapped the ground as he charged. Moving faster than sight, Lam Tan struck. Two precise jabs to that act. The girls froze instantly, clutching their arms and whining. "It... ... It's numb." Lin Shin's patience wore, thin as her breath, practically brushed his lips, his sword-like brows furrowing in annoyance. "Can we take a break?" Meanwhile, Liu Yizheng scoffed, accusing her rival of stalking him yet again. Ignoring the accusation, the seductress flashed a charming smile, barely concealing her assets. "Lin Shin, don't you despise her? I'm just shooing away a pest for you. I promise to be much more obedient." Suru didn't help but snicker at the spectacle. My. The ex-girlfriend sounds threatened, she teased, her voice dripping with venom. "Unlike someone who got dumped, I make my own moves." Suro maintained her cool composure. "If I were dating you, I would have left early too." Enraged, the other girl shrieked. "You fake student! You're just a female thug in disguise. I have no interest in your type." "Get lost," Lin Shin muttered cold-heartedly. Pushed to the brink, Suro decided to drop her final bombshell to end this debate once and for all. "Fake. Sorry to disappoint, but I am a genuine student of Yanjiang University." The revelation struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving Yi Zheng with her jaw on the floor. "Ha!" Even Lin Shin blinked in surprise. Enjoying their stunned silence, she casually shed her outer coat and smirked. "Is it really that shocking? I just rarely attend classes. That's all." Instantly, the surrounding male students were captivated by her hidden beauty, gasping in collective admiration. "Whoa! She's gorgeous! Totally my type," one whispered. "Wait, didn't you like Yi Zheng? Though she looks dangerous, men just can't resist a wicked woman." She shot a playful wink at Lin Shin, her tone teasing yet determined. "Knowing you attend Yanjiang University too, suddenly, I have all the motivation I need to attend class." Her persistence rendered his mental defenses useless. He could only sigh in defeat. "Fine, whatever." Looking on the bright side, at least she was a convenient walk-in wallet. Though her connection to Luo Yaxi remained a mystery. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, interrupting his thoughts. "Lin Shin, are you here yet?" He froze, recognizing the familiar voice of Yuan immediately. "Where are you?" she demanded, urgency in her tone. "The museum exhibition is today. Don't tell me you completely forgot." Her words triggered a sudden flashback, and realization hit him hard. It clicked she had mentioned the artifact exhibition from the Zhaohua nation days ago. Thinking fast, he scrambled for a convincing excuse. Of course, I didn't forget. I just finished changing and I'm on my way." She let out a sigh of relief on the other end. "Thank goodness! You're a major shareholder. I wouldn't know what to do if you didn't show up." Since he had already committed, Lin Shin turned to his brothers with a pleading look. "Sorry guys, something urgent came up. I have to bail. Go hit the internet cafe. Tonight's on me." Woozy and the gang looked at him with pure disdain, clearly seeing through him. "Get lost, you traitor." "Who's over, brothers? Huh?" He checked his phone, wondering, should I just bike over there? Suddenly, Suro appeared behind him, feigning concern. "Where are you rushing off to?" "I can drive you on my motorbike." However, he shut her down instantly. "No need. I can manage." Seeing him pull away, she became desperate, grabbing onto him. "Then when will you teach me that acupoint technique?" Her clinging only fueled Ye Gang's fury, who shrieked from the sidelines. "Let go of him, you witch!" Trapped between two chaotic beauties, his head began to throb. Attempting to bargain his way out, he sighed. Fine, I'll teach you the acupoint technique, but only if you have the aptitude for it. With a stern expression, Lin Xin pointed directly at Suro. Go make up all your missed classes, pass the Mandarin proficiency test, get your level 4 foreign language certificate, and then come find me. Ha! She groaned in agony at the list of chores. Yet, as he walked away, she still chased after him, unwilling to give up. Hey, can't we lower the difficulty setting a little? The scene of a beauty chasing him made the other guys burn with jealousy. I wish a beauty would chase me like that. Look at those curves. Meanwhile, the ignored Yizheng stood alone, trembling with pure, unadulterated rage. At the Yanjiang Museum, the entrance was packed like a festival. Inside, the elite gathered, surrounding Yuan with endless flattery. Curator Ha is truly young and talented. Under your leadership, the Yanjiang Museum has reached new heights of prosperity. I truly envy Mr. Ha for raising such an elite daughter. Without hesitation, Yang, who stepped forward, arrogantly presenting his business card. I'm from the Yang family. Would Curator Ha do me the honor of joining me for dinner? His attempt was met with a polite but cold wall. Thank you, but I've already eaten. Plus, I'm on a diet. Possessing a face thicker than a city wall, he didn't back down. No problem. Supper works too. I've booked a table at a 3-star Michelin restaurant. Only a place of that caliber suits a woman of your class. He smirked, thinking internally. Asterisk given to my mature charm and money already? Just then, Lin Xin spotted the crowd. Oh, there they are. Ignoring the atmosphere, he waved enthusiastically. Yuan, however, her curious gaze landed immediately on the greasy bag in his hand. Lin Xin, what are you holding? He answered with zero shame. Grilled sausages from the university gate. Want a bite? The sheer commonness of it made Yang, who sneered with contempt. Asterisk, he joking? Asterisk inviting the multimillionaire heiress to eat a dirt-cheap street snack. Is this kid insane? Asterisk, but to his horror, her face lit up. Wow, I've never tried these before. I've always wanted to. The words struck Yang, who, like a physical blow, leaving him depressed while Yuan cheered. This is delicious. Seeing her enjoy it, Lin Xin grinned. Right? I go there all the time. The stinky tofu next door is legendary too. Hearing about more delicacies, she didn't hesitate. You have to take me next time. Leaving a petrified Yang who crumbling in the background, she happily dragged Lin Xin away. You've seen this area already. Let's head to the appraisal section in the West Hall. Appraisal section. The term piqued his curiosity immediately. What exactly do they do there? As they stepped into the assessment room, Yuan explained softly, my father started this tradition. Twice a month, we offer free appraisals for antiques and heirlooms. It's extremely popular in the collector's world. Suddenly, from the crowd, Zhao Hang appeared, selfie stick in hand, broadcasting live with high energy. These donuts are fire. Yo guys, look what I am today. He panned the camera around. The famous treasure appraisal hall of Yanjiang Museum, his voice took on a mocking tone. Honestly, I'm jealous. I haven't seen museums in the States, but I bet they're 10 times bigger than this place. His chat immediately flooded with agreement. Morning bro, Hang, you're so international. Basking in the attention, the Western-worshipping streamer continued his critique without shame. The plan was absolutely flawless. I'll get these so-called experts to certify my junk as priceless treasures, sell them for a fortune, and retire in luxury across the ocean. My buddy's son Mo paved the way, and I am ready to cash in. His poor, gullible viewers were eating it up. Completely hook, line, and sinker. Wow, he's really moving abroad. They cheered blindly. Little did they know, the only place this guy was going was straight into a pit of delusion. Just then, the voice of Destiny, or rather, the receptionist, cut through the noise. Next please, number 100. Like a bolt of lightning, he scrambled to answer the call. That is me. Out of my way. He bulldozed past everyone, even brushing past Ingu, who was busy chatting up Lamtan. Quite the chaotic entrance, wouldn't you agree? What a coincidence, so. They had just run into Master Chonglu, who immediately started buttering her up with praise. The treasure of the nation has returned home. But tell me, where is your father, old Master Ha? She instantly switched into perfect professional mode, bowing politely. "Thank you for the kind words. Master Ch— My father is running a bit late, but he will be here shortly." Even with the delay, the old man kept piling on the flattery thick enough to spread on toast. He really is blessed to have such a talented daughter. Old Ha certainly knew how to raise a successor. And Nguyen kept her humble facade, her voice soft and sweet. "Oh, Master Chung, you flatter me too much. We are just honored that you deigned to join our humble appraisal event today." Suddenly, Master Chung clutched his stomach like he'd been shot. "Oh dear, age is catching up with me. My stomach is revolting. I need the restroom immediately. Excuse me." Sensing he just wanted to dodge a difficult shift, she played along. "Of course, sir." But meanwhile, at his empty desk, our loud-mouthed streamer Yizheng was already starting a riot. "Hey, you called my number. So where is the expert? I have been waiting for ages, and I have got a live audience watching this. Is this how a professional museum operates?" Seeing his tantrum, Ngu Hian stepped in to do some damage control. "Apologies, the master stepped out. If you cannot wait, I can perform the appraisal myself." But instead of gratitude, he looked at her beauty and "You look at you. You look like a model, not an antique expert." Ignoring the insult with practiced calm, Ngu Hian simply held out her hand. "Please, let me see the item." Grumbling, he finally handed it over. "Fine. Feast your eyes on this." This pipe was used by the founding president of the United States. It is a national treasure. On the live stream, the chat went wild not for the pipe, but for her. "Whoa, look at that serious face. She is gorgeous." Forget the antique. Appraise me instead. "Mr. Hang, come take a closer look." After a long, tense silence, she looked him dead in the eye with zero hesitation. "I am afraid this is a modern industrial product. It is not an antique." Her blunt truth hit him like a brick, and he immediately exploded. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? My rich friend in America sent this to me. Are you calling him a liar?" But just then, the camera zoomed in on a tiny inscription that would ruin his whole career. Ngu Hian pointed a slender finger at the carving. "Do you see these letters? Do you have any idea what they actually signify?" But the delusion ran too deep in his veins. "I don't know. It probably means freedom or something. America is the land of the free. Right." She didn't even blink at his stupidity. Actually, that is French for "made in Paris," a common souvenir stamp. The brutal reality check made him screech like a banshee. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Ngu Hian sighed, her patience wearing thin, but she kept her customer service smile plastered on. "If you doubt me, simply scan the text with a translation app." The live stream chat was rolling on the floor, laughing. Ripped to his American dream. "Ha ha ha! Somebody call an ambulance for his ego." Refusing to admit defeat, Yizheng pulled out a flashy vase with a defiant smirk. "Fine, you got lucky. But look at this. Even an idiot can tell this is foreign goods. Today, I am going to expose you." He looked down on her youth, sneering with arrogance. "Tell me the origin, the history. If you get this right, I will leave you alone. But I bet you can't. Give me the exact dynasty. Go on." Ngu Hian picked up the vase, her eyes scanning it with the precision of a hawk. "My knowledge is humble. ... I can only give a general assessment." She noted the porcelain was flawlessly smooth. Hearing her hesitation, his ego inflated like a hot air balloon. "Ha! Just admit, you are clueless. My pipe was real. And this vase is priceless." But Ngu Hian wasn't hesitating. She was analyzing, because the color is too vibrant and the finish is mechanically perfect. She looked up, dropping the hammer. "I conclude that this is also a fake." "Fake! You are the fake!" he roared, spitting in rage. "You don't know anything. I bought this from a top expert. Are you saying he scammed me?" His aggression was getting dangerous. Ngu Hian's eyes turned cold. "Sir, watch your language. One more outburst, and security will escort you to the curb." But the man had no shame. "Call them. I paid 500 yuan for this ticket. I will call the police and report you for fraud." Hearing the commotion, Master Chong suddenly recovered and rushed over. "What is this chaos? What is happening? And Gu Heian immediately briefed him. This gentleman brought a counterfeit vase, but refuses to accept the verdict. Seeing the old man, Tiu Heng's face lit up like he found a savior. Master Kong, finally, a real expert. This little girl has been trashing my treasures. Look, everyone! This museum hires amateurs who know nothing. I have 30,000 followers. Do you know the power I hold? Chonglu leaned in, whispering into Ngu Heian's ear with a snake-like tone. Ngu Huyan, your appraisal is correct, but your people skills are trash. In this business, you appraise the customer, not just the item. If you can't prove it's fake, just give him a certificate and let him go. Ngu Heian froze, looking at her mentor in utter disbelief. Master Khong? ... Surely you are joking? He gave a sly, oily smile. Don't look so shocked. How do you think your father and I built this empire? We survived by being flexible with the truth when necessary. Seeing the master take his side, Tiu Heng puffed out his chest. See, I told you, it was real. Now get on your knees and apologize to me. The mob mentality kicked in, the crowd turning against the young girl. That vase is worth millions. How dare you call it fake? Do you even know what you are doing? Ngu Heian, listen to your elder Chonglu, hissed softly. Grow up. If you are this rigid, how will you ever keep this museum afloat? Do you want to destroy your family's legacy over pride? Just as the weight of the world threatened to crush her, a deep, commanding voice cut through the air. What is all this noise about? A warm hand landed firmly on her shoulder, shielding her from the chaos. Lam Tan stepped forward, his eyes burning with protective intensity. Now, let me see exactly who has the guts to bully my curator. Sensing the shield of his protection, Ngu Heian finally exhaled a breath of relief. But Zhao Hen, that fool, still didn't realize he was kicking an iron plate, screaming his lungs out. Who the hell are you? He barked, pointing a rude finger straight at the main character. Me? I'm the expert of experts. Even Chonglu rolled out the red carpet for me. Right. Chonglu chimed in nervously. Mr. Lam might look young, but his eye for treasure is sharper than mine. Yet deep inside, the old fox was calculating his own odds. A quick bathroom call to Director Haha had dropped a bombshell. This Lam Tan wasn't just a guest. He was the new sole shareholder of the Vimjiang Museum. A man with pockets deeper than the abyss... Chonglu knew he had to secure this connection. Hearing the title, Xiao Heng's eyes lit up with greed. For real? Then feast your eyes on this masterpiece. Heng challenged instantly. Lam Tan didn't hesitate. Fine. Which dynasty is this porcelain from? Song Dynasty, the fool declared, with total confidence. Lam Tan smirked. Song Dynasty. Looks more like it was made last week. But the idiot missed the sarcasm completely, grinning like he had won. Is it from the famous kilns? The crowd couldn't hold back their snickers anymore. Lam Tan inspected the trash for a moment before asking, Did you buy this junk? Or was it a gift? Zhao Heng puffed out his chest, arrogance overflowing. My grandfather passed this down. It's a family heirloom. Lam Tan scoffed, his voice booming. Your grandfather. The livestream chat exploded instantly. Best comedy skit ever. So funny! Realizing he was being humiliated, Heng's face twisted in rage. Are you messing with me? You punk? But Lam Tan wasn't done roasting him. You think I'm joking? Only a fool gets scammed into buying a modern prop like this. Come on, how much money did you burn? That question poked the bear. Heng was vibrating with fury, spewing threats. Dead pigs don't fear boiling water. Huh? You've got a stiff lip. Fine, I'll make you kneel. He slammed a paper onto the table, barking at the crowd. Open your dog eyes and look clearly. This vase was verified by Grandmaster Fem Kuebo himself. It has a certificate. Do you have any idea of its true value? But Lam Tan caught the slip-up instantly. Oh, I thought Grandpa left it to you. Why get a certificate for a family heirloom? Just to come here? Looking for validation. Exposed Heng tried to lunge at him. You bastard. You want a beating? Let me go. Chonglu seized the moment to whisper. Mr. Lam, listen. There's a gang using the national treasure name to certify fakes and inflate prices. Pham Kuei Bao is a big shot collector here in Vientiane. Rumor has it he's present today. We should tread carefully. Lam Tan didn't flinch. His aura turned icy. I don't care who he is. Bringing fakes here to jack up prices. Not in my house. No more chance. Zhao Heng, stubborn to the end, turned to his camera to play the victim. Okay guys, you see this injustice? This is the level of the VMGang Association, dragging down our country's reputation in the collector world. As a patriot, my heart bleeds. I'd rather be eating donuts in America right now. But instead, I'm here dealing with this amateur. Lam Tan sighed, bored of the theatrics. He waved his hand dismissively. Fine, I'm done wasting breath. You want your appraisal fee back? Take it. Take your fake paper and get lost. Next time, find a real appraiser and stop getting scammed. Hold your tongue. A booming voice cut through the air. Master Pham stepped out, fanning himself with arrogant grace. I am Pham Guibao. Over 60 years in this game, I respect history. If you call my appraisal fake ... you are slapping my face. If an expert spoke, I'd listen. But a brat like you? The old man smiled, 30% scorn, 70% mockery. Just an amateur without a license, right? Zhao Heng saw his savior and cheered. Exactly! No more license. He's just a poser, pretending to be a pro. Veen man, silent until now, finally jumped in. Master Pham is the authority. I bought my antiques from him too. They are definitely real and worth a fortune now. Sensing trouble, Chong Lu nudged Lam Tan. Mr. Lam, I told you, we cannot offend this man. Using the crowd's attention, Pham took the moral high ground. Everyone, calm down. We are reasonable people. Young man, I admire your passion, but your knowledge is shallow. Making mistakes is natural for beginners. He dropped his ultimatum. So, apologize to the owner and issue a certificate for this vase. Director Ha can witness it. Let's consider this matter closed. Hiding behind Lam Tan, Eng Hien trembled, praying silently. But instead of panicking, Lam Tan laughed. He picked up Liha, great porcelain eyes gleaming with mischief. Did I hear that right? Many of you bought from Mr. Pham that blue flower vase of yours. Ma'am? Mind if I check it? The man agreed, but added a sharp warning. Look, but don't touch too hard. If you break it, you can't afford it. Lam Tan's eyes scanned every inch like a laser. Pham smirked, confident in his scam. What can a kid see? Anyway. Then, Lam Tan's voice rang out like a judge's gavel. It is a fake. Veen man snapped as if stabbed. You are that fake. I spent my life savings on this. The value has doubled. Buyers are lining up. I am going to sell it for a fortune today. Even Pham looked annoyed now, scoffing loudly. Stubborn fool. Young people just have to win, don't they? Lam Tan ignored the noise, addressing the crowd with authority. Anyone else bought treasures from this man? Bring them all up here. Now, Zhao Hen crossed his arms, sneering, still talking big. Stalling for time won't save you. The crowd swarmed like locusts, desperate to present their treasures. Look at my Ming Dynasty vase, and behold my Yuan era box. Staring at the pile of artifacts, Eng Hien felt her confidence crumble. These relics looked pristine, yet her expert I could find no trace of forgery. Could that porcelain vase truly be authentic? Had she made a grave error? Seeing her hesitation, Master Pham seized the moment to strike. Well, we have no time for games. Just swallow your pride and admit your mistake. Unless you are claiming these are all counterfeits. In stark contrast to the tension, Lam Tan remained as still as a mountain. Indeed, they are fakes, but crafted by a grandmaster with zero visible flaws. His words sent waves of mocking laughter through the deluded crowd. You speak nonsense. I have never met someone so stubborn. Has your brain turned to mush? Someone even called out to the streamer, eager for more drama. Phone in hand. The streamer smirked. I am live. Witness the clown of the year. Crushed by the pressure, Eng Hien bit her lip and prepared to bow in defeat. I apologize. It was my error in judgment. Master Pham feigned generosity, acting the part of a benevolent senior. Director Ha, you tarnished my reputation. A simple apology will not suffice. Her face pale with worry, she asked, then what is your demand? This brat claims my treasures are fake. Then he must produce irrefutable proof. The mob roared in agreement, hungry for humiliation. Exactly. If he fails, he must buy my porcelain at double the price. Pay us double, and we might consider forgiving this insult. Master Fem basked in the chaos, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I ask for nothing, yet I am treated with such cold disrespect. Buy a few items to show respect. As for that, Brett, he must kneel and kowtow 3 times to beg for my mercy. Sensing he was crossing the line, Eng Hien snapped, Master Fam, that is too far. Yet Lam Tan simply nodded, his expression unreadable. Very well, he smiled brightly, dropping a dangerous question. But if I produce evidence, what price will you pay, Master Fam? The trap was set. I was waiting for you. Arrogance flashed in Master Fam's eyes. You are confused, boy. You must prove your words, not make demands. Contradicting the old man's haste, Lam Tan chuckled. No, it is you who are mistaken. Do you think I would rush blindly? Self-proof is a fool's errand. Seeing the old man's irritation only fueled Lam Tan's satisfaction. If you want to gamble, put something on the table. Why else should I play? A thug cursed from the crowd, but the protagonist ignored him completely. Oh, right. I forgot to mention, Lam Tan's voice rang out with absolute authority. I possess undeniable proof that these are all fakes. Shall we test it? The mob shouted in unison. Bring it on. We accept the bet. Master Pham bellowed, his pride stung. I have never met such arrogance. I bet half my entire collection. The crowd gasped at the astronomical stakes. Whispers spread like wildfire. Half of Master Pham's collection that rivals a national museum. He puffed out his chest, boasting shamelessly. Those items are worth at least 1 billion. Enough to buy this entire building. Lam Tan wasted no time. Deal accepted. Carbon dating is too slow. Today, we use a more direct method. Bring me a hammer. The audience exchanged glances of pure confusion. What is he planning? Is he checking the cross-section? I expected a clever trick. Even Viola in the crowd could not hide her curiosity. Have you heard the rumors of the dark market? The master forger's hidden muck. Dak Kai sneered from the sidelines upon hearing this. You believe such fairy tales. Let him smash it. I will gladly take double the market value from this fool. The streamer cackled while Lam Tan gripped the hammer. I will now destroy every fake here. If I am wrong, I pay double. His casual demeanor only made Eng Hien more terrified. She whispered his name. He winked playfully. Trust me, it was a promise of victory, and her heart instantly calmed. Lam Tan was miraculous. Even in the face of disaster, he remained untouchable, as if nothing in this world could ever defeat him. Affection score increased by 8%, reaching 8. Tightening his grip, Lam Tan announced, I begin now. Viola's jaw dropped. He is truly going to smash them. Such reckless confidence. Even Master Pham was shaken by his unwavering resolve. This kid has some skill. He seeks to judge the clay inside. If there are low-quality fakes mixed in, he might find a flaw. What a pity. He hid his smirk behind a folding fan, arrogance radiating from him. I crafted these masterpieces myself. How could there be flaws? My public face is a famous collector of VMG, but in the shadows, I am the god of the forgery world. My technique is absolute perfection. Even national appraisers are blind to my work. An amateur like you, challenging me. You are dreaming in broad daylight. However, there is one secret truth. As a peak grandmaster, I did leave a signature. True arrogance is leaving a piece of one's soul in the work. I am no exception to this rule. His sinister smile widened. If you think random destruction will find it, you underestimate me. My mark is microscopic. Only I know its location. With a single hammer blow, your chance of finding it is less than 5%. I'll crush that tiny spark of hope you're holding on to. With a single motion, Lin Shin slammed his hand down. Asterisk crash. Zhao Heng threw his hands up, cheering like a maniac. That song, Dynasty Vase, cost me 3 million. The crowd erupted, whispers spreading like wildfire. He actually did it. It's completely destroyed. Shards scattered everywhere. Picking one up, the thug turned to Yuan Min with a sneer. Do you even know how to read these clay layers, old woman? She shook her head, looking lost. Itu. I don't know, but Grandmaster Fan cannot be wrong. My daughter's medical bills depended on this. Suddenly, Guabo snatched the shard away, his voice commanding the room. Open your eyes. Look at the aging on this cross-section. The yellowing, the thickness. This is undeniably authentic. Zhao Heng immediately jumped in with praise. Oh, as expected of Grandmaster Fan. Then he turned to mock Lin Xin. You're finished, brat. And Yuan Min, you're just as blind for following him. The market price for this piece is easily several million. He put on a scholarly air, feigning mercy. But let's not be greedy. Selling it to him for 100 million seems fair enough. The opposition laughed, nodding in agreement. Exactly. Every smash is a fortune, evaporating into thin air. 13 million, 25 million. Gone. The audience roared with excitement, tallying the destruction. 42 million, 50 million. Even Guobo snickered internally, his ego soaring. Asterisk, I'm going to die of laughter. Is he smashing them with his eyes closed? Asterisk, I've already collected all the maker's marks. Only 3 left. Lin Xin picked up a shard, examining it closely. The old fox pretended to be helpful, reaching for the crucial piece with a gentle smile. Well, found your proof yet, little friend? Lin Xin simply offered a relaxed smile. Almost with a flick of his finger, the shard in Guabao's hand went flying. Capitalizing on the distraction, the old man snatched the key shard and stuffed it into his pocket. Unseen by the crowd, a sinister grin twisted his wrinkled face. Asterisk, hee. Victory is mine. Asterisk, it's over. The only flaw, the only evidence, is now safe in my pocket. Winning this was too easy. Child's play. Wo Bao snapped his folding fan shut, his voice dropping to a serious tone. Seen enough. Where is this so-called evidence? Lin Xin scratched his head, feigning ignorance. These items are crafted beautifully. Even the cross-sections show no obvious flaws. I've met a real master. The old man twisted the compliment instantly. So, you admit you have no proof, correct? The crowd seized the moment, chanting like a pack of wolves. Pay up! Compensation! Now, my vase was worth 100 million. You owe me double. My blue and white porcelain was 120 million. My temp's pottery. Unbothered, Lin Xin paced rhythmically across the floor, then leaned in close to his target. Grandmaster Fan, tell me, are these counterfeit cultural relics really worth that much money? Yu Yuan cried out his name in panic. Lin Xin, but Guobo dug his heels in. Absolutely. That is the price. Waiting for those exact words, Lin Xin tossed a handful of shards into the air. Here is your proof. The old man's eyes nearly bulged out of his glasses, cold sweat erupting on his aged face. The entire room, from Zhao Heng to Yu Yuan, stood frozen, jaws hitting the floor. Lin Xin calmly toyed with the shard Guabao's death warrant. His lips curled into a smirk. Right here. The plot twist was so sharp the whole hall could only gasp in unison. A pin-drop silence shattered. The mob swarmed around him, scrutinizing the fragments. What is this? Why does this Song Dynasty vase have the character Fan written in seal script? It's on the blue and white porcelain too. Impossible. Even the Tang pottery has it. The old man frantically patted his pockets, his voice trembling. When did you ... why? How? Lin Xin's smirk widened, feeling a bit of a cold sweat there. Old man, he leaned into the enemy's ear. Stop looking. I swiped it from your pocket ages ago. Your reaction speed? Compared to me, you move like a sloth? Guo Bao stammered, but ba. What? Lin Xin didn't mind revealing the secret. These artifacts were too perfect. Flawless. Better than what you'd find in a national museum. It wasn't carelessness. It was arrogance. You thought no one could judge them, so I guessed you forged them all. Even cornered, the old man barked out a denial. What nonsense are you spouting? It wasn't me! And even if I made them, how could you possibly know about the hidden seals? Lin Shen looked at him with pure pity. I smashed them to see your reaction. And just as I thought, you panicked and went for the shards. First time I've seen a criminal collect evidence against himself. Wu Bao nearly coughed up blood from rage. You mean, if I hadn't picked it up, you would have lost? You destroyed hundreds of millions in value on a gamble? Lin Xin waved his hand, radiating the aura of a tycoon. It's only a few hundred million. I smashed them to vent my anger. If the curator says they're fake, they're fake. Lin Xin, Yuan whispered, her heart blooming with joy. Asterisk, I only felt something was off, but he trusted me unconditionally. System alert. Yu Juan's affection, plus 3%. The truth was out. The crowd instantly turned into a pack of hyenas, lunging at the old man. I was selling that to save my daughter. Now it's fake. What do I do? Pay me back my 100 million or don't think about leaving alive. Kill him. Lin Xin stepped forward with a sigh. Don't beat him to death. Yet, he still owes me a debt. Amidst the chaos, Yu Juan rushed forward, wrapping her arms around his waist from behind. She pressed her face against his broad, sturdy back. Lin Xin. ... You really scared me to death just now. Promise me. ... Never do that again. The system seized the moment. Ding. Yu Juan's affection reached 90%. Phase 1 of counterattack. Complete. Rebate received. 680 million. Reward all stat 1. Level up to ke-7. Choose one skill. Academic mastery, feng shui, divination, or equestrian mastery. In the blink of an eye, he was swimming in cash. The euphoria was unbearable. Asterisk. Whoa. 680 million. If I budget this right, I'll never have to work another day in my life. This is the ultimate dream. High on success. Lin Xin's voice soft. He gently wiped the tears from her eyes. Didn't I handle it? Come on. We still have important business to finish. They quickly shifted locations to a luxurious traditional courtyard house. Standing amidst piles of antiques reaching the ceiling, he couldn't help but marvel. As expected of the top collector in plenty of good stuff here. Lin Xin patted a stone lion with a bright grin. According to our bet, I'll be taking half of everything. Guabao threw away all dignity, dropping to his knees. Mr. Lin, this is my life's work. Please have mercy. Lin Xin didn't speak. He just gave a soft, meaningful hmm. The old man turned pale and bowed low. No, please, Mr. Lin, choose whatever you like. Just then, a gasp came from the side. Up, Lin Xin turned, confused. Ha! Yu Juan was staring at a copper incense burner, murmuring, so, the artifact was here all along. She suddenly flashed her most dazzling smile. Lin Xin, stay and drink some tea with me. Later, he sat in the pavilion, bored but surrounded by beautiful scenery, accepting his fate. While waiting, he idly scrolled through his phone until a flashy headline caught his eye. It seems the paparazzi had fresh gossip. Wang Xiaoheng, that fugitive caught at the border, was now rotting in an American prison. Lin Xin smirked, resting his chin on his hand. I hear prison food is quite filling over there. Enjoy your stay, buddy. Sitting alone, tested his patience. Why was she taking so long? Did drinking tea require a sacred ritual? Just as he wondered, the click of green high heels announced the arrival of the main attraction. Yu Juan glided in, balancing a tea set, her curves hugging a daring Lin Xin froze his eyes, lighting up in sheer admiration at the familiar, stunning sight. She set the tray down with grace and broke the silence. Do you know the story behind this incense burner? He admired her figure without shame. The burner. I was too busy staring at your tiny waist. She blushed, shaking her head. No, it's not. I bought this back in high school. It's a miracle I squeezed into it. He smiled, returning to the topic. Is this the modern era burner from Fan Guobao's collection? Not ancient, but top-tier quality. A national treasure. She nodded, beginning the tale. Long ago, before the year when a soldier named Zhu Feng saved the daughter of a wealthy merchant from invaders. They fell in love instantly. But her father scorned Zhu Feng's rank, demanding he become a general before marriage. He left his burner as a promise and marched to war. Against all odds, 10 years later, Zhu Feng returned as a general and claimed his bride. Yu Juan sighed romantically. This burner symbolizes their love, passed down 4 generations until it was lost in the chaos. I can't believe I actually found it. She pointed out the intricate details. Longing breeds no regret. Zhu Fan carved these 6 words himself. Lin Xin nodded, impressed. A touching story, and the tea smells divine. He pulled her into his arms, whispering, "But you are the true beauty tonight." Seizing his moment of distraction, she gathered her courage, leaned in, and planted a gentle kiss on his lips. Not one to remain passive, he wrapped his arm around her slender waist, pulling her flush against him with decisive strength. He took control, his hand cradling her head, deepening the kiss as passion flared. Suddenly, ripped the fabric at her waist gave way, shattering the romantic atmosphere instantly. Flustered, she covered the tear with her hands. Oh no, why now? Without missing a beat, Lin Xin draped his shirt over her shoulders. Then, revealing his toned physique, he scooped her up in a princess carry. "Let's get you to the changing room." She buried her face in his chest, hiding her burning cheeks. 2 days later, Yaxi's car rolled to a stop in front of the majestic gates of Dragon Garden Villa. Number 1. She stepped out, smiling. "Lin Xin, leave the luggage for the staff." "Let's go in?" He paused, hand on the suitcase, then obediently set it back down. A nearby guard watched in awe, young, rich, and a beauty by his side. What a life! Suddenly, a syrupy, sweet voice interrupted. "Hello, handsome!" Yizheng appeared, dressed in a maid's uniform. "Let me help you with that." The guard's eyes popped at her beauty. "Who are you?" She curtsied quickly. "I'm the new maid, Mr. Lin hired." She smirked, breezing past security with ease. The guards stared at her retreating figure. Rich people really know how to live. Even the maids are top-tier models. Inside the estate, Yaxi clung to his arm happily. "Look, I had the gardener plant lilacs for you and hydrangeas for me." Surrounded by blooms, he offered his own practical take. "This place is huge. It'd be perfect for raising a few dogs." A few steps later, a row of servants bowed in unison. "Welcome home, Mr. Lin, Miss Lu." Lin Xin beamed. It felt like a royal reception. Is this the billionaire lifestyle? Amazing. He daydreamed about the luxury cooking, cleaning, laundry all handled by someone else. Just gaming all day with a beauty in my arms. ... paradise. He turned to praise Yaxi. "Great decor. Should I buy you another car as a reward?" She hesitated. "No, you've given me too much already." He laughed, waving it off. "These trifles, they're nothing. I'll transfer you a few 100 million tonight." From a window, Yizheng watched them, her eyes burning with jealousy. That little witch. I want to claw that smile off her face. Enjoy it now, because at dinner, I'll be the one laughing. Twilight descended, bathing the luxurious villa in a warm, golden glow. Inside, the maids were busy buttering up Yaxi. Mr. Lin is so lucky to have a girlfriend who cooks for him. Yeah. She smiled sweetly. I just love watching him enjoy my cooking. Dinner is ready. Just then, a strange figure appeared in the kitchen, standing stiffly, as if she'd been waiting for this moment. Yizheng disguised her voice. "Miss Luo, let me carry that." "Yeah," she blinked, surprised. "Are you new? And why the face mask?" She touched her mask, forcing a smile. "Just a bad cold." "Yeah." She narrowed her eyes. "Your voice sounds ... strange. How old are you?" Yizheng blinked rapidly and wiggled her body, acting overly cutesy. People say I'm barely 18. Yaxi stared, speechless, then gave up. "Fine, whatever. Take the food to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor." She bowed quickly. "Yes, Miss Luo." Once out of sight, she pulled a secret vial from her pocket. With no hesitation, Yizheng dumped the powder into the food, snickering to herself. Perfect. She imagined them passing out. "Eat up and go to sleep. Then, I'll take your place in his bed, right in front of you." Yizheng adjusted her maid outfit, confident in her wicked plan. Men are simple creatures. Once I give Lin Xin a night of unforgettable pleasure, he'll forget all about you and choose me. At that exact moment, a booming voice echoed through the hall. Did anyone see that maid? From the floor above, Nat Tran froze in terror. Below, the guards were relentless, refusing to give up the hunt. How could you let someone inside without verifying their identity? Apologize. Immediately, one guard barked, ordering the search to continue. Aunt Tran's heart pounded against her ribs. "I'm done for!" she panicked, scrambling away. "Why are all these doors locked? I need a place to hide. Now!" Desperation taking over, she threw open the master bedroom door. This is my only chance. With no time to think, she dove straight under the bed. Just as she slid out of sight, the door creaked open again. Two figures walked in. Nahai's voice floated through the air. "Sweet as honey, you should try this while it's still hot." Lam Tan replied, his voice warm. "It looks delicious." From the shadows beneath the bed, Nat Tran realized with horror who it was. Then, Nahai dropped a bombshell. "Let's eat on the bed." Despite the danger, Nat Tran smirked to herself in the dark. "Ha! Perfect timing. Just eat the drugged food and pass out already." Above her, the mattress dipped. Nahai hand-fed Lam Tan, her voice dripping with affection. "I took all the bones out for you." Lam Tan chewed and sighed, so soft and tender. Then he offered, "Here, let me feed you a sausage." She accepted it happily, her cheeks flushing pink. "It's so sweet." Lam Tan paused, confused. "Huh? Isn't sausage usually salty?" And ha ha ha, he smiled, her eyes sparkling. "Anything you feed me tastes sweet." Below them, Nant Tran was baffled. Why aren't they sleeping yet? That drug should have knocked an elephant out. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door. "Miss La Ante." Tran's mind raced. Did the drug expire? Impossible. Nah. Hai called out, "Come in." The maid entered and reported faithfully. "We couldn't find the imposter. Miss, she likely escaped, but she left this bag behind. Please, check it." Miss La Nahai crossed her arms, commanding the room. "Fine. Go tell the others that I won't tolerate a security breach like this ever again." Peeking out, Nat Tran gasped internally. "No, that's my bag." The maid bowed respectfully. "Yes." Miss La Nahai opened the bag, pulling out a pair of fluffy bunny ears. Lam Tan raised an eyebrow. "Is that ... a bunny girl outfit?" Nahai stared at the costume, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. "So it was Luan Tren. She dared to sneak into our villa. She must have been planning something filthy." Lam Tan looked around, his expression hardening. "I can't believe she got away. If she were here, I'd drag her to the police station myself." Tears welled up in NT Tran's eyes as she listened from her hiding spot. LMTN. "How could you be so cruel? If I go to jail, I won't see him for days." She despaired. Meanwhile, Nahai turned to Lam Tan, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Forget about her. I prepared something special for you." Lam Tan watched curiously as she lit a peach-shaped candle. "What is that? Mood set in oil?" Nahai whispered. "It really heightens the senses." Ante Tran hurriedly pinched her nose shut as Nahai let her dress slip to the floor. Lam Tan blushed furiously at her alluring figure. "Wait, why are you wearing Nat Tran's bunny outfit?" Under the bed, Nat Tran's eyes nearly popped out of her head. Nahai crawled closer to him, purring like a cat. "Since she wanted to play games, why don't we finish what she started?" Hearing those shameless words, Nat Tran ground her teeth in pure rage, cursing silently. "You vixen, you shamalis hussy. That should be me." Lam Tan chuckled, clearly enjoying the view. "Wow, it even has a tail." He reached out, giving it a squeeze. "The texture is quite ... interesting." Beneath them, Nat Tran felt her body heating up, trembling uncontrollably as she listened to every sound. Despicable wretch. "I'm dying of heat down here. That place beside him belongs to me." But above, the couple was already lost in their own world. Night fell. The moon rose high, and even the crickets outside seemed to be mocking her. Finally, the sounds above ceased. Nat Tran sighed in relief. It's finally over. Drenched in sweat, she wondered how many hours had passed. Slowly, she began to crawl out. "I need to flee. Now." Suddenly, a bare foot stomped down hard on her back. Ante Tran yelped. Looking up, she saw Nahai wrapped in a towel, glaring down with ice-cold eyes. "Going somewhere?" And haha, he sneezed. Ante Tran glared back, teeth gritted in humiliation. Nahai placed hands on her hips, whispering dangerously, "Keep it down, unless you want to wake him up and get arrested." Not Tran stuttered in horror. "Yetu, when did you know?" "When did I know? I knew the moment you walked in," Nahai replied casually. "Ante." Tran's jaw dropped, sweat pouring down her face. "What?" "I designed this entire trap just for you, and you walked right into it." "Nah," Hai taunted. "So, how did it feel, listening to me and Lam Tan make love? Enjoy the show. Are you angry?" That was the breaking point. Not Tran lunged at her. "I'll kill you, you witch." Calmly, Nahai pulled out her phone. "Oh, well, guess I'm calling the cops." Terror instantly replaced rage. Ante Tran grabbed her bag, shouting one last threat. "You haven't seen the last of me?" She dove out the window, plummeting from the second floor and crashing into the bushes with a painful scream. Nahai stood at the window, waving cheerfully. "Bye-bye!" Down below, Not Tran limped away, groaning in agony. Suddenly, a sleepy voice murmured, "What's wrong?" Nahai glanced back, smiling softly. "Nothing. Dear, just swatted a mosquito. Let's go back to sleep. Hold me tight." Watching them from the garden, Not Tran wept bitter tears. "They are so happy, while I'm out here like a stray dog. Am I really lesser than that wench, La Nahai?" Suddenly, she spotted something in her bag and gasped. "This belongs to Lam Tan." Like a total pervert, she pressed the item to her face, inhaling deeply. "Oh God!" His scent. "See, I knew I couldn't leave him." Her delusion returned in full force. "I just have to try harder. I can still win him back." Suddenly, a system notification pinged. Affection plus 0.5%. Current affection 99.5%. Back in the room, Lam Tan woke up with a start. What the hell? Why did my affection score just go up? And since when does the system use decimals? And then panic seized him as a terrifying question arose. Wait, where did my underwear go? Cut to 1 week later. The atmosphere was electric at the Yanjiang University Sports Festival, with students forming endless, anticipating lines. Zheng Hao stood up on the podium, radiating self-importance as he announced, "I am deeply honored to stand here, representing the entire student body to speak. Today, we gather for this magnificent ceremony, a stage to showcase our unity, our grit, and our unyielding spirit to rise above. I also hope everyone learns from one another and improves together in this process. Let us strive for nothing less than the glorious success of this sports festival." Then, his voice boomed across the field. "Now, I invite everyone to witness the grand parade of each department." First came the history department, draped in elegant ancient robes. Marching in formation, the crowd of boys instantly erupted into chaos. That girl holding the sign for the history department, she is a goddess. Does anyone know her name? I have no idea. However, her beauty paled slightly in comparison to the legends of the literature department, Liu Yizheng and Luo Yaxi. Then a shout pierced the air. "Here they come!" At that moment, Yaxi appeared, holding the literature department's sign. The crowd gasped in unison. "Whoa, ... Yizheng is absolutely stunning." More delusions followed. "I have already named our future children with Luo Yaxi. Wake up! You are dreaming!" Suddenly, a girl's excited scream cut through the noise behind them. "Senior Lin Xin." Heads snapped around instantly. The female fans of Lin Xin began to clamor. "Look over here." He turned and offered a casual wave, acknowledging them. Luahu frowned, his jealousy evident that Lin Xin just saved a female student last month. Why is he treated like a hero? Huo Lu shrugged dismissively. "Wehaunos." Then Peng Han scoffed. "It does not matter. Just a few fun." But then the girls screamed again, louder this time. "It is Peng Han." He held the sports department sign, oozing arrogance and confidence. The girls continued their praise. "So handsome? Marry me, husband." Peng Han smirked, declaring, basically, "Today, we are the main characters." Lin Xin covered his ears, wincing. "Is that an E6 high note? The piercing power is terrifying." The guy next to him asked, bewildered, "Who is that? His aura is even more popular than Lin Xin." Woozi turned and explained that seems to be the rising star of the track and field team. Rumor has it, he runs 100 meters in 10.25 seconds at his peak. The school treats him like a national treasure athlete. Lin Xin turned back abruptly. How do you know all that? Wu Zhe replied with a dead look in his eyes. Because I have to run the 100-meter dash against him soon. Running against a monster like that, he would be left in the dust. Even his participation would not count for anything. Lin Xin placed a hand on Wu Zi's shoulder, offering comfort. Why overthink it? Just run your best. I will be cheering for you. Wu Ji nodded, still anxious. Cut to the track field. The male students were making their final preparations. Meanwhile, Brother Shia held a heavy camera, speaking nervously to someone on his phone. He babbled, "Honey, how could I ignore you?" No, I never said you were being unreasonable. Okay, I was wrong. All right." Suddenly, he shoved the camera into Lin Xin's hands, panic in his eyes. Where was I wrong? THTH this. It is all my fault, okay? I am not impatient. Work. What work? You are at the school gate? Hey, hold this for me. I am coming right now. Brother Shia sprinted away, frantically explaining, "No, that was a guy friend. Baby, do not leave. Wait for me. I am not hanging up." Lin Xin watched the scene with a helpless expression. Then, the loudspeaker crackled. The 100-meter sprint is about to begin. Competitors, please take your positions. Lin Xin adjusted the lens, muttering to himself, "Looks like that cameraman is not coming back. I guess I will be a good person and film for him. I might as well get a cool angle of Wu Zi's start." He aimed the camera at his friend and shouted, "Son, look over here." Wu Zi snapped back bluntly, "Get lost." At the same time, Luo, who called out, "Hey, cameraman, over there." He pointed at Peng Han, frowning. "Move the camera. Why film nobody? Do you not know who the main character is?" Lin Nan, getting an autograph on her chest from Peng Han, chimed in. "Exactly. It is obviously Brother Han. If you miss his handsome start, you will have to take responsibility." Others joined the mob. "We should just film with our own phones." Lin Xin feigned shock. "I have not even pressed record yet." Luo, who swore angrily, "Motherfucker? ... But Peng Han stopped him, speaking smoothly. "Ignore him. Once I leave him several streets behind, he will understand. Let's talk business." He glanced back, a lecherous grin forming. "Those 3 new female fans look cute. We could ask them out tonight." Peng Han replied, "Perfect. There are 3 of us. The best part, they already have boyfriends." Just then, Mi-hee blushed, talking to her lover on the phone. "Sorry, you do not need to come pick me up." Luo, who cheered, "Wow, that is actually thrilling." Simultaneously, the referee's voice cut through the air. "Athletes, take your lanes. The match is about to start." The command rang out. "Ready." The male students crouched into position. The starting pistol fired. Bang! Peng Han exploded forward, taking the lead instantly. "Bawa!" exclaimed. "Brother Han is so fast." Lin Nan cheered wildly. "So handsome. Go!" He screamed. "Those firm legs. I can't wait anymore." As for Peng Han, overflowing with confidence, he smirked internally. Asterisk condition is perfect. I feel like I can hit 10.20 seconds. Just wait. My handsome face breaking the record will appear on screen and bring a fresh wave of fans. Asterisk. But beside the track, Lin Xin was sprinting while holding the camera. Go. Peng Han noticed movement and felt a flicker of shock. Lin Xin suddenly accelerated, turned the camera backward, and shouted, "Wu Zi, keep going!" Peng Han's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. He looked to his side, sweating profusely, screaming internally, "No more mistake. I definitely left those losers in the dust." Asterisk, was not that cameraman standing at the starting line with me? Peng Han stared at Lin Xin in disbelief. Asterisk, why is he running faster than me? Asterisk, impossible. And he is wearing casual shoes. Is not that camera 10 ki? At that moment, the red ribbon snapped. The referee's voice announced the result. Finish. The champion is ... He paused then shouted, "Peng Han, time 10.55 seconds." The commentators were baffled. Strange. Peng Han had a perfect start. The first 50 meters were excellent. Correct? But suddenly his form collapsed, and his facial expression completely lost control. For him, this result was absolute trash. Meanwhile, Lin Xin stood hands on hips, looming over Wu Zi. "I just restored your handsome face. Aren't you going to thank your daddy?" Wheezing like a dying engine, the guy gasped. Let this master breathe first." Suddenly, a heavy hand slapped Lin Xin's shoulder. "Hey, cameraman, get to the starting line." He blinked in genuine confusion. "Huh!" The guy pointed frantically down the track. "Don't give me that, huh? The 400-meter dash is starting. Move it." He shrugged. "Oh, okay." Cut to the championship. Lin Xin wasn't just running. He was filming at sprinting speed. "Captured the whole track event perfectly," he mused. While outpacing actual athletes, being a saint is exhausting. That cameraman better treat me to a feast for this. Suddenly, Peng Han's squad stormed the referee, screaming like banshees. "Ref, we demand an investigation. Someone is definitely doping." The official frowned, his voice booming. "Is that so? We have testing equipment on site. If any athlete is caught using stimulants, they'll face severe punishment, zero mercy." In perfect synchronization, 3 fingers pointed accusingly at Lin Xin. "It's him, that cameraman right there." The referee stared at them as if observing a rare species of morons. With Deadpan.com, he sighed. "If you kids are bored, go eat snacks or take a walk." Struck by his indifference, the trio stood frozen in shock. Peng Han wiped his mouth, spitting out a curse in frustration. "Damn it, I could die from rage. Neither the ref nor the coach believe us." He hoofed, "Let's go find those 3 girls to cool off." But the moment the girls spotted Lin Xin, their attention shifted 180 degrees. "Me," he clasped her hands. "Senior Lin Xin is just too handsome." Bio blushed furiously beside her. "Sprints in, he's a total or," Lin Nan whispered. "Why doesn't he actually compete? If Senior Lin Xin joined, he'd sweep every gold medal." She nodded vigorously. "Exactly. I can't even see the other athletes. My eyes are glued to Senior Lin Xin's handsome running form. Everyone else is just background noise." Meanwhile, Peng Han and his lackeys posed, trying desperately to look charming. He flashed a greasy smile. "Competition is over. Ladies, let's roll." He didn't even hesitate. "Pass. Maybe next life?" Peng Han froze his brain so. "But didn't you say me?" He cut him off cold. "Senior Lin Xin is still filming." Lin Nen added excitedly. "Maybe we'll see him dominate the high jump too." Bio shot them a look of pure disgust. "Listen, stop blocking our view of the senior." "Okay." The rejection was unanimous. Peng Han clutched his head, wailing into the void. "Lin Xin, I hate your guts." His sidekicks hung their heads in defeat. Suddenly, the loudspeakers crackled. "Women's 50-meter freestyle. Swimmers, take your positions." Then, Paradise Superior, she and Yi Yizheng in swimsuits. The male crowd erupted in a frenzy of hormones. "Whoa, Yi Yizheng's figure is legendary. Yaxi is a total goddess. Hold on, I need a bathroom break. I can die happy now. Poolside." Yaxi turned to her rival. My, Yi Yizheng, you actually showed up for the swim. Saw your form? Last time not bad. Yi Yizheng placed hands on hips, radiating confidence. "Of course, Lin Xin likes talented, independent women. I must be perfect." Yaxi chuckled softly. "Funny. I've had similar thoughts. I used a lifetime of luck just meeting him. Some things can't be forced by the unlucky. Right?" Yi Yizheng refused to back down. "Persistence brings victory. My sun will shine after the rain." Yaxi just offered a gentle, pitying smile. "Keep dreaming then. Just don't cry when you lose to me today." She tilted her head, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. "I've been training daily in my villa's private pool. My stamina and technique have leveled up significantly." Yi Yizheng snapped, eyes flashing with competitive fire. "Fine, let's make a bet." Winner gets to be Lin Shin's partner for the three-legged race. Yaxi rolled her eyes. Keep dreaming. I won't treat him like a poker chip. Besides, even if you win, you think he'd agree. Hilarious. As Ye Yizheng grit her teeth, a shadow fell over them. Suro materialized, flipping her hair with queen. Like whether he agrees is irrelevant. The loser vanishes from the field. The rest depends on charm. She smirked. Sorry, ladies. Since Suro is here, you might as well forfeit now. Save yourselves the embarrassment. The duo spun around. Yaxi gasped. Sister Ro, you're here. Yizheng frowned, sensing a threat. What? This vixen is your sister. The audience went wild again. Holy cow! Who is that bombshell? She rivals the other two, but with a dangerous vibe. I love it. The referee's whistle cut through the noise. On your marks? Yaxi took her stance, whispering urgently, this is between us and Lin Shin. Stay out of it. Suru scoffed. You think I take orders from you? If I want a man, I hunt him down. Ye Yizheng sneered from the side. All this just to chase a guy. Splash! They dove in perfect unison. Yeah. She surfaced for a breath. Try all you want. He won't even glance your way. Suro cut through the water. I'm not like you amateurs. I'll make him fall for me. Ye Yizheng laughed mid-stroke. Don't be so full of yourself. On the sidelines, Lin Shin's group watched the chaos. Suddenly, X sprinted past, screaming, make way! Ye Yizheng and Yaxi are battling it out. Zhou Tong's eyes lit up. For real, we have to see this. Move! But Lin Shin waved them off. Count me out. Internally, he panicked. Those two together equal disaster. I need to vanish. Now. Azoan barreled through without a care, shoving Vin aside as he barked. Out of my way. You're too slow. The force of his push sent her crashing helplessly onto the cold pavement. Sholdong scrambled to her side, his voice trembling with worry. Hey, are you all right? He shook her shoulders frantically, screaming out in panic. Classmate, can you hear me? At that exact moment, Lamtan reached out, his fingers pressing against her wrist to read her life force. The pulse was faint. The energy stagnated was a severe heart condition. With swift precision, he struck her vital points to stabilize the flow. Then, Lamtan's voice cut through the chaos like a blade. Call an ambulance. Now, Ngiochi whipped out his phone instantly, replying, on it. A crowd began to form, a wall of onlookers buzzing with speculation and concern. What's going on here? Looks like someone just collapsed out of nowhere. Suddenly, Vin's brows furrowed as a weak groan escaped her lips. Shodong's eyes widened as he shouted, she's awake! But confusion quickly followed his relief. That was too fast. Is it just low blood sugar? Holy cow! Lamtan! I didn't know you were a medical expert. Ngiochi couldn't hide his excitement. Coach, you have to teach me that trick. Shodong shot him a skeptical look and teased. You just want to learn so you can rescue pretty girls, don't you? The sound of his calculating mind was loud enough for the whole hospital to hear. But suddenly, Lamtan interrupted. His expression turned deadly serious. This isn't a joke. Her heart condition is critical. I only managed to wake her up temporarily. The situation is dire. We need to get her to the hospital immediately. The group gasped in shock. Later, at Dirinfo Hospital, Dr. Luda thrust a document at Lamtan. Your family, right? Sign this. Right now? Lamtan hesitated, waving his hands. No, I'm not. Suddenly, the frantic voice of Vin Man echoed through the hall. Vin, my baby. Please don't scare your mother like this. Lamtan recognized the woman instantly. Wait, aren't you the auntie from the antique appraisal event? Vin Man looked up, stunned. Grandmaster, what are you doing here? He answered honestly. I saw this girl collapse and brought her in. Hearing this, Vin Man bowed her head deeply in gratitude. Heavens, Grandmaster, you truly are my family's savior. Thanks to you exposing that fraud Femme Quebo last time, I actually managed to get my money back. I was so rude before. Please, you must come to my home for a meal, so I can properly apologize. Lam Tan waved his hands awkwardly, flustered by the attention. No, really, it's fine. Let's not worry about that. Dr. Lu Da stepped forward, cutting the reunion short with zero patience. Hey, are you the patient's mother? Quit chatting and sign these papers. She looked at the form, her voice trembling. Sorry, doctor, I sign here? Wait, the intensive care unit? The doctor didn't sugarcoat it. Your daughter's heart condition is extremely rare. Current domestic technology and equipment are useless. We can only save her using the advanced European GJC. You need to pay a deposit of 15 million immediately. The young man stared at the number, gasping. That expensive. Lam Tan turned to leave, thinking, guess my job here is done. However, Lu Da wasn't finished. Think about it. The cardiac synchronization therapy on this device is top tier. Hearing those words, Lam Tan froze in his tracks. The man looked up at him, tears welling in her eyes. But my family's total assets are only 10 million. The doctor's face darkened, his tone dripping with annoyance. No money? Then how do you expect to cure her? 15 million is just the deposit. The full treatment will cost at least 30 million. Suddenly, Lam Tan cut in. That's incorrect, doctor, he explained calmly. Cardiac synchronization is for ischemic cardiomyopathy. But this girl suffers from cold coagulation blocking the heart vessels. The treatment should be warming the meridian to dispel the cold. The doctor furrowed his brows, looking at Lam Tan like he was speaking an alien language. Who the hell are you? The young man turned to him, eyes wide. Grandmaster, you understand medicine too. Instead of answering, he listed the girl's symptoms with eerie accuracy. Does your daughter often feel her heart constricting, pain radiating to her back, chest tightness, and shortness of breath when lying down? The mother's jaw dropped in shock. Yes, exactly. Grandmaster, how did you know? Confirmed. Lam Tan turned to Lu Da with a scowl. See, this doctor's diagnosis is completely wrong. Feeling humiliated, the doctor roared, You little brat, where did you crawl out from? You dare question my authority? Do you have any idea who I am? Lam Tan remained unfazed. I see a doctor with no conscience, using fear to scam people out of money. Lu Da's eyes bulged. Listen here, I was saving lives while you were still wetting your diapers. Get out before I call security. Vian Man quickly stepped in to intervene. Dr. Lu, please calm down. This Grandmaster clearly has real skill. Everything he said about Vien Vien's condition was true. Suddenly, Vian clutched her chest on the bed, screaming in agony as another attack hit. Vien Man shrieked in terror. Vien! Doctor, please save my daughter. But Lu Da just stood there, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. Didn't you just take that brat's side? If he's so amazing, why don't you ask him to save her? Why ask me? Vien Man stammered, pale with fear. What? No, I didn't mean it like that. The doctor refused to move, enjoying his power trip. Then what did you mean? Desperate Vien Man fell to her knees, sobbing. I beg you, Lu Da sneered. That kid is a Grandmaster, right? Oh, then by all means, let the Grandmaster handle it. Hearing this, Lam Tan scoffed, shaking his head. Truly pathetic. Lu Da frowned. Excuse me? Lam Tan let out a cold laugh and delivered his verdict. They say a healer should have the heart of a parent, but all I see in you is a heart black as coal. Since when did a dying patient become a bargaining chip for your ego? Lu Da glanced behind him, noticing the onlookers, whispering and pointing fingers at his behavior. Furious, he bellowed. You son of a... You dare cause a scene in my hospital. I'm going to... Lam Tan cut him off sharply. I don't have time to listen to your garbage. Saving a life comes first. He turned to the staff. Nurses, does anyone here have silver acupuncture needles? Lu Da burst into mocking laughter. Silver needles? Are you kidding me? You think primitive toys can do what advanced European machinery can't? Fine. I'd love to see the great Grandmaster's acupuncture skills. Be my guest. He leaned in close, whispering with venom, This is hilarious. Nobody is going to lend you needles or tools. If you kill the patient, they'd become an accomplice to murder. With this many witnesses, you're on your own. Kid, suddenly, A calm voice pierced the air. Doctor! Lamb, I have silver needles. Ludier's jaw hit the floor. Say what? Lamtan turned, surprised. Wait, aren't you Lana Hai's aunt? He took the needle case, smiling. I didn't realize you were a nurse here. Bachdeep looked at him with curiosity. So, you actually know traditional Chinese medicine? She smiled warmly. I don't have any proof, but my intuition tells me I should trust you. Since you helped me once, I am willing to bear any consequences right alongside you. He smiled softly at her words. Thank you. Now then, let the treatment begin. The nurses rushed over in a swarm, their whispers filling the air. Did you hear the news? Someone is actually challenging Dr. Liu. They say it's a young guy armed with nothing but silver needles. Coincidentally, Oh Dong overheard it all. She tapped Mai Mei on the shoulder. What is happening over there? Mai Mei pointed honestly toward the crowd. It looks like a patient is having a dispute with Director Liu. By the way, which department are you from? Oh Dong dodged the question instantly. Oh my, look at the commotion over there. As the other nurses flocked to the scene for the drama, she stood back, watching with burning curiosity. Meanwhile, Lu Dua's voice dripped with sarcasm. Grandmaster, do we humble doctors need to leave the room for you to perform? Lin Xin replied coolly. No need. Stay and steal my skills. If you can. The insult made the doctor curse out loud. You arrogant brat. Hiding in the crowd, Aodong gasped in shock. Wait, why is it him? Lin Xin raised a leg, triggering his system skill. In a flash, he executed God-tier acupuncture on the patient's vital points. The nurses in the back watched in awe. Wow, you really cannot judge a book by its cover. Even the senior doctors were buzzing with excitement. His technique is flawless, yet he is targeting such common No, the points are common, but the method is unique. Javiet looked at Malay in disbelief. Dr. Ma, you are the top TCM expert at Dianpu Hospital. How can a junior's technique make you this shocked? Sweat beaded on the old doctor's face before he shouted a legendary name. The dragon soaring, tiger leaping technique. The nurses did not understand the name, but they knew it was epic. Watching Lin Xin's every move, the doctor became certain. It is an ancient lost art. The wrist vibrates at high speed, a technique thought to be extinct in modern times. Even on the same acupoint, the effect is divine. Is he the heir to some hidden medical dynasty? In a flash, Lin Xin dropped the silver needle. Treatment complete. He wiped his sweat while the crowd gasped at the lightning speed. Mom, you are okay. Bai Ji checked the monitors. Heart rate is normal. Blood pressure has dropped significantly. Fixing his clothes, Lin Xin laid out the plan. I will perform acupuncture weekly. She will be fully cured in about a month. Take this medicine for 5 days. Yuan Min fell to her knees, sobbing. Master, how can I ever repay this great kindness? I will give you my 10 million savings. But he shook his head. Keep it. I did not save her for the money. Lu Duo shook with rage, trying to find a flaw. It looks fine now, but what about side effects? You will blackmail them later, he shouted, threatening the boy. You have no medical license. That is illegal. I have called the police, prepared to sit in prison. But Lin Xin was not a soft target. You want to play hardball? Fine by me. I will report this hospital for using fake foreign equipment to scam patients. He smiled, accepting the challenge with confidence. Go ahead, Lu Duo sneered, confident in his connections. Ignorant peasant, you have no idea how strong our backing is. He dialed his phone. Hello, Jay. Get the police over here now. The crowd watched, hungry for the unfolding drama. Is Dr. Liu for real? Maybe the kid just got lucky. The equipment is supposed to be premium imports. The director is corrupt too. Treatment costs a fortune here, yet patients still die. Keep it down. Seeing an opening, Aodong whispered into her hidden comms. There is more to this hospital than we thought. That is why I am undercover. But this kid just cracked the case wide open for us. Her captain's voice crackled in her ear. Follow my lead. Meanwhile, Yuan Min stood firm beside Lin Xin. Dr. Lin, do not worry. We will testify for you. Bai Ji also stepped up. He is my classmate. The police will find the truth. Yet, Lin Xin remained calm. It is fine. Let me make a call first. Walking out, he thought, I need to alert the others. Suddenly, he spotted Ao Dong whispering in the corner. Ha! He paused. Isn't that the lady of the night? Grinning, he walked over to say hello. What a coincidence! Rose. He marveled, disguised again, from waitress to nurse. You change jobs fast. Nursing is great. Honest work. Spreading love. Good to see you leaving the nightlife behind. Internally, she cursed 18 generations of his ancestors. Who is a lady of the night? Why does he always think that? Externally, she forced a smile. Yes, all thanks to you. Inside, she panicked. Damn, my cover is blown. Lin Xin did not stop teasing. But you switch jobs so often. Are you in debt? Do you owe? Loan sharks? If you are short on cash, I can pay you. ... No more thanks. I am just trying to hell. She grabbed his collar. Furious. Shut your mouth. Suddenly, the police arrived. Who called? Both parties. Come with us for investigation. Lu Duo smirked. Fine by me. He walked ahead, thinking, this will not touch me. I am untouchable. We have been down this road before. How could the officers miss? Ms. Bai Ji calling out to him from behind, Mr. Lin, her brow furrowed with genuine concern as she made a heartfelt offer. Please, do not worry. No matter the cost, I will bail you out. He blinked, repeating her words in disbelief. You want to bail me out? She suddenly caught herself, realizing her blunder. My apologies. A man of your means would not need my help. What nonsense am I spouting? He took no offense, smiling warmly like an old friend. It is fine. I acted in the name of justice. After all, the police even gave me a commendation banner. Until we meet again. Bai Ji quickly nodded. Oh, ... All right then. Watching Lin Xin's dashing figure retreat, she could not help but feel a pang of regret. She had wanted to invite him for a meal, but the words just would not come out. Next time. I definitely have to say it. The sun blazed down on the city police station as usual. Inside, Lu Duo sat alone in the interrogation room, barking orders. Aren't you going to take my statement? Hurry up! I am the one who reported the crime. Even here, his arrogance knew no bounds. If not, I am calling my lawyer. Meanwhile, Lin Xin observed the scene through the one-way glass, sensing something amiss. Why lock him up, but leave me out here? The treatment is totally different. Suddenly, an officer beside him handed over a phone. Sorry to interrupt. It is our captain. We want you to speak with her. Confused by the sudden turn of events, he took the device. Hello, Captain. May I ask what this is regarding? A crisp, clear voice resonated from the other end. Mr. Lin, the person speaking to Lin Xin, turned out to be a surprisingly familiar face. Ao Dong, whispering from the restroom, cut to the chase. We need your assistance. He frowned, puzzled. Assistance. The captain was a woman, and her voice rang a bell. Her next words struck Lin Xin like a bolt of lightning. That mental hospital you reported, it is rotten to the core. Our investigation reveals they are colluding with dark forces and a complex network of companies. And one of those shell companies shows that you hold 40% of the shares. Under the pale light of a crescent moon at the Flying Dragon HQ, the shareholders chatted idly. So, how has your luck been with the car bets lately? Ma Daiqing, holding 15% of the shares, gestured to the woman beside him like she was an object. Take a look. This is my latest trophy from the other day. Uncle Chang, sitting on 25%, gave a lecherous grin. She looks so young. Is that even legal? But he was retorted sharply. Uncle Chang, since when is anything you do legal? The old man scoffed. Fair point, I do prefer playing dirty. NGA Nang, controlling 20%, crossed his arms coldly. Uncle Chang, will that Lin guy really just let this go? The old man burst into laughter. Relax. Everything is in the palm of my hand. I have already made the call. He will be walking into our trap very soon. That Lin Xin is just a naive college student. He actually thinks he can waltz in here and claim dividends from his 40%. He has no idea what kind of company this really is. Ha! Done mocking the newcomer, he turned his venom elsewhere. But the biggest joke is still old Z. He held the most shares, yet raised such a useless son who gambled away 40%. Now, the old fool has nothing left. Engyanang chimed in grimly. Regarding that matter, the higher-ups want a scapegoat. Neither Z nor his son will escape the consequences. Daiqing sneered, enjoying the show. Hey, keep it down. Don't go too far. We don't want to scare our new shareholder so bad he waits his pants. At that exact moment, the doors swung open. A familiar voice sliced through their laughter. Who exactly is wetting their pants? He strolled in casually holding a coconut. Greetings, distinguished shareholders. I am Lin Xin. I heard there was a meeting to distribute dividend. It felt wrong to take money for nothing. So, I brought gifts. Have a coconut. The old man welcomed him, his eyes burning with hostility. You have arrived just in time, new shareholder. Before he could even sit, a document was shoved in his face by Ha Deng. Sign this contract immediately. Lin Xin glanced over the pages, reading calmly. An equity transfer agreement. You want me to sign away my shares? ... unconditionally. They were prepared. The moment he hesitated, the atmosphere turned menacing. Refused to sign. And don't dream of leaving this room alive. Lin Xin scanned the three treacherous old men sitting before him. I see. So this is a Hongman banquet a trap. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted completely. He tossed the paper aside like trash and grinned. I am not signing anything. Go ahead. Bite me. Enraged, the thug didn't think twice and threw a punch. You refuse a toast, only to drink a forfeit. But to everyone's shock, Lin Xin caught the strike with casual ease. Not stopping there, he crushed down on the fist. The thug trembled violently as his bones ground together. Watching this, Daiqing gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with shock. Nang realized this kid was not to be underestimated, but Uncle Chang remained arrogant, sneering with contempt. Humph, reckless, fool. At his signal, armed thugs swarmed toward Lin Xin. Hold him down. We just need his hand to sign the paper. Seeing the mob, he simply sighed. Who would have thought? He mentally lamented his terrible luck. I only agreed to help the police find evidence against this company. I knew it wouldn't be simple. Decisively, he hurled the coconut at them like a bowling ball. Well then, come, get some. The coconut flew, but stopped short. Since they lacked quality, the small fry decided to overwhelm him with sheer numbers, rushing in all at once. However, moving with fluid grace, Lin Xin weaved through the chaos. He dodged every strike with supernatural agility. The three bosses watched in disbelief. Jaws dropping, Lin Xin launched his counterattack. He smashed a fist into the ribs of the nearest attacker. But another seized the chance, swinging a blade at his head. Lin Xin tilted his head just in time, but the steel grazed him. A thin line of blood appeared on his cheek. He ducked, grabbing a thug by the legs, his mind racing. If the system had given me proper martial arts mastery, I wouldn't be struggling like this. He hoisted the poor soul up and used him as a human flail. Spinning around, he knocked back the entire group in a single sweep. The room froze in shock. How is that even possible? After dismantling the henchman, Lin Xin turned his gaze to the head table. Now, it is just you three left, isn't it? He walked toward them, radiating murderous intent. Yet, they tried to maintain their bravado. You are just a brat. I have been a crime lord for 30 years. Do you think I would fear the likes of you? Daiqing grabbed the coconut, looking ready to fight to the death. But in a twist, he changed course, bowing down in shameless flattery. Mr. Lin, such polite gestures were hardly necessary, bringing gifts to your own takeover. Ma Dia Then was the first to bend the knee. His survival instincts were sharp, pleasing Lin Xin greatly. Who exactly is calling the shots here? The other two executives read the room instantly. Absolutely. We follow your lead completely. Suddenly, his aura shifted from guest to conqueror. He slapped 3 transfer contracts onto the table. I assume you gentlemen know the drill. They didn't dare breathe a word of defiance. Understood. We'll sign immediately. An unexpected harvest indeed. Lin Xin now held 100% of the shares. A complete victory. Not bad at all. A perfect shareholder meeting. He strutted out, leaving a room full of seething, powerless rage behind him. But Uncle Zhuang wasn't ready to fold just yet. He played his final card, a threat wrapped in arrogance. Brat, do you truly believe this is just some ordinary small business? Can you really handle the weight of what you've stolen? Lin Shin paused. His interest piqued. Oh, do tell. Ingang Dang lowered his voice, revealing the Leviathan lurking in the shadows. Fei Xiang is merely a puppet branch. The true headquarters lies deep within me. The supply chain involved, you cannot even fathom the colossal power backing us. The moment the location dropped, a new plan formed in Lin Shin's mind. Myanmar, subtropical heat and exotic danger. To seize the critical evidence, I'll have to cross the border myself. I wonder, will the police reimburse my travel expenses for this little field trip? Better yet, this trip might just unlock a gorgeous foreign money-making tool. Teeska, simply magnificent. The thought alone made him burst into maniacal laughter. Wonderful. His sudden outburst left the trio dumbfounded. Was this guy mentally unstable? Lin Shin switched back to his icy persona in a heartbeat. You three, listen closely. He dropped a baffling command. I have other matters to attend to. You will manage the company in my absence. They bristled instantly, like cats having their tails stepped on. You expect loyalty after betraying our boss? You think we're that easy? I took a blade for the boss. Do you think mere words can sway us? Lin Shin smiled, then played his Ace the Ultimate Worker's Paradise. 5-hour workdays, weekends, and holidays off, and double your current salary. Thud. In a split second, their knees hit the floor in total surrender. Starting today, you are our one and only big brother. I'll take a bullet for you. I'll work like an ox for you. The three former bosses were trembling with indignation. You ungrateful white-eyed wolves. This ... This job offering. Who could have predicted? They spun 180 degrees, fighting to serve Lin Shin first. Step aside. Let us handle the hard work. Lin Shin relaxed, enjoying this 5-star treatment. Asterisk, just you wait. Once I gather the evidence, I'll deal with you lot properly. A few days later, at a Myanmar airport, Lin Shin stepped off the plane, clad in casual wear, but observing everything. Myanmar. I've finally arrived. Adrenaline pumped through his veins. He clenched his fist, ready to conquer this foreign land. But reality hit fast. A man shoved a piece of paper in his face. Hello, friend. Entry application form. 20 Hua currency. At the security checkpoint, the officer smiled while rubbing his fingers together. Hello. Small tip, please. At the stamping station, the extortion continued. Hello, friend. No tip. No pass. Simple rules. His excitement evaporated instantly. Lin Shin's annoyance grew with every step. Does everyone in this country just charge random fees? It's not much money, but it's incredibly irritating. He aggressively hailed a cab to the famous Golden Pagoda. Moments later, a luxury car pulled up near the same landmark. A stunning beauty stepped out, flanked by a bodyguard, only to hear a loud commotion. 50. I took a foreigner the same distance and only charged. That's the standard tourist price in Myanmar. You go anywhere. It's the same rate. Pay up. The next remark made Chuman turn her head. A country with double standards like this. Truly an eye-opening experience. The taxi driver was now shouting, threatening his passenger. If you don't fork over 50, you aren't going anywhere. Lin Shin stood his ground, his voice hardening. Specializing in scamming Chinese tourists? I'm paying 25. Take it or leave it. Suddenly, a clear, melodious voice cut through the noise. Rabak, Schumann spoke softly. Let him go. The older man looked at her in surprise. Madame Bai, she gazed up at the sky, her eyes filled with profound sorrow. Consider it accumulating merit for ... him. Robak bowed his head immediately. As you wish, Madame Bai. Ding. The system interface flashed into existence. Detected top-tier beauty. Initiating counterattack mission. Schumann's profile materialized instantly. Current affection. 0%. Lin Shin was shocked, then delighted. She's a target for the counterattack system. The driver called her Madam, plus that black morning dress. He couldn't wait to test his new reward. Perfect timing to unleash my double S rank skill. Feng Shui mastery. In a blink, Lin Shin could see the threads of fate weaving around her. Her face reddening. Dark clouds hover over her forehead. A close relative recently passed away, and today she faces the catastrophe of total bankruptcy. Incredible. This double S rank skill is no joke. A smirk played on his lips. One man's tragedy is another man's opportunity. He quietly trailed behind her. Bankruptcy. That's no coincidence. The harder she falls, the easier it will be for me to profit. Entering the market, Lin Xin was stunned by the sheer scale. Insane. They sell jade here like they're selling cabbages. Shoeman stopped at a stall, pointing to a rough stone. "Boss, let me see this one." The merchant, by SA, immediately shone a flashlight against the rock. "Beauty, you have a discerning eye. This stone is from the Muna pit. Guaranteed high quality. It's the treasure of my shop." She was drawn to it, yet hesitation flickered in her eyes. Asterisk, the green hue is promising, but I can't be 100% certain. Asterisk, cash is tight right now. I have to make a winning bet. Seeing her waver, the merchant threw out the bait. This green runs deep at least half a finger. Once cut, this could easily be worth hundreds of millions. Her advisor, Anho, whispered urgently, "Buy it, beauty, ask for the price." But in this game, bargaining was a mandatory dance. She took a deep breath and made her offer. Hundreds of millions is a stretch. 80 million, ... That's my limit. Buy, SA scoffed initially. Then a lecherous glint entered his eyes. 80 million. HMPH. My floor price is usually 100 million. But for a beauty like you, I might accept your offer. A disgusting grin spread across his face as he reached out. His hand crept toward her chest. "But first, you have to play a little game with me." Before he could make contact, a steel grip intercepted him. Fangka crushed the merchant's wrist, his eyes blazing with fury. "Filthy claws! You dare try to touch the madame!" Paesa shrieked in terror. "Ugh, it hurts! Let go! Let go!" Schumann felt the punishment was sufficient and issued a cold command. "Don't break him. He still has rocks to haul for me." Hearing the title, realization dawned on him. "I know. You're the woman of Chuna, the boss of the Fei gang. No wonder you're so bewitching." Paishi's filth-spewing mouth didn't stop there. Tubachuna died young. "I hear the Fei gang is on its last legs. Why are you here betting on stones? Run out of money?" His words struck a reverse scale. Schumann delivered a thunderous slap across his face. But, as luck would have it, Paishi fell back and accidentally cracked a stone. Her voice remained filled with fury. "I gave you face, didn't I?" But Paishi seized the chance to play dirty, picking up the rock and shouting lies. "This woman smashed my stone on purpose. If she doesn't pay the price of 100 million, she wants to destroy my shop." His voice grew louder, hurling insults. "The Fei gang is bankrupt. You're broke, but still dare to gamble? Tui, act like big shots? If you have the skill, buy it for 100 million, then..." Damn it, Schumann felt the gazes of the crowd closing in like a trap, and panic began to take root in her heart. She was here to gather funds, but if she didn't pay now, this mob would use it as an excuse to tear her apart. Suddenly, Lin Xin stepped forward like a hero saving a beauty, smiling as he made an offer. 100 million Burmese kyat, right? That means 350,000 in Hua currency. Swipe. The card. The thugs pressured him instantly, chins held high. "Who do you think you are? Are you Thai?" Lin Xin stood tall, fear absent from his eyes. "I walk straight and sit tall. I am from the Hua nation." Pa Sheng sneered instantly. "A Hua pig. There's no place for you to speak here." A bodyguard flashed a middle finger in disgust. "Get lost." Pai, she's greed. Knew no bounds. From who? If you're from the Hua nation, the fee is double. You have to pay 200 million kyat to take this stone. These words made Lin Xin's face darken instantly, his eyebrows knitting together until they almost kissed. He muttered coldly to himself, "I originally planned to make a quiet counterattack fortune. Spending money to level up didn't matter. But now, the money can wait." Murderous intent flared as he looked down at Paishi. "Smashing your face is now my top priority." Schumann, who didn't know him, felt annoyed by the sudden interruption. "Who are you? Stop meddling in business that isn't yours. A Hua tourist like you can't survive the rules of this market." Lin Xin spared no one. Snapping back, "Is this your business now?" Though she was being scolded, a blush like rosy clouds bloomed on her cheeks, her eyes wide with shock. He waved his hand confidently. "Double the price." "Fine. I'll buy even more. Bring out every stone in your shop. I'm buying everything that catches my eye." Pai, she grinned like a maniac, barking orders at his subordinates. "Did you hear that? Bring them all out." His goons scrambled eagerly. "Yes, boss." He was ecstatic. A fat pig had offered its head for the slaughter. "My luck today is insane," he thought, a sinister smirk forming on his lips. This batch was already checked by experts. They look promising on the outside, but inside, they are worthless trash. Simply put, it's a scam. If they were real, I would have opened them myself. I love cheating idiots like this. Just wait, we'll all have a good laugh at him. However, Pai, she didn't know Lin Xin had a system. He instantly used his skills to scan the pile. Texture is good here. That shell is sandy. This one could be violet mixed with green. Lin Xin sat cross-legged, observing them in silence, carefully calculating. Finally, he selected 8 specific stones. However, the appraisal skill only saw the surface. The depth of the color and internal cracks were still a mystery he couldn't predict. It raised his success rate, but it wasn't 100% certain. Being cautious, he had a backup plan. Feng Shui divination would fill the gap. Lin Xin closed his eyes, clasped his hands, and activated the divination skill. 2 coins spun rapidly into the air. On the first stone, the coins showed 1 head and 1 tail. He shouted happily, "Holy cup! Good!" But the second stone showed 2 identical faces. Yin cup. Reject. The next one was a lucky omen. Holy cup. Accepted. Bai Shi's crew watched anxiously as Lin Xin tested stone after stone, but they kept up their tough talk. TSK, just acting mysterious. Schumann watched the situation intently. After a long round of testing, Lin Xin finally made his decision. "All right, cut these 5 immediately." Pai, she demanded a sky-high price without shame. Beifers, total is 700 million ki, that is 2,300,000 Hua currency. Without a second word, the transfer was done. Asterisk, beep, received 2,300,000 Hua currency. The crowd jeered, enjoying the show. "Stupid kid, you bought junk and got scammed, didn't you? Let me tell you, those promising stones are all fakes. We love watching you, Hua. People pretend to be experts only to fail." Pai, she laughed loudly, defending himself. "Hey now, don't talk nonsense. I didn't scam anyone. This golden pig from the UHOA nation bought over 2 million worth. Look at his clothes. That's probably his entire family inheritance." Lin Xin remained icy calm. "If you're so curious, then open the stones. Open your dog eyes and watch closely." The staff quickly began sawing the stones. Pai, she was still certain of his guess. This is completely a waste of time. Jing'an spat malicious insults. Hua people are so stupid. Basheng laughed. Where does he get this confidence? Ha! Suddenly, a worker trembled and screamed. "Boss, all of them!" Pai, she didn't even look back, interrupting him. "What? All useless scrap. Right. No. You're wrong, boss." The workers displayed the cut faces of the 6 stone halves and shouted, "The value has exploded." Bai Shi's eyes bulged. 2 violet jade, 2 glassy green jades, and 1 ... imperial green. Everyone witnessing the scene stood frozen, their jaws hitting the floor in disbelief. The people who were mocking him just seconds ago were now begging to buy. Handsome brother. Handsome brother. I'll pay 200 million for that violet jade. 300 million for the violet. 400 million for the glassy green. Please, sell the glassy green to me for 600 million. An elegant gentleman stepped in, making a massive offer immediately. 75 million Hua currency. I'll take them all. Schumann tried to speak, but Lin Xin beat her to it. Although the bids were astronomical, I've decided to gift it all to this fated beauty. The crowd gasped in disbelief, unable to process his sudden generosity. What in the world? A jade piece worth 70 million, given away for free. He is definitely playing the long game to hook the big fish of the Fei Bang Syndicate. Shumen, visibly shaken, faced Lin Xin. She didn't know his true intentions, but she desperately needed this favor. With trembling hands, she reached behind her neck and unclasped her most precious jade pendant. She handed the heirloom to him with a solemn gaze. Consider this jade pendant a promissory note from Wei Shuman herself. Take this. If you ever face trouble in Myanmar, simply display this token, and people will grant you face and safe passage. I will convert your gift into cash and repay you double in the future. Lin Xin didn't hesitate, accepting the deal with a satisfied smirk. Oh ho! As she departed with her guards, bidding him farewell, a holographic screen flashed before his eyes. System alert. Wei Shuman's favorability has increased by 10%. The morning sun bathed the golden architecture in a blinding brilliance. Perched on high ground, Lin Xin surveyed his target through binoculars like a hawk. His gaze locked onto the towering skyscraper in the distance. The Fei Yi Bang headquarters. The stage was set for today's performance. He knew the ancient rule well. Know the enemy and know yourself. And you need not fear the result of 100 battles. His intelligence network was already active. According to the intel, the Fei Bang syndicate controlled for major markets. But the real power lay with the boss and the 8 great elders who ruled from the shadows. They had been attempting to whitewash their operations. But recently, something changed. They began frantically hoarding wealth, committing atrocities without a care for the consequences. Memory drifted back to a few days ago. The police officer stared at Lin Xin in disbelief. He actually wanted to infiltrate the Fei Bang assembly in my... You've already provided us with enough criminal evidence to bury them, the officer insisted. You've done more than enough. Lin Xin immediately adopted a look of unwavering righteousness, declaring with passion, as a youth of this generation, my blood boils at the injustice of these scams. I cannot turn my back on this chance to serve justice. None of them suspected his true motives, and the officers were moved to tears by his fake heroism. Well spoken. The world needs more fire in its veins, like you. But remember, your safety is paramount. If it gets too hot, abort the mission immediately. Lin Xin just smiled confidently. Rest assured. Back in the present, his mind began to wander. I'll finish this job and take a vacation, maybe even have a romantic encounter. As if summoned by his thoughts, a stunning silhouette appeared before his eyes. Ameng, fearless and flirtatious, climbed the railing for a selfie. Spotting him below, she decided to enjoy the view of a handsome stranger. The sight was a feast for sore eyes, and he couldn't help but stare. Suddenly, her foot slipped. As she plummeted backward, Lin Xin dashed forward with lightning speed. He caught the beauty in his arms just in time. Are you hurt? Any bleeding? Ameng rose slowly, her chest heaving as she caught her breath. I'm fine, just terrified. Thank goodness you were there. However, Lin Xin's eyes were glued to the generous assets bouncing before him. Good heavens, is she not wearing anything underneath? Are all the locals this open? She smiled boldly, breaking his trance. I'm Ameng. What's your name? Hansen. He grinned charmingly. Call me Lin Xin. Seeing he wasn't a local, she probed further. Are you here for tourism? He nodded innocently. Her eyes lit up with mischief. She grabbed his hand, her voice dripping with honey. Then there is something you absolutely cannot miss. Come with me. Moments later, they arrived at a bustling square, the energy electric and chaotic. It was the legendary water splashing festival. The scale was absolutely breathtaking. Splash! A wave of cold water hit Lin Xin's face before he could react. Ameng stood there holding a bowl, winking with a playful smirk. In this festival, if you don't attack, you become the prey. Since she had thrown down the gauntlet, he had no choice but to accept the challenge. He snatched a basin from a passerby, a competitive grin spreading across his face. Oh, you asked for it! They dived headfirst into the joyous chaos. With her captivating figure on full display, she became a magnet for every bucket of water in the crowd. At one point, he pulled a dirty move, dodging aside so a bucket of water hit her square in the face. He roared with laughter as evening approached, painting the sky in shades of burnt orange. She linked her arm with his, pouting playfully. You just laughed when I got soaked. Where was my knight in shining armor? He simply smirked, throwing her own words back at her. Didn't you say it yourself? There are only hunters and prey. Suddenly, her voice dropped to a chilling temperature. Did you have fun today? It was incredible. Thanks for showing me around. But as they turned a corner, His instincts screamed. Our death end. A man smiled coldly. I'm glad you enjoyed your last moments of freedom. Suddenly, a van screeched to a halt behind them, blocking the exit. Several men stepped out, their faces twisted into predatory grins. One of them, Ankan, racked the slide of his pistol. Not bad work. At that moment, Amang dropped the innocent act completely. Of course, I'm a professional, she scoffed. This one's a golden pig. Our payout just doubled. She turned to Lin Xin, mocking him like livestock. Are you disappointed, big brother? Are you surprised? No happy ending for you tonight? In fact, you'll be lucky to keep your life. Yet Lin Xin remained eerily calm. Surprised? Not really. Everyone knows a trip to Myanmar costs a kidney these days. I just find it a pity that a beauty like you has to resort to such dirty work. Her voice dripped with poison honey again as she lowered her neckline, revealing the valleys beneath. How about this? Give me 100 million, and I'll let you have a taste of heaven before you die. The thug interrupted impatiently. If he pays, do you really have the guts to take it? If the boss finds out you skimmed off the top, he'll skin you alive. She rolled her eyes. Fine. Let's wrap this up. She zip-tied Lin Xin's hands. The thug smirked at Lin Xin's compliance. Good duck. Amang scoffed. Don't be stupid. Who wouldn't obey with a gun in their face? As he was shoved into the van, fear was absent from his eyes. A cold smile played on his lips. He had heard Myanmar was a den of vipers, and that was exactly where he wanted to be. As expected, not too surprising. A slight deviation from the plan? Sure, but the shareholder meeting is still hours away. I suppose I can entertain these clowns for a little while. Akan barked orders at Lamtan, his voice dripping with malice. We're here! Get out! Meanwhile, Baisha rushed to Brown-Nose's senior, eager to show off his fresh capture. Dauda sneered, eyeing them with pure disdain. Little brother, is this the brat who wrecked your stone stall? He looks completely pathetic. You recognized him that fast? Huh, isn't this that detestable shop owner? The grudge poured out of him. You were so high and mighty with your perfume, kid. Now look at you caught in my trap like a rat. Boss Dauda, hand him over to me, the snake hissed. But the boss raised a hand to calm him. Patience, little brother. Don't forget the terms of our deal. Once I drain his accounts dry, he's all yours. Lamtan's expression darkened, his mind racing as he analyzed the threat level of the situation. According to the Flying Dragon intel, this dark pig is a founding elder of the gang. To think I would run into such a big fish in a place like this. So Dauda is the mastermind behind the organ harvesting zone. With that backing, Baisha looked ready to ascend to the heavens. Ha! Do you know the hell that awaits you for messing with me? Prepare to experience the most painful moments of your life. From the depths of the compound, blood-curdling screams pierced the air, echoing endlessly. Males left, females right. Tag the pretty ones. The thugs waved their weapons like feral dogs, terrorizing the victims. Deeper inside lay the slaughterhouse crude, makeshift operating rooms. Victims lay on beds, bodies entangled in a web of wires and tubes. The stench of cheap disinfectant failed to mask the thick, metallic tang of fresh blood assaulting the senses. They paraded Lamtan through the horror show to break his spirit. Baisha sneered, pissed your pants yet? Hand over your bank passwords and beg your family for cash. Maybe you'll keep your skin intact. But Akan paused, noticing something unsettling about the hostage. He wasn't trembling. He was questioning them. How can you still smile? Lamtan remained icy calm. Because I just thought of something amusing. His mind was already 3 steps ahead. Handing this trash over to the local police would be too merciful. Then he remembered the special gadget given to him by the Bureau. A custom-grade tracker, shielded signal. To any scanner, it appears as nothing more than a cheap, ordinary metal button on his clothes. If danger strikes, break the seal. We will lock onto your coordinates and storm the place instantly to extract you. But he hesitated. Rage simmered in his gut, demanding retribution. No more. I'll break every one of them first. The police can come clean up the scraps later. I'll use the 10 great tortures of the Qing dynasty on them. They entered the torture chamber. Dauda barked impatiently. Enough talk. Start the execution. He laughed maniacally, feeding off the violence. Yes, boss. I can't wait to hear this brat scream and beg for his mother. Among brandished a glowing red iron. forcing it near his face. Bank password. Now, Lambton smirked, eyes dancing with mockery. Come closer. Darling, I'll whisper it to you. She recoiled. Suspicious. Try any tricks, and I'll brand your forehead. Akan locked him in a chokehold, pressing cold steel against his skull. He can't move. Lambton held his breath, calculating the distance. Just a bit closer. 3 seconds. ... And every one of you is dead. Suddenly, his emerald pendant slipped, hitting the concrete with a sharp clack. Among froze, her eyes going wide with shock as the sound echoed. She snatched it up, her voice trembling. Why ... Why do you have this artifact? Dauda, losing patience, roared and lunged forward. That jade is... Boom! The door flew off its hinges. Schumann strode in like a queen, an army behind her. Who dares touch my people? The air crackled with murderous intent as the two factions faced off. She spoke coldly, slicing through the tension. Are you injured anywhere? Lambton blinked. Her. Then he sighed, feigning disappointment. Terrible timing. I was about to unleash a massacre, and you completely ruined the mood. Schumann shot him a look. Oh, so I interrupted your hero moment. I ruined your fun, and you aren't even afraid of death. He waved a hand dismissively. Just a bunch of trash mobs. His arrogance. She liked it. This guy actually has a backbone. Not but. Ding. System notification. Affection increased by 1%. Dauda finally put the pieces together. So, he's the sister-in-law's boy? No wonder he's so cocky. Baisha, too stupid to read the room. Snarled, you again. Which, here, to die. Dauda signaled his men. Don't hold back on her. Weapons raised instantly. Watch your mouth when speaking to the Schumann screamed, her aura flaring. Come on then! You think I fear you? Drop your weapons! Have you forgotten the laws, boss? Chanu sat down. Dauda raised a hand, feigning respect. Fine. I'm a man of honor. I'll give the sister-in-law face today, since the assembly is starting. I just hope you keep your title. She grabbed Lambton immediately. Let's go! Walking out of the wolf's den, she whispered urgently, I'll get the car. You find an opening and run. Don't look back. Did it go? Smoothly. Safe in the car, bitterness consumed her. Boss, you died too? I knew this day would come. I'll fight until the net breaks. Suddenly, the door opened. Lambton slid into the passenger seat. Hey! She screamed, why the hell are you in my car? Do you have a death wish? He scratched his head, looking innocent. It's the middle of nowhere. How am I supposed to hail a cab? Give me a ride. Schumann exploded. Don't misunderstand. I only saved you because you got dragged into my mess at the jade market. Consider the debt paid. Where I'm going next is hell on earth. Get out now. Lambton leaned back, completely unbothered by her shouting. If I leave, those butchers will just grab me again. Sticking with you is the only survival play. Defeated, she finally started the engine. Fine. Pray to whatever god you believe in. That night, the gang HQ blazed with light. The heavy hitters had gathered, tension thick in the air. God W, the rough stone king, tapped his fingers impatiently. What is the Flying Dragon Company playing at? Still no contact. Don't they know the stakes of today's meeting? Across the table, Satang Sheng, the real estate tyrant, watching silently. The old tycoon flexed his authority without a shred of mercy. It matters not. They are merely building a bridge overseas. If they are incompetent, replace them. Tell them if they fail to show today, they need never appear again. Dauda immediately raised his voice to counter. Why waste breath concerning yourself with such trivial ants? Our protagonist was right in the thick of it today. Lin Shin swept his gaze across the room, barely containing his excitement. The cast had assembled. The curtain was about to rise on a spectacular show. Moments later, Schumann rose, her voice solemn as she announced the start. This was the Fei Gang's annual tradition, the meeting, to divide the spoils of their empire. By rights, Chief Chanu should have presided, but fate had been cruel. 5 days ago, an explosion on his private cruise ship claimed his life. She wasted no time on pleasantries, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. So, this gathering is a Hongman feast designed by you elders to target me. You intend to seize power, do you not? That hit the mark. God burst into amused laughter. Haha, I do admire a straightforward woman like you, sister-in-law, so I shall spare you the riddles. Though the boss's passing brings us grief, the Fei gang requires stability, and a new leader must be chosen today, Ingangthin added, piling crushing pressure onto her. The term seizing power fits you better. The three of us are founding elders who built this empire alongside Chanu before his untimely end. Is it not natural law that we step up to take his place? His words chipped away at Schumann's composure. An untimely end, caused by explosives on Chanu's private yacht. Only 3 people knew his itinerary well enough to orchestrate such a calamity. Am I wrong to assert the murderer stands among you right now? All 3 sneered, their eyes filled with blatant contempt for her accusation. Dauda clapped sarcastically, seizing the chance to taunt her. Well said. How about this? When I become boss, I promise to mobilize all resources to help you find Chanu's real killer. The entire hall erupted into raucous laughter. Haha! Lin Xin stood silently in the periphery, connecting the dots. So, Chanu was their boss, and he is already dead. I planned to capture that mysterious tycoon for the police, but plans never keep up with changes. Lacking evidence, he chose inaction. Best to observe for now. Meanwhile, Schumann refused to be their jester and snapped back. Have you all forgotten? When Chanu built the Fei gang from nothing, it was a brotherhood where everyone lived and died together. She recounted the past, her voice resolute. Because of violence, countless brothers were killed, maimed, captured, or executed. Times have changed. We no longer plunder with brute force. We protect our legacy and walk the righteous path. Chanu's dying wish was to lead the Fei gang into the light. I will fulfill that dream and avenge him. Swayed by her passion, the subordinates cheered. We support sister. Sister-in-law is right. The era of bloodshed is over. Even Lin Xin was taken aback. Her aura is incredible. Absolutely top tier. Ingangthin cut in sharply. Bullshit. You think the Fei gang's years of tradition will vanish because of your pretty words? God used the chaos to launch his attack. Schumann married Chanu less than a year ago, yet suddenly he wanted to whitewash the gang. Think about it. Isn't that suspicious? You are the one with the biggest motive to destroy us from within. Schumann slammed the table, roaring. Say that again. He smirked, degrading her further. Sister-in-law, rumor has it you ran to the jade market to gamble on stones today because you were broke. Correct. We do business to eat. How will you feed everyone? With your amateur stone appraisal skills. The old rogue shamelessly devalued her. A woman is just a woman, yet you want to run the Fei gang? The way I see it, whichever of us 3 becomes the new boss. You can just follow him and keep your title. Feng Ji could take no more and stood to defend her. Ngang Xin, watch your tongue. Before the sentence finished, a cold bang rang out. Feng Ji collapsed before the crowd, blood spurting in a grim, metallic-scented fountain. The shooter was Ingangthin. A mere bodyguard dares to point fingers at me. He walked confidently to the center, confessing, since you asked, Schumann, no need to investigate. I killed Chanu. He was 1 foot in the grave, yet wanted to go legitimate. If he hadn't died, thousands of brothers would have starved. He approached his filthy hand, caressing her exquisite face. You are too beautiful to be a widow. What a waste. Be my woman. I can make you forget Chanu in a single night. Suddenly, Schumann pulled out a detonator, her expression darkening. So, you finally admit it. She announced the grim reality coldly. I knew it. I knew all 3 of you had a hand in Chanu's murder. You asked where I spent the money? I bought explosives. She gripped the trigger, threatening the entire Fei gang headquarters. Choose death or leave the Fei gang. I give you 10 seconds. The minions were terrified, screaming in panic. What? Damn it! I don't want to die! Lin Xin, watching from the back, was also startled. Holy hell, this woman is vicious. Though, blowing up this building would save the police a lot of trouble. Should I bail out the window? With my level 7 physique, jumping from the 5th floor is barely a warm-up. Yet the elder showed no fear, arrogantly challenging her. Press it, then. Suddenly, Schumann's eyes went wide. The subordinates she trusted were walking away. Sorry, sister-in-law. Boss God pays better. God waved his hand, feigning boredom. Give it up. Schumann. You pay boys to plant bombs. I pay your boys to defuse them. The money was well spent. These days, if you want to be the boss, you need deep pockets. God quickly secured the gang's loyalty. Gloating, Chanu had prestige. Sure, but with the three of us united, the real power lies in my hands. Most importantly, brothers who follow me get meat and money. The crowd behind him bowed in unison. We follow you, sir. He used his leverage to claim the throne. My rough stone mining business earns 870 billion a year. That's 30 billion in pure profit. I see no issue with me being the boss. Dao Dao wore a perverted expression, his mind already in the gutter. I support you, of course. It's just a pity. Such a beautiful... I wanted a taste, too. Gudanji sneered, thinking the matter was settled. Simple. I will let Schumann serve us in turns. He basked in his own filth, truly a disgusting leader without shame. As for Schumann, she was trembling with rage, forced to listen to the vile garbage spewing from these three old fossils. Da chimed in. Come on, admit it. How long have you wanted her? Since the day she married Chan. Chan was wild back then. He probably broke her in long ago. She was hardly used. Doesn't that mean she is practically fresh goods? Chief, you have had your turn. Schumann should serve me first, right? Her fists clenched in silent fury. Suddenly, Lin Xin's calm voice cut through the tension, leaving her stunned for a moment. It is not time to despair yet. Just play along with whatever I say. He vaulted over the desk, marching slowly toward the three elders. I want to be the gang leader too. Gadanji roared, interrupted mid-thought. Who the hell are you? The duo stared, eyes wide with confusion. Dao Da sneered, exposing him. This is Schumann's new lackey, arrogant brat. He pointed a finger straight at Lin Xin's face. Kill this reckless fool. Lin Xin remained ice-cold, slowly pulling out a contract. I am Schumann's man. Open your dog eyes and look at what this is. The group read it and gasped in horror. You are a new shareholder of Fei Xiang Company. The revelation sent shockwaves through the hall. What? Ingang Thin confirmed it. It is a photocopy, but the contract is real. He slammed the table, standing up to argue his logic. Kid, I don't know what game you are playing to trick us. But listen well. Even if you are a shareholder, the gang leader seat isn't for you. The boy stood silent amidst the criticism. Fei Xiang is just a foreign company making pennies. Not even enough to fill the gaps in my teeth. There is no place for you here. Scram back to your country. The gang doesn't need your kind. Leave now, or I will break your legs. Lin Xin finally spoke, his voice steady. So, whoever makes the most money gets to be the big boss. Then, I will simply back... His words made Schumann fidget nervously, her cheeks flushing red. Gudanji frowned, confused. What do you mean? The boy didn't hesitate to explain. If the goal is to feed the brothers and make a fortune, then you should choose me. And he raised his hand high in affirmation. Because I hold the biggest piece of the cake. I am the one with the real power to make you all rich. The crowd erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha! You have a big cake! Your company has power! Dao Da shouted, eager to show off. I will show you reality. Open your dog eyes and look. My organ trafficking zone brings in 1 billion yuan annually. Ingang Thin jumped in to compete. My real estate control brings in 2 billion yuan a year. He refused to be outdone by the others. Gudenji bellowed, my district earns the most of all 4 billion yuan a year. Hearing this, Schumann felt a wave of anxiety. It was over. Her company only reported a few 100 million. Receiving no reply, the old boss roared. Brothers! Capture him. Lin Xin smiled calmly. Finance guy, come here. He swiped a bank card directly. The machine announced the transaction. 5 billion yuan. Lin Xin held the black card up like a king, marking them 5 billion. Just tea money from sister-in-law. For the brothers, everyone gets a share. jaws dropped to the floor. Shoeman beamed with joy. My treat. The gang went wild, scratching their heads in disbelief. One thug tried to do the math. 5 billion for tea. What the hell? My math is bad. Can someone tell me how much we get? Let me calculate. There are 3,000 of us. That is over 140,000 each. I would never make that much in a lifetime. He leaned in to pressure the elders. Well, can you three cough up billions for tea? He then announced loudly to the whole gang. Can pay up, so my cake is real, right? Follow sister-in-law for gold, safety, no more prison time, and no internal fighting. High salaries, enjoy your life. That is the path sister-in-law and Chanu want to lead you on. Now, what is your choice? The gangsters, shameless as ever, rushed to beg her. Sister-in-law, you are our true leader. Sister-in-law, I was wrong. I was momentarily confused. I will follow you until death. The three elders ground their teeth in fury. Schumann was surrounded like a pop idol at a fan meeting. She looked at him, bewildered. A few words from this man changed the entire game. Who was he really? Lin Xin scanned the hall, judging them. Gangsters are gangsters. Loyalty is cheap. Honor is just lip service. Show them money and they become obedient dogs instantly. Dao Da looked ready to explode with rage. Clever woman, no wonder Chan Nu listened to you. This Lin Xin is a pawn you set up years ago, isn't he? Fine. You played us all. But the mastermind herself was totally clueless about what was happening. Ingang Thin snapped. Enough talk. Violence is the only law now. Attack. Lin Xin smiled, satisfied. Perfect timing. He stood there pointing, rallying the crowd. Brothers, avenge Boss Chan Nu right now. 100 million for each of their heads. Sister-in-law pays cash. The hall instantly turned into a chaotic battlefield of screaming and fighting. Lin Xin grabbed the beauty, shielding her. They slipped, crashing to the floor in a very ambiguous pose. His knee hit a sensitive spot. He looked her in the eyes, advising her, in this situation, I can't worry about your modesty. Take care of yourself. Schumann screamed. Gdanji popped up, aiming a gun at him. Die, you adulterous filth. Lin Xin pulled her aside and flicked 2 coins. They flew with terrifying force, embedding like silver bullets into the shooter's hand. The old man's scream tore through the air. Seizing the gun, the boy unleashed a storm of lead into Godwin. The target's body was shredded like paper in seconds. With cold precision, he ejected the magazine to check his rounds. That moment of dominance didn't go unnoticed by her. Ding. The system chimed. Affection score increased by 20%. Lin Xin spotted the rats trying to scurry out of the hall. With a burst of explosive speed, he launched himself across the room. Eyes locked on Targuer. Pull, he hunted them down to the stairwell without mercy. Akan spun around, terror in his eyes as he desperately fumbled for his weapon. But shock froze him in place. Amang struck from the shadows, her blade piercing him from behind. A fountain of crimson painted the walls. The traitor gasped, choking out a curse at the woman. But before he could finish, death claimed him. Lin Xin's voice suddenly cut through the tension. Stop. That's enough. Instantly, she dropped her weapon and bowed like a devoted servant. Master, if you hate me, take my life. It is yours. Lin Xin stood there, utterly baffled. Hey her, but what? Her eyes weren't filled with fear, but burning obsession. Aren't you angry I deceived you? Thank you. Master. I want to follow you. Let me be your most loyal hound. You are simply too magnificent. He sighed internally. Good grief, this woman's personality is completely unhinged. He waved her off, keeping his cool. Forget the loyalty pledge for a second. You have a much more critical role to play right now. Suddenly, the doors crashed open. Police! Hands! In the air! Engao Dong's squad stormed the chaos, securing the perimeter and shielding the undercover agent embedded within the gang. Roger that. Her eyes scanned the room frantically, searching for his silhouette. Regret nor that Hershey never should have let him join this suicide mission. Please, Lin Xin, don't be dead. Her genuine concern triggered the interface once more. Ding. Affection score rose by another 10%. Suddenly, Lin Xin burst into the hall, breathless. Bad news. The police have the main entrance surrounded. You need to leave now. Schumann gasped in horror. What? No. We leave together. He shook his head, pushing her forward with urgency. There's no time. The boys and I will hold the line. Go. Get to the rooftop, Chopper. Survive. The minions behind him roared in agreement, ready to die for their boss's woman. Protect Big Sister with your lives. That was the final blow. She was completely conquered. Her eyes practically turned into hearts. System update. Affection up 10%. Total is now 41%. To her, he was a hero. In reality, a calculating scoundrel. He mentally apologized to the thugs. Sorry, boys, but you're all sacrificial pawns. None of you are innocent anyway. Consider this your judgment day. Leaving them to the police was justice. But Schumann, leaving her here, was too risky. If she gets arrested, my 5 billion investment goes down the drain. How am I supposed to milk the cash rewards if my sugar mommy is rotting in a cell? The thugs trembled seeing his creepy grin. Brother Lin is scary. Before he could plot further, Schumann grabbed him. They scrambled onto the chopper just as it lifted off. Only when they hit the sky did she speak. I apologize, but I couldn't leave my savior behind to die. That is not how I repay a debt. Schumann stared out the window, watching her former empire shrink into the distance. Her voice carried a trace of sorrow. The gang is finished. Perhaps this is better than blowing it up with my own hands. She turned to him, eyes sharp. One question. Why save me? Who are you? Really? Lin Xin put on his best mysterious act, waving his hand. My identity? That's hardly important right now. She frowned. Not important. Inside, he was sweating bullets. If I told you I'm an undercover cop, you'd kick me out of this chopper without a parachute. Suddenly, her expression softened, tension filling the cabin. You're right. It doesn't matter. She leaned in close, eyes burning with dangerous desire. Do you know why I married that old man? I crave a man with true power, ambition, madness. A woman like me was born for a monster like that. Then she shoved him back, creating a cold wall of air between them. It is a pity. We met at the wrong time. Lin Xin felt a pang of regret, too. Once they landed, their paths would separate forever. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the romantic mood. Black smoke poured from the engine. What the hell? Schumann screamed as the world spun. We're going down. The chopper violently snagged on the treetops, engulfed in flames. They stared up in horror. Well, Lin Xin muttered, this is problematic. Rewind a few hours. Just as they were escaping, a rocket had struck the tail. It was in Gangfin. The madman unleashed hell on the chopper. Die, you adulterous trash. I'm taking you both to hell with me. Luckily, Agent Engao Dong ended his miserable life with a double tap. But the damage was, Dunta tail rotor was ablaze. Schumann's scream pierced the air. The stabilizer is gone. Lin Xin checked the cockpit, panic rising in his eyes. Damn it, the pilot's dead. What? The metal beast bucked violently, spinning out of control. It's over. Suddenly, she grabbed his hand, pulling him close. The air grew heavy with the scent of death. Escape seemed impossible. If we die anyway. She didn't finish the sentence, sealing his lips with a desperate, fiery kiss. Outside, the world was a blur of spinning sky and sea. As the G-force tore at them, they reluctantly broke the kiss. She whispered softly, at least I die happy. But Lin Xin wasn't ready to check out. He scooped her up in his arms. Don't write out obituaries just yet. Ding a fetchy, plus 10% total, 51%. Ignoring the notifications, he shouted over the wind. Hold on tight. We're bailing out. He didn't wait for permission. He jumped. Her face went pale with terror. Are you crazy? From this height, the water will hit like concrete. I don't want to explode into a meat pancake. Lin Xin's voice remained impossibly calm. Relax. We're below 30 meters now. It's safe, she screamed, squeezing her eyes shut. Splash! They punched through the surface, plunging into the silent, deep blue abyss. Moments later, Lin Xin dragged her onto the sandy shore, gasping for air. Her eyes fluttered open, only to be captivated by the wet, rugged profile of her savior. Lin Xin raced through the wild terrain, voice urgent. As consciousness flooded back, Schumann stammered, disbelief in her eyes. We survived. He nodded, quickly fabricating a cover story to hide the truth. Pure luck. The crash site was near water. He lied. In his mind, however, the truth was different. He could hardly reveal his level 7 physique and god-tier swimming skills were the real reason they were alive. Moments later, they located the wreckage. He glanced upward, grimly announcing, "The helicopter. It is completely totaled. Look up there." Returning to the present, they scrambled to salvage whatever scraps remained inside the ruined chopper. Lin Xin scratched his head, calculating the odds. This survival equation is unsolvable. I checked everything. The pilot is gone. The radio is dead. No signal can get out. The emergency kit only has a flare gun, gauze, medicine, a knife, and water. But zero food. It looks like we are in for the long haul. She traced the map with trembling fingers, searching for hope. Based on the flight path, we are likely on an islet northwest of Lilan Island. Fishing boats might pass by occasionally. Schumann continued speaking, but her breathing grew heavy, a feverish flush spreading across her skin. If we just signal from the shore, huff, He leaned in, checking her condition with a gentle touch. Vital energy is fading. The cold has invaded your system. Your internal defense is shattered. The shock of near death, followed by freezing water. It seems your body is shutting down from the trauma. Lin Xin stood up abruptly, scanning the surroundings for a solution. First, we need to build a fire. But she grabbed his arm, eyes pleading. Come here. He looked at her, confused by the sudden intensity. What is it? I am just going to find wood. I will be back. Fast. Before he could react further, she pulled him close, stealing a desperate kiss. The atmosphere instantly shifted to pure romance. Schumann looked at him with burning eyes and whispered, "Now. You can go." He stood there, completely defeated by that single kiss. He gently touched his own face, mind racing. Is this how a sister-in-law shows her concern? Schumann could no longer hide her heart, pouring out her inner feelings. We might die here anyway. Why care about rigid rules? Now, if fate wants us together, why deny my own desires? Right now, I just want to be your woman. The system chimed instantly. Affection increased by 20%. Current affection level, with Schumann, 71%. Lin Xin kissed her forehead, teasing her gently. I never knew my sister-in-law was this wild, but if you want to be mine, wait until you are healthy first. Look at you, burning up and still acting tough. Be a good girl and wait for me here. Okay. She flushed crimson, stammering. Okay, just come back soon. Later, he hauled a massive bundle of firewood, grumbling to himself. Seems the tracker was fried by the seawater, but the police should search the flight path. Optimistically, we are saved in a few days. That bamboo. Perfect for a makeshift bed. Lin Xin approached the grove, thankful for all those survival videos he had binged. Thumb-thick bamboo is best for bedding, but he remained oblivious to the predator lurking right behind him. Back at the camp, Schumann gulped down water. Feeling slightly recovered, she refused to be useless. So hot. No, I cannot just lie here. Time is precious. I need to do something. She grabbed a stick and began carving into the sand. Wiping sweat from her brow, she admired her handiwork. From the sky, a giant SS stood out clearly. She nodded, satisfied. Surely, they can see this from a distance. With time to spare, she went to wash some leaves for later use. Then, her hand moved to her buttons. I feel filthy. Might as well bathe. Schumann sat by the rocks, washing her clothes. Her pale skin glowed against the azure sea seen straight from paradise. Suddenly, a massive wave crashed down. Seaweed washed over her, barely covering her fiery curves. Schumann called out pitifully, "It is over. My clothes are gone." Panic set in as she scanned for a solution. Leaves. No, that will be miserable. This is going to be uncomfortable. Just then, Lin Xin emerged from the forest behind her. Finally found you, ... Taking a dip, she screamed a frantic warning. I was washing them. The waves took my clothes. Do not look. Instead of pity, he smirked, seizing the chance to tease. Did you not say you wanted to be my woman earlier? Why so shy now? His eyes landed on the ingredients arranged on the rock. Wait, ... You gathered all this. You are burning up with fever. Why, push yourself. Hiding behind a rock, she yelled back. I grew up by the sea. Poor kids manage the house early. A little fever is nothing. Hearing that, he fell into a thoughtful silence. She broke the mood, questioning him. By the way, why did getting wood take so long? Lin Xin calmly displayed his trophy. Oh, this python was just too long. From behind the rock, the sheer size of the beast was terrifying. Dragging it back was a workout. She peeked out and nearly fainted from shock. What is that? Realizing she was exposing herself, she ducked back down in shame. He chuckled, trying to calm her. Staying like that won't work. I will make you something to wear. He went to work immediately. In seconds, the poor snake was sliced into sections. Lin Xin meticulously stripped the hide. After some hard labor, he handed the finished product over. Try this. I scrubbed it clean. The snakeskin outfit hugged Schumann's body perfectly. It accentuated every curve. Enough to make anyone blush. I cannot believe it actually fits. And comfortable, too. He stood with hands on hips, proud of his logic. Well, a python that size can swallow a human whole. So the fit makes sense. She beamed, praising him lavishly. You really are amazing. The system chimed again. Affection increased by 10%. Moments later, twilight descended upon the deserted island. Dinner time. Tonight's menu, snake steak and seafood. As they enjoyed the roasted meat, Schumann broke the silence. I am really curious about you. He looked up, confused. How so? She rested her chin on her hand, eyes analyzing him. You suddenly take over the Fight and Company, then posed as a tourist to infiltrate the Fei gang. You turned the tables so easily, yet cared about the gang's destruction. Who exactly are you? Lin Xin gave a humble shrug. I am just an ordinary guy with a little money. Hearing that, she stopped questioning him. Satisfied, she simply leaned her head against his shoulder. Silence speaks volumes. A true alpha maintains his mystique. I like it. But then, the heavens opened up, and the merciless rain extinguished their campfire in an instant. She cried out in dismay, but he remained the eye of the storm. It couldn't be helped. Violent weather is the law of the tropics. He had calculated this outcome long ago. With bellies full, it was time to rest. But as the chill set in, her body began to tremble violently. So cold, with no other choice, Lam Tan gently pulled her into his embrace, sharing his warmth. Wrapped in his arms, a different kind of heat ignited within her. Her breath hitched, heavy with desire, and her hands moved of their own accord to trace his sculpted abs. You're so warm? Reason abandoned her as instinct took the wheel. The atmosphere turned dangerously intimate. Panicking, Lam Tan tried to snap her out of it. Wake up! You are delirious from the fever. But in a heartbeat, the hunter became the prey. Thursday, man dominated the space, pressing a finger to his lips. She, don't speak. Just, keep me warm. The island night dragged on, filled only with the rhythm of ragged breathing. Souls and bodies entwined. 3 days later, a transport vessel finally crossed the horizon. A crewman shouted, Captain, SOS. Signal spotted. Launch the lifeboats immediately. Poor souls must have been starving for days. Get the food ready. However, reality shattered their expectations. The two castaways didn't look like victims. They looked like they just finished a luxury vacation. Beaming with energy, the couple thanked their rescuers. The crew stood there, jaws on the floor, questioning their sanity. These people were stranded. They look better than us. Lam Tan scratched his head, thanking his lucky stars. If he hadn't leveled up his endurance to level 8, he would have been drained dry by that love-starved beauty after a year of drought. The system chimed in with sweet music. Notification. Thursday, man's affection increased by 20%. Current status. Devoted. 91%. Phase 1 of the ultimate counterattack complete. 5 billion currency spent. 10% rebate. 500 million deposited. +1 to all attributes. Current level 8. Bonus skill selection. Option A, water boiling mastery. Option B, rope skipping great chair. Choose wisely. Meanwhile, at Tianpu Hospital, the winds of karma began to blow. Thank you, Dr. Liu. Your hands are truly miraculous. Lu Da watched the mother and son leave, a greedy smirk twisting his face. Hey! Fleeced another idiot for easy money. Suddenly, heavy footsteps thundered down the hall. An officer slammed a warrant on the desk, his voice booming. Based on whistleblower reports, the police bureau has confirmed that Tianpu Hospital Director Lu and staff falsified medical records for profit. Charges include insurance, fraud, and coercion. Furthermore, you are accused of colluding with Fuxiang Company in illegal organ trafficking. This hospital is now a crime scene. Hearing his doom, Luda shrieked in terror. What? He clutched his head, tears streaming down his face. In his despair, Luda cursed the only variable that changed his fate. It was that acupuncture brat. I'll kill him! Rewind 1 week to the Yanzhong film base. An assistant called out, Director Shi Porsche wants to discuss a collaboration. Lac Bang's face lit up. Excellent. Bring me to him. She approached with professional grace. Greetings, Boss Zhong. May I ask what kind of partnership you have in mind? Zhang An shook her hand, his mind wandering to filthy thoughts. So soft, but then his demeanor flipped one up. He sneered. This is your production set. Pathetic? Clearly not a blockbuster. Compared to the Heen productions next door, this looks like child's play. He deliberately tried to crush her confidence. Internally, Zhang An looked down on her. Asterisk, she just rode a viral wave to scrape together a few million. The poverty reeks from this production. Outwardly, his arrogance flowed like a river. If I had to guess, Director Shi, your total budget is a measly 2 million, correct? Making a profit with scraps is impossible. But Lac Bang didn't flinch. Her gaze remained steel. Boss Zhong, save the theatrics. Speak your mind. That was his cue. He launched into his pitch before she could interrupt. I like a straightforward woman. I won't beat around the bush. I'll inject 8 million into this project, specifically for marketing. You know the industry rules hype sells better than quality these days. With my capital, your success is guaranteed. She blinked, her brain struggling to process the insult. 8 ... million. Zhong'an waved his hand, acting the benevolent savior. I know. I'm saving your life. No need for tears of gratitude. When the profits come in, a 30-70 split is fair. I take the 70. Of course. His expression darkened with lust. Of course, if director, she wants a bigger slice of the pie, there are other ways to negotiate. We're all adults here. You know how the game is played? Lac Bang offered a polite, chilly smile. I'm terribly sorry, but the investment for this web drama is already 50 million. The number hit him like a physical slap. Talking to trash was a waste of breath. She waved her hand dismissively. Little Lin showed the guest out. Her assistant stepped forward instantly. Mr. Zhang. This way, Zhang An's face turned purple with humiliation. He exploded. Impossible. A small fry web drama company never has that kind of capital. You're lying. You're just trying to inflate the price. Trying to scam 50 million out of me with this garbage set. Get out of my way. You tell me to leave. I'm not going anywhere. Little Lin cut him off with a smirk. You're mistaken, sir. This entire video production base has been booked by our company. Every set you see here belongs to our project. So, if you refuse to leave, you are technically trespassing on private property. Zhang An stood frozen, mouth agape, realizing the magnitude of his mistake. Meanwhile, ignoring the clown, Lac Bang happily texted Lam Tan. Brother Lam Tan, filming wraps up tomorrow. Will you come to celebrate? Her eyes glued to the screen. Doubt crept in. Asterisk, he's a titan in the film industry, jet-setting across the globe. Why would he have time for a small rap party like mine? Yet, recalling his words of encouragement, a fire of determination kindled in her heart. Asterisk Lam Tan believes in me. I absolutely cannot let him down. I will make this masterpiece flawless. She couldn't help but scroll through their chat history, reading every line like a sacred text. Suddenly, little Lin's voice broke her trance. Director Shi! Director Shi! You called. She turned, beaming. Little Lin caught that look and immediately seized the chance to tease her boss. Whoa, that smile is lethal. Is that the mysterious boyfriend? Lakban flushed, stammering. No way. What did you want? Good news. 2 scenes left, and we wrap for the day. Lakbang hurried ahead, but her heart was pounding a wild rhythm. Wait, is she actually his girlfriend? Why is my mind wandering? Focus. I need to nail this scene. Yet even as the cameras roll, my thoughts drift back to him ... and the debt, Iolin Shin. It was the same when I first held the script. A fire ignited in my heart. This project is my soul, my dream. Failure is simply not an option. She scrutinized every single frame, demanding nothing less than absolute perfection. Time dissolved into a blur, and suddenly, the 5-day countdown to the premiere began. Host Mei Qi beamed at the camera, her voice dripping with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, we have the dazzling star who's taken the world by storm, please. Welcome, Luo Bing. Amidst the applause, she greeted the crowd with her signature radiant smile. Hello everyone, I'm Luo Bing. She turned to the host, returning the compliment effortlessly. Wow, Bing, you're glowing, even more than usual. They say a woman focused on her career is the most beautiful, and you are living proof. Pleasantries over, Mei Qi dove straight for the jugular of the scandal, with Wu Yifan. Tearing up that slave contract made waves. The internet hails you as an iron lady who never compromised. A fighter! Luo Bing laughed softly, shaking her head. You flatter me. I'm just an ordinary girl chasing a dream. I only made it this far, thanks to a guardian angel watching over me. Rumor has it, agencies were lining up for you. True. But I've started my own studio now. It's humble, but I promise to pour my heart into creating stories worthy of the audience's love. Her eyes sparkled as she introduced her masterpiece. My baby, Resilient Zhaoxin, is finally ready to meet the world. It airs very soon. Please support us. Crash. A wine bottle shattered against the screen. President Yan, lounging with the beauty, roared in fury, the festive mood, instantly murdered. Demit. That little sheep was right in my grasp. He struck the girl beside him in a blind rage. Where the hell did that mysterious tycoon come from to save her? Secretary Li trembled on his knees, sweat beading on his forehead. President, please calm down. You still won. You pocketed 100 million in contract penalty fees. Is that wench Luo Bing even worth that much? Yan narrowed his eyes, projecting his own filth onto her. Luo Bing? ... Luo Bing, I didn't think you'd sell your body to some sugar daddy. I thought you were so pure. A dark grin spread across his face. But no prey escapes my sights once I've locked on. With a violent jerk, he yanked the dog chain, dragging Secretary Li across the floor until their faces were inches apart. Take that, 100 million. I don't care which tycoon is backing her. I'll use his own money to smack him across the face. The terrified secretary nodded frantically. Yes, at once. Flashback. 2 days prior, the air in the editing room was thick with tension. Tomorrow is D-Day. Check it again. We cannot afford a single mistake. Suddenly, Zhao Lin burst through the door, face pale as a sheet. Disaster. Boss, you need to see the news right now. It's blowing up. She stared at the screen, horror dawning. Malicious headlines flooded the feed, centered around a live stream of 2 girls weeping crocodile tears. We were trainees together. I was more talented, but Luo Bing used her rich family to crush us. She treated us like slaves because we had no one to protect us. Zhao Di sobbed into the camera. She sent me on errands, so I'd miss my big audition. She plays the saint, but she's just a kept woman making inspirational movies. What a joke. She slept away to the top and spread lies about me to keep me quiet. My career is ruined because of her toxic jealousy. The comment section was a slaughterhouse of hate. Luo Bing froze, her voice trembling. Why are they making this up? Zhao Lin's hands shook uncontrollably. It gets worse. Yan Yingying just joined the top star's face appeared, looking solemn. I can vouch for everything, Zhao Zai and Zhao Di said. If you put yourselves in their shoes, you'd understand the hell they went through. They were dreamers just like us until dirty tricks destroyed them. I cannot stand by and watch. I will be their shield and help them bring the ugly truth to light. The internet exploded. A tsunami of malicious comments crashed down, tearing Luo Bing's reputation to shreds in seconds. Zhao Lin was baffled. Why, Yan Jingjing is the nation's sweetheart, a Best Actress winner. Why would a superstar like her target us? We've never even met her. Even other A-listers were liking the post. Luo Bing's breath hitched as the realization hit her. It's President Yan ... Her voice dropped to a whisper. She narrowed her eyes, recalling the shadow that loomed over the industry. Yang Ying was backed by him when she debuted. This is his doing. I knew he wouldn't let me go easily, but to strike right before my premiere ... It's ruthless. Zhao Lin, get the best crisis management team money can buy. Now, on it. Moments later, a gasp of disbelief echoed in the room. What? 20 million just to start, and they can't even guarantee it will work. Zhao Lin put the PR agent on speaker. Miss Luo, I'll be blunt. The fire is too big. With top stars involved, money isn't magic. We can only try our best. Luo Bing closed her eyes. Defeated fine, just do what you can. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Desperation clawed at her. Linux, IN ... Should she call him? He could fix this. No. Am I only good for asking him for money? I can't drag him into my mess again. This is my war. I have to fight it alone. The phone screamed again. She answered, dread pooling in her stomach. Miss Luo, this is the streaming platform. We are pulling your movie from the schedule, effective immediately. Per the contract, this scandal constitutes a breach. You are liable for 1 billion in damages. Luo Bing stood frozen, her world shattering. Then, Zhao Lin delivered the final blow. Boss, it's over. The other major platforms just canceled too. The movie is dead, but the penalty fees are piling up like a mountain. Her legs gave way. She collapsed to the floor, crushed by the invisible weight. Boss, boss! Ignoring the cries, Luo Bing retreated into the darkness, locking the door against the chaos. Boss, it's gone. Everywhere. We tried, but someone bought an army of bots. The public opinion is a landslide we can't stop. Half the staff just resigned, and after paying the breach penalties, the company accounts are empty. We're bankrupt. A knock echoed through the silence, but it wasn't a friend. Secretary Li's voice dripped through the wood. Luo Bing, ... I know you're in there. I can smell your desperation. The whole world has tossed you in the trash. You have no friends, no future, and not a single penny to your name. She shamelessly tried to lure Lakbang into the abyss, claiming President Kim was generous enough to offer a second chance. But with every word she spoke, Lakbang felt only nausea rising. That man was nothing but a repulsive, perverted pig. President Kim was willing to wipe the slate clean, signing her to his Thin Hong Entertainment and showering her with scripts. Don't you love acting? They asked. Isn't this what you wanted? They expected gratitude, but after hours of fruitless persuasion, Li Dao stormed off in a huff. After all, a fallen star like her wasn't worth the effort anymore. Lakbang knew exactly what price President Kim demanded. With a heavy heart, she dialed his number. But deep inside, she frantically opened another chat to send a desperate message. It was the video of that passionate kiss they once shared. A wave of helplessness crashed over her. If fate insisted she'd become a mere plaything in the end, then she had only one final wish. She would offer her most precious treasure to the one man her heart truly desired, before it was too late. Meanwhile, Lam Tan was strolling back, humming a cheerful tune. Goodbye, troubles. Hello, home. The air of the motherland tasted like freedom and joy. It turned out he had just spent a night on a yacht with Thursday Mac. She mentioned fleeing to the country of Faye for a while, casting him a seductive glance that screamed invitation. I'm a wanted woman now, sheeper. I need to lay low until the storm passes. Want to join me in the country of But he shut that down instantly. Hard pass. I'm safe once I return to Hua Nation. So why run? She giggled, praising his boldness. My eyes didn't fail me. You really are a man among men. Back in reality, he walked with a swagger. Thinking about the 200 million, he casually tossed her away. Hopefully, she stays out of jail. Suddenly, his phone shattered his train of thought. Lamtan answered with a grin. "Hello, little bang. Perfect timing. I just touched down." But a voice on the other end was trembling with urgency. "Brother Lamtan, I'm so sorry to bother you, but can you come to my place right now? I have something incredibly important to tell you." Though confused, he agreed without hesitation. "Sure, I'm on my way." Moments later, Lamtan stood in her apartment complex, looking for room 306 on the 3rd floor. Just as he was navigating the hallway, a mysterious black shadow loomed at the far end. The moment Lamtan turned his head, the figure, "Who's there?" Lamtan sprinted after him. He rounded a corner and barely dodged a sudden obstacle with cat-like reflexes. But the stranger had already scrambled into the elevator. As the doors slid shut, the stranger flashed a middle finger, sneering with pure arrogance. "Hey, you think you can catch me?" But Lamtan slammed his bare hand between the doors. He forced them open with brute strength, a terrifying aura radiating from him. "Where do you think you're going?" Talk about a near-death experience. Dragging the guy back to the 3rd floor, Lamtan got the truth. His name was Ta Ui, a paparazzi camping out to snap photos of Lakbang's sugar daddy. "She hasn't left the house in 2 days. Ta Ui stammered in fear. "Don't tell me you don't know about the massive drama exploding right now? I smelled a big scoop, so I came to camp." Lamtan frowned, completely in the dark. "What drama? Spit it out. Explain everything clearly." While he explained the situation, they arrived at the apartment. "Little bang, it's me." The door handle turned instantly. He was puzzled by her shy demeanor at first, but then his gaze drifted down. A stunning red outfit that hugged her curves, revealing an ant-waist that would make the world jealous. Her voice trembled as she spoke. "Brother Lamtan, you trusted me, you invested so much money in me, but I've completely failed your expectations. The amount I owe you, even if I worked for the rest of my life, I don't think I could ever pay you back. So, I want to repay you with the only thing I have left. I've lost everything else, except myself. If you are willing, please, take my first time." Lamtan's instinct and reason clashed violently. Good heavens, that figure was lethal. "No, stop! Say something to stop her undressing." But little Lamtan down below had already raised the white flag. As a martial artist, words weren't his strong suit. He was totally speechless. "Damn it! I'm asking my brain, not you." Suddenly, Ta Ui popped his head out, smelling a juicy scoop. "Wait, what? What? You two haven't slept together yet." Lakbang shrieked and covered herself. Lamtan reacted instantly, poking the intruder's eyes. "Don't look." "Ah, my eyes." Amidst the chaos in that apartment, the truth finally began to dawn on everyone. Ta Ui had an epiphany. This young guy was Lakbang's mysterious backer, but the scandal ruining her wasn't him. It was orchestrated by President Kim of Thin Hong Entertainment. Lamtan didn't hide it. "You're a famous paparazzi, right? Can you write this up? I'll pay you handsomely, even if it means going to war with that entertainment tycoon." Ta Ui weighed his options. This was a golden opportunity. He had been sitting on dirt from years ago, too afraid of President Jim's power to release it. But now, I finally have a use for it. Ta Ui grinned. This was going to be a massive game. "I have scandal evidence on Kim Jiam-tang and Nan Shin-din. But be warned, releasing this is a death wish. Do you have the guts and the money? This info isn't cheap. It's not just a few million. You'll need massive funds to handle the platform pressure." Lakbang looked terrified, but Lamtan's face lit up like he just won the lottery. "You call that a problem? Sounds like a bargain to me. I'll buy it all. Anything that can be solved with money isn't a problem at all." Lakbang tried to stop him. "Brother Lamtan, don't." But even Ta Ui was floored by the speed he decided in a heartbeat, zero hesitation. "I'll also take the dirt on those 2 die-list actresses. I'm buying the whole lot. Name your price." Ding! The phone buzzed instantly. 60 million received from Lamtan. The number was so huge, Taui started stuttering. "Is 60 million. Just like that? Meanwhile, Lamtan looked disappointed. "I thought you'd ask for 100 million. Only 60. Boring. He waved his hand. You have the data. Now hire the water army and steer public opinion. Go big. Lam Tan turned to his woman. And for bang. Bang. Unlimited budget. Run another wave of promo, then invite every major media outlet for the announcement. But Lak Bang lowered her head, her voice thick with sorrow. I have no money left. I used everything to compensate the streaming platforms. Half my staff has already resigned. That news finally made him frown. What did you say? His sudden intensity only made her shrink back in fear and to everyone's shock, Lam Tan was beaming with joy. Well done. Little Bang. You spent over 300 million in just 2 days. Not bad at all. I desperately need talents like you. He continued to spend like a true domineering CEO. Here, take another billion. Go renegotiate with the platforms. Hire more staff. Buy more water armies. Don't save a single penny. Use every cent to deal the enemy a fatal blow. Lak Bang felt a mix of joy and anxiety. 1 billion ... am I? Am I really worth that much money? Ta Ui began to question his entire existence. Is she really worth that much? But the answer he received was pure, selfless charisma. Who said anything about money? Right now, I am discussing dreams with you. Those words were like a cool breeze, warming her heart instantly. System calculasi complete. Affection increased by 30%. Deep Lak Bang's total affection. 82% TAUI quickly recovered from the shock. Leave it to me, CEO Lam. I'm a pro at this. It'll be handled perfectly. Lam Tan couldn't help but tease him. Didn't you want to cut ties with me just a moment ago? His attitude did a 180 flip. That guy isn't even fit to carry your shoes. Why would I fear him? He then rushed off, eager to start working. Just wait for my good news. Tonight, we get results. As night fell, the drama-hungry massas were ready. Ta Ui dropped a fresh bombshell. Everyone, check Weibo. The hot search exploded at number 1. A heavenly reversal. The one relying on unwritten rules was in Deep Lak Bang ... It was Nan Shin Din. The video was so spicy, it hurt the eyes. Her voice rang out clearly. CEO Geem, please, be gentle. You're so rough. Too slow. Are you saying I'm not fast enough? While netizens debated the identities, one thing was certain. One of them was definitely Geem Jiamte. Then she turned around in the video. I gave you everything. ... You can't abandon me. I want both the female lead and the center position. He agreed immediately. Done. I'll make the other two wear red, while you wear white. His smooth tongue spared no praise. CEO Geem, you're amazing. Finally, the public saw their true colors. The next melon to burst was even more shocking. 2 A-list actresses were playing emperor and concubine. With a wealthy tycoon at a hotel. They didn't check out until the next afternoon. The photos clearly showed Little 2 and Little Ditch. Netizens were furious. They demanded all 3 be completely cancelled. The 2 girls broke down and begged. Sister Shin, save us. You said if we played along, we'd get good resources. You never mention consequences like this. She instantly lashed out at them. Get out. I can't even save myself. Who has time to worry about you? Before she could vent, worse news arrived. Sister Shin, it's bad. We spent 200 million on bots and AI comments, but we still can't control the narrative. Kaudak reported urgently. PR analysis shows the enemy spent at least 500 million. They're using superior AIs and hackers. Our water army companies have been hacked. Nan Shin Jin finally panicked. How is that possible? Who are they exactly? Her rage finally overflowed. Everyone get out. Leave me alone. Elsewhere, her call reached Kim Jiamtaz. He picked up calmly. What is it? She cried out for help. CEO GMI. I've tried everything ... Nothing works. Please save me. But he replied with cold indifference. Save you? What use are you to me now? She was stunned. What? We're in the same boat. If I go down, you'll be implicated too. That's when he gave her a reality check. Don't misunderstand. I'm not a celebrity. Reputation means nothing to me. Have you ever seen a tycoon go bankrupt just for playing with a few stars? Nan Shinjin screamed at his shamelessness, but the line went dead. GM temps, you bastard. Meanwhile, in a wrecked room, two unlucky girls suffered under GM's filthy hands. His blood-stained hands gripped the phone until they trembled. The air grew heavy with danger. Deep Lakbang, I underestimated your baka daring to go against me. Hiam Gyam Tang, I'll make his entire family regret being born. Meanwhile, Lakbang's new movie, Little Han Never Falls, scored a Douban rating of 8.3. 5 stars everywhere. Fans were bursting with pride at her peak acting skills. Lil M jumped with joy. Director D, 100 million in 3 days. We're projected to hit 1.5 billion. Pure profit will be 300 million. But the achiever herself remained strangely calm. Is that so? That's great. The assistant was confused. Director Deep doesn't seem happy. So, Lakbang casually opened up. I have a ... friend. A man has been very good to her and helped her a lot. She wants to repay him, but doesn't know how. Little Am got curious. Oh, how big was the favor? She shyly clarified. Money can't measure it, and a couple of meals wouldn't express enough gratitude. The advice she gave was sincere. Then, focus on what he likes. A heartfelt gift prepared with love is more precious than anything expensive. Lakbang fell into deep thought. What does he like most? Suddenly, she recalled her recent bold behavior. I was too forward back then. Surely, he doesn't think I'm that kind of woman? No, I have to change his impression of me. Back at her apartment, she proactively texted him about the movie's success. She also invited Lam Tan over to help choose her next script. He replied instantly. Congrats, I'm coming over right now. He arrived at her door, filled with anticipation. I spent money without needing a system rebate. And now I get dinner with a beauty. This is paradise. He had already painted a beautiful scenario in his mind for the moment that door opened. Brother Lam Tan, do you want to eat dinner first, or do you want to eat ... me? His imagination ran wild. I wonder what Bang Bang is wearing. I didn't get a good look last time. The door swung open, but standing there was a Lakbang bundled up like a ninja. The seductive fantasy shattered instantly. Reality slapped him in the face. She greeted him politely. Please, sit down. Dinner is almost ready. Have some fruit while you wait. What kind of fruit do you like? But his focus was elsewhere. Are you cold? Why are you dressed like that? Lakbang had to lie through her teeth, even though she was sweating boots. Yes, ... It's a bit chilly today. Lam Tan believed her. He immediately touched her forehead to check for a fever. The sudden proximity made her heart tremble violently. No. ... Too close. Lakbang's internal CPU instantly overheated and crashed on the spot. Panicked, he rushed to check her pulse. Heatstroke is no joke. The fever was burning her up from the inside out. I didn't even think twice before unzipping her jacket. Bringing her body temperature down was the only priority right now. But who would have guessed? Under those heavy layers was a limited edition sight that exceeded all imagination. Lin Shin couldn't help but admire the view. She was simply too adorable. With pure professionalism, he took a towel and wiped away the sweat, ensuring not a single spot was missed in his care. Moments later, her lashes fluttered open. Her mind was still foggy, unable to process the sudden change of scenery. Noticing movement, he stepped forward. You're finally awake. You had severe heat stroke. I had to cool you down and change your clothes. The realization hit Luo Bing like a freight train. Wait, ... You changed me. A delayed wave of shyness washed over her. Oh God, I want to die of shame. Lin Shin was baffled. Why were you bundled up like that? You cooked yourself into a fever. Gathering her courage, she whispered the truth. Before, I wore so little, I was terrified. You'd think I was an easy woman. So today, I tried to cover up as much as possible. Who could have predicted that logic? Just then, a bowl of steaming hot porridge arrived. He displayed a rare, tender side that could melt glaciers. I mean, let's be real. Being cared for like this At your lowest, no one could resist. But she was stronger than she looked. A few simple words of comfort worked magic. Ding! Favorability increased by 3%. Luo Bing's affection level now sat at a solid 8. Overwhelmed, she threw herself into his sturdy arms. Brother Lin Xin, meeting you was my greatest luck. The scene shifted to the next day. He was already in a taxi, heading to a new destination. We have arrived, sir. He nodded calmly, signaling he understood. Stepping out, the view before him stole his breath away. TSK. TSK. Now this is truly magnificent. He casually opened his chat with Shi Yan. Even before this, Lin Shen had always admired her efficiency. She was a woman who got things done. She had invited him to the Yanjiang Science Museum. The goal? To scout for OI-level cleanroom equipment that explained his presence. Lin Shen felt his horizons expanding just looking at the sheer scale of the place. The endless rows of inventions and innovations sparked a fire of curiosity in his eyes. Incredible. Has human technology really advanced to this level? After soaking in the OE, he finally checked the documents Xian sent. This place is a maze. Now, what was the specific component she wanted? It was just a wall of foreign text and complex data. To Lin Xin, these diagrams might as well have been alien. Finally, he deciphered a tag. Wafer production, clean, workshop, unit 1. He was looking for filter units. Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby. My filter units clearly meet the standards. How can you do this? Lin Xin's attention snapped toward the shouting. Ha! Turning around, he saw a foreigner named Wantar. Bullying the weak. Get lost. Kion rushed to support her father. But facing this massive power, the old man refused to back down. How can you break your promise like this? My products are already packed for shipment. Now you demand a 50% price cut. Do you have no conscience at all? But the snake's words twisted black into white. Your products simply don't meet my high standards. If you want to blame someone, blame your own incompetence. Hebin was furious, but helpless. You clearly said. Suddenly, he clutched his chest in agony. Kian's tears began to fall. Dad, your heart, please, don't get so agitated. Wanta didn't have a shred of sympathy for the old man's pain. Stop acting pitiful. It's useless. I don't have time to waste on garbage like you. If we aren't trading, then scram. Finally, the young girl couldn't take it anymore. She snapped. According to the contract, you are the one in breach. Hearing a female voice piqued the scumbag's interest. A little sister who knows about contracts, but the grown-ups are talking. This is no place for you. Move aside. Hikian stood tall, demanding justice for her father. The contract required 0.1 microns and 99.9% filtration. Our product achieved 0.1 microns and 99.99% efficiency. In what world is that failing? You must buy these 2,000 units at the agreed price. To a capitalist shark like Wanter, her resistance was a joke. Ooh, the little sister has claws. But even if you're right, so what? No one else will buy these filters but me. Sell at half price and save something, or refuse and lose hundreds of millions. Your choice. A mere student stood no chance against an old fox. You just want to void the contract. She trembled. Don't you Westerners pride yourselves on the spirit of the contract? That's when he dropped the mask completely. You yellow-skinned people are third-class citizens. You have no right to speak to us about the spirit of contracts. Hebin finally managed to squeeze out a few words. The lifeline they hoped for had become a noose around their necks. Kian, I'm sorry. I've failed you and your mother. Kian wept as she tried to comfort him. No, Dad, you did nothing wrong. You took foreign orders to save the factory during hard times. Who knew they would be this despicable? It's their fault. Wanta didn't even bother hiding his arrogance. Ridiculous. The whole world can be wrong, but we Westerners are never wrong. Remember that truth, little girl. Now, are you ready to make the deal? At that exact moment, a terrifying aura exploded from Lin Xin, making the air tremble. Wanta shivered involuntarily. Why did it suddenly get so cold? Meanwhile, in another sector, A broadcast announced the new OC clean rooms, 98% yield, lower costs. Edison was enthusiastically discussing a deal, 300 million. Our tech leads the world. Xian seized the opportunity and presented her business card. Greetings. I represent Xinyan Technology from China. We are very interested in purchasing your clean rooms. The old man smirked as he took the card. China! He didn't even finish reading it before tossing it aside like garbage. The disrespect was palpable. Our clean rooms start at 3 billion for 1,000 square meters, plus annual maintenance fees. Xian immediately cut him off. Wait a minute. She wasn't one to stand there and be fleeced. 3 billion? I just heard you quote 300 million to that representative from Japan. Edison didn't even bother to hide his disdain. You said it yourself. He's Japanese, you are Chinese. Do you really think you can compare? Xian was stunned by the blatant discrimination. Is this how you conduct business? The old man made his stance crystal clear. I trade with people of value, dealing with your kind. That's practically charity. The sycophants behind him laughed in agreement. Mr. Edison is right. Absolutely. Chinese people never know their place. Xian didn't hold back her disgust. For a leader of a famous Western tech giant, to let prejudice dictate business, it really makes one question your actual ability and your upbringing. That remark made his eyebrow twitch. Edison's face darkened as he sneered. You want to talk about ability? We have the technology. You do not. That is the only ability that matters. His lackeys, Bernard and Egan, chimed in. A low-intelligence race wants rights. Why is a woman doing business anyway? Go, call the men in your family. Xian stood her ground, fighting to the bitter end. Doing business like this, you're no better than barbarians. Suddenly, a deep voice cut through the chaos. That is enough. Uncle Fuong rushed to intervene, trembling with fear. Haven't you caused enough trouble? Your father's reputation is in tatters. Yet, she stood her ground, refusing to retreat. Mr. Edison is old-fashioned. The uncle scoffed. Go home. Women shouldn't meddle in business. Tichnine ignored him, pointing an accusing finger at Edison to rally the crowd. This American targets our people, hiking prices just to spite us, she cried out. But all she got in return was a hollow lecture on honor. Is this not your own fault? The scolding continued mercilessly. You think a mere woman can handle high-stakes international trade? Disgracing us internationally. The mockery felt like a suffocating weight on her soul. Finally, these locals learned their place. Her pride wouldn't let her stay silent. They mock our entire nation. Yet you swallow your anger and lecture me instead. The argument heated up instantly. Aside from yelling, what good are you? We lose in both capital and tech. You wasted 500 million. And for what? Dragging the whole family into bankruptcy. She grit her teeth. We won't lose to them. Bernard and his cronies just watched with amused smirks. Chi, a woman provoking Mr. Edison. He holds over 2,000 patents. You people have zero funds and zero technology. Haha smack. A drone crashed right onto Uncle Fuong's head, instantly killing the mood. No one expected his grand entrance. Lam Tan didn't even apologize, choosing sarcasm instead. Geez, these foreign drones are garbage. Lost control instantly. Dangerous. What if it hit a person? Thank goodness it only landed on a piece of trash. He stepped up to confront them without fear. I heard someone claim we lack money and tech. Edison puffed his chest. I said it. Got a problem? Prove me wrong then. Lam Tan grinned, unlocking a new playground to dominate. Time to educate you, Topher-brain fools. We may be a small enterprise, but even under your pressure, we built a Tier 1 filter. Lam Tan granted their wish instantly. Behold, a virtual cube materialized around them, shocking the crowd. His silhouette against the light looked positively menacing. He descended the stairs with kingly grace. His chosen champion was Hathin. The foreigners laughed. A kid with a unit filter. Mr. Edison? Look closely. The crowd gasped as they analyzed the holographic data. Impossible. The key metrics, ... They're identical. It even contains unpublished data from Silic Tech. Edison smirked, thinking he had won the logic battle. You thieves stole our research. I'll see you in international court. But a furious voice cut through his threats like a blade. Steal what you couldn't even create. From where? Haban stepped forward to demand justice. Does your purchasing staff dare to testify? This is the blood and sweat of hundreds of workers over 5 months. Independent research with undeniable proof. He stood tall against the giant, unflinching. Go ahead and sue. We have spines of steel. We don't need to steal. The old man persisted. It's ours. But Walter's sudden arrival was a slap in the face. Mr. Edison, I'm sorry. I failed. He shamelessly whined to his boss. That man knocked me out from behind. The acquisition? It failed completely. Blood boiled in Edison's veins. Useless trash. The crowd's jaws dropped. Lamtan finally exposed the dirty scheme. Silic's products are just bought from small factories. They force buy tech, then patent it as their own. The verdict was delivered with crushing weight. That is their modus operandi. The crowd erupted in fury. Shameless, robbers, despicable. Panic set in as the situation spiraled. Edison faced Haban, trying to maintain his arrogant facade. The contract is still valid, correct? I'll buy everything at the agreed price. Too bad the bridge was already burned. You want to buy? I refuse to sell. Cold sweat dripped down Edison's face. Are you mad? If you don't sell to us, no one will touch your goods. I can blacklist you globally. Then Lamtan stepped in like a savior. Oh, really? I'll buy every single unit. What now? The old man choked, then frantically raised the stakes. 1 billion was the price. I'll pay 2 billion. Do you hate money that much? Edison didn't realize who he was dealing with. Uncle Ma, I'll pay 4 billion. Sell it. To me. The crowd gasped. Lamtan delivered the final blow with a smirk. Well, aren't you going to raise your bid? You lose in tech, and now you lose in wealth. What do you have left? The old man trembled in fear. Who ... Who are you? I know every major player. I don't know you. Lamtan calmly announced the name that would save their honor. Tannin Technology. Soon, the whole world will know this name. The room erupted in cheers and pride. Thank you, everyone. We finally reclaimed our dignity. So satisfying. We started with nothing, yet here we stand, victorious against the giants. The real thieves are the ones in suits. Lamtan casually pulled out a shimmering gold card. Uncle, take this. There's 5 billion inside. For 4 of the products and 1 billion as an investment in your future. We're partners now. Hathin and Ha-Ben wept with gratitude. Mr. Lam, thank you. We sell everything to you. But Lamtan shook his head, his vision far greater. We don't need all 2,000 units. Sell the surplus domestically. One company isn't enough. We need thousands to rise up and take the world stage. He then turned a cold eye to the foreigners. Of course, we'll still export. We need their money, after all, but unlike them, we won't mark up the price 10 times. Quantities are strictly limited, and only the worthy may purchase. Suddenly, a loudmouth cut through the crowd. Hey, I'm from the Wa Nation. But Lin Shin's gaze remained hard as steel. Gets lost. Wa! The situation exploded like a kicked beehive. Chaos reigned supreme as everyone begged for a chance. Lin Shin had to fight off the mob. While shielding Xian with his own body, stop pushing! Calling me daddy won't help you now. These people flipped allegiances faster than a page turn. I had no choice but to suck up to Edison before... Please understand my struggle. Me too. But Lin Shin was deaf to their pleas. His world had narrowed down to just one person. Are you all right? She looked down, blushing softly. Emimaha. Suddenly, a system screen flashed, accompanied by a warm embrace that stunned him. Affection increased by 5%. Zhang Xian's favorability, 92%. The notifications didn't stop there. Phase 1. Counterattack complete. 6 billion spent. 600 million rebate transferred. Reward. All attributes increased to level 9. Choose one mastery. Go, mathematics, or brainwashing. He wanted to dance with joy right there. I've always wanted to learn Go. but never had the time. System, you really know my heart. Without hesitation, Lin Xin selected the Go Mastery skill. Meanwhile, outside breaking news flashed across the giant LED screens. Select technology exposed for stealing research. The World Tech Expo will investigate thoroughly. Their qualification is hereby revoked permanently. Security dragged Edison out like trash/bit. His arrogance remained untouched. Yuhua! People have no right to detain me. We will meet again. Lin Xin smirked, ready for the challenge. Count on it. You stole from us, and the debt must be paid. As the excitement died down, Fang finally woke from his unconscious state. Oog! Why does my head feel like it's splitting open? Reality hit him in a confusing blur. Where is Jiangshan? Where did the crowd go? Wait, Silic Tech accused of theft. What on earth did I miss? Then, his eyes locked onto a sight that made his blood boil. She was walking with Lin Xin. Intimately and impossibly. The Ice Queen, who only cares about microchips, is clinging to a man, snapping out of his shock. He pulled out his phone. Click. Evidence secured. Send. Old Zheng, look what I captured at the Tech Expo. That daughter of yours really knows how to worry. Oh, father, do you want me to go over there and scold her? Zhang Ling ground his teeth, staring at the photo like it was an enemy general. Who is this punk? He looks like a penniless university student. He immediately summoned his aide. Olchen, the butler bowed instantly. Awaiting orders, Chairman, he lowered his voice, trembling with rage. First, she plays with chips. Now, she dates trash. Is she trying to kill me with stress? Investigate him. Now, Chun bowed low. Yes, master? Once the order was given, Zhang Ling flipped his mask back to business mode. Uncle Jiang, to a happy partnership. President Miao raised his glass with a charming smile. The deal was practically sealed. So Miao decided to stop playing games. Uncle, our families have worked together for years. You know the pressure I'm under to marry. My standards are sky high, but one truly like Xion. This was exactly what Zhang Ling wanted to hear. Sure, Miao was a playboy, but aren't all young heirs? Xian needs to settle down. Our families are a match made in heaven. An alliance would make us invincible. Miao reached out his hand, certain of victory. Uncle, once we shake on this. Suddenly, old Chun burst into the room, panting heavily. Zhang Ling scowled. What is it? Can't you see? I'm busy with President Miao? But his words died in his throat as he saw the file. Sir, you need to see this. It's his personal profile. Miao stood there, completely oblivious. What's going on? Zhang Ling didn't explain. He grabbed Miao and marched him out. President Miao. This way, the young heir smirked internally. Discussing the wedding date already. Excellent. The sooner, the better. But the moment they stepped outside, Zhang Ling's face flipped 180 degrees. Goodbye. Let's collaborate next time. Slam. Miao pounded on the closed door in shock. Uncle Jiang. Uncle Jiang. Inside, Zheng Ling was practically glowing with pride. Listen. Old Fang. Xian's love life is her own business. I fully support her freedom. He even threw a warning shot at the caller. I advise you to stop meddling. His mind was already painting a glorious future. To think that boy is the legendary President Qian. My daughter really has an eye for talent. She caught the Golden Dragon. He's the investor behind the chip company, Old Chun. Bring out the 30-year-old Mayotai. I must treat him like royalty. Chun bowed. Yes, master. Back at the Science Expo, the couple strolled happily. They arrived at the experience room. Well, Lin Xin wasn't impressed at first. Just standard tech. But then Xian showed him the real magic. Vroom! A 3D projection materialized. This is my field, she said proudly. It's far superior to the old models. This was developed by the top tech giants of our nation. It combines 3D projection, VR interaction, and a complete smart RI experience. Lin Shen's eyes lit up. Interesting. Let me give it a try. System, give me warm sunshine and a gentle breeze. Whoosh! Incredible. I can actually feel it. Xian smiled, explaining further. Regular 3D is just a movie. But this creates a world based on your desires. Her eyes sparkled with ambition. The only bottleneck is the processing power of current chips. But once our nation's chip technology catches up, we will lead the world. I have bet everything on this future. Lin Xin gazed at her with admiration. My Yanbao is so cool when she's serious. She blushed crimson and quickly changed the subject. Lin Xin, why don't you try the AR app? A mischievous idea sparked in his mind. All right then. System, generate a romantic atmosphere. Flash. Instantly, they were transported to a grand cathedral. Guests filled the pews, and a priest stood before them. But the biggest surprise was yet to come. Their clothes shimmered and transformed. Lin Shen looked down at his tuxedo. Ha ha, this is a bit soda. I was expecting cherry blossoms or a moonlit walk. The atmosphere turned awkwardly intimate. This AI doesn't waste any time. Suddenly, the virtual priest boomed. Bride, do you take this man in sickness and in health? For richer or for poorer? Xion panicked. What is happening? But the NPC crowd chanted in unison. Marry him! Marry him! Marry him! Romantic music swelled to a crescendo while she was flustered. Lin Xin just grinned at the absurdity. Oh my God! This AI is absolute peak. As if under a spell, Nayan let the words slip out. I accept. But Lam Tan missed the moment completely. Huh! What did you say? She didn't repeat herself. Instead, amidst the chiming bells, she proved her feelings with action. Without hesitation, they shared a kiss hotter than the summer sun. Even after they parted, the spell lingered. But a moment later, reality crashed in. Nayeon turned bright red. Wait, what am I doing? Sorry, consider this a bonus. She panicked. Who knew the usually composed Jiang Yanbo had such a wild side? Suddenly, a system notification rang out. The wedding scene dissolved, shifting straight to the honeymoon phase. Even their outfits were perfectly calculated by the AI. A honeymoon! Her embarrassment gauge just shattered the ceiling. Without a word, Nayan activated her escape skill. I didn't know the AI would go this far. So humiliating. She fled before Lam Tan could even process her fragile heart. Engi Enbio, you're fast. He didn't overthink it. Guess I'll head back to school. Meanwhile, at the Tang mansion, the maids only saw a blur pass by. Welcome home. Miss back in her sanctuary, she unleashed her inner chaos. How did it end up like this? How did I have the guts to kiss him? Sob. She blamed the AI setup, that stupid system. How can I ever face him again? She couldn't silence the storm in her mind. Oosh, everything went off the rails today. Desperate, she poured her heart out to her best. Eng Haiyan, ever since I fell for him, I'm not myself anymore. What do I do? Her friend replied with concern. What happened? I kissed him today. The reply came instantly. Congrats. Heart emoji. But something else happened. I'm dying of shame. Head pat. I totally get it. I've done some pretty bold things in front of my crush too. Hanginde. Back at the boys' dorm, a tray of glistening fruit skewers awaited. Cheha Unan summoned his squad. Brothers, Tang Hulu. But his generosity backfired instantly. 3 days in a row. I'm sick of it. You eat it. Get lost. Defeated. He dropped to his knees, begging. Don't be like that. I can't finish this alone. The roommates turned the tables, interrogating him. Why do you keep buying them then? Spit it out. Shohun shied away, half hiding his face. Well, ... Actually, he finally spilled the tea. Her name is T.U. Ho, a freshman at Vientiane University. She's working part-time to support herself. I just stopped by after class to help boost her sales. He was still high on their first meeting. Hello, which flavor would you like? Cheha Ueng declared, death smile. It lit up my entire world. In that split second, I already named our future children. Definitely twins. A boy and a girl. He kept yapping, just to stay close to her. I buy skewers daily, just to chat. Her dad broke his leg, so she's the breadwinner. His friends were unimpressed by the romance. Shohan returned to the main issue. So, ... Will you guys help me eat these? The answer remained cold. Eat it yourself. And don't waste food. The golden autumn scenery was picture perfect. But the vibe shattered instantly with the arrival of a thug and his lackeys. Vendors lowered their heads, terrified of drawing attention. Everyone froze, watching the storm brew. Only Tiuhaha, innocent and unaware, kept working. Here's your strawberry skewer, sir. Suddenly, the thug shoved the customer aside. Yo, business looks booming. Huh? Hey, pretty girl, give me a first love flavor. She sensed the danger, but forced a smile. Ah, first love is the sweet and sour hawthorn. Would you like that? But her kindness only fed his arrogance. Come on, feed it to me. Tiu Ho went pale, trying to pull away from his grip. Please, let go. Finally, the thug released her, laughing. He devoured the treat without paying. Not bad. No wonder you have so many customers. She trembled, facing the wolves. What? ... What do you want? The leader leaned in, his voice dripping with menace. Cutie, you've been here 3 days. Time to follow the rules. 2,000 yuan a month for cleaning fees. Tioho stood her ground. On what basis? The lackeys stepped up before the boss could speak. You set up shop on Big Bro's turf without paying respects. You really don't know the rules. She clung to logic. I don't know any Big Bro. Vending here is legal. You have no right to collect fees. But it was 3 against 1. This street belongs to the Great River Gang. My word is the law here. Ha! Legal? The thug grabbed a bystander. Hey, you tell her what's legal? The terrified owner bowed. Big Bro is the law. The thug smirked. Hear that? Tiu Ho pleaded. Desperate, I don't have that kind of money. I'm just trying to cover living expenses. But the thug played dirty. No money. Then I guess I'll come every day and add some special seasoning to your candy. Tears of frustration welled up. My Tang Hu, why are you doing this? The crowd whispered, outraged but scared. Bullying a young girl. That's too low. It's disgusting. But those thugs have powerful backing. The tension was suffocating. Suddenly, footsteps pounded the pavement. Shohun threw himself in front of Tai Hu Ho. What do you think you're doing? Broad daylight and you're robbing a girl. She looked at him, moved. Cheha Unengrem. But the thug easily lifted the skinny boy by his collar. The hell? Who are you? The lackeys cracked their knuckles. You got a death wish, kid? Playing hero to save the beauty. Look at you. More like a teddy bear than a hero. Cheha Unenag struggled weakly. Put me down. Ti Uha cried out. Let him go. I'll call the police. The thug didn't flinch. Police? You wanna sue me? For what? Fighting? Nah. I just saw some dust on his shirt and helped dust it off. Is he hurt? Are you hurt? His intimidating aura crushed her courage. We haven't broken any laws, have we? Or are you trying to scam us? Is this the so-called elite spirit of university students? Let's go down to the station for a chat. We have all the time in the world. Unlike you, busy scholars, the gang threatened them openly, clearly practiced in the art of intimidation. If you dare call the cops today, we big brothers will play with you until the bitter end. Zalhua wept in helplessness, watching Zhou Tong suffer pain on her behalf. The onlookers boiled with silent rage. Damn it, this is disgusting. But don't be rash. Provoke these rabid dogs and you'll get bitten. The boss even stuck out his face, practically begging for a hit. Yo, what's with the crowd? Angry. Want to hit me? Come on, take your best shot. He stood arrogant before the weak, convinced that students were just naive sheep. No money, no connections, no backing, just useless trash. 2,000 yuan a month won't even cover my lunch. I'm being generous with this sanitation fee. You should thank me for teaching you a lesson. School never could. Filthy peasants. He used his physical dominance to clear a path. Cowards! All of you! Scram! But as he shoved his way through, he slammed into the one person who didn't know the meaning of fear. Lin Xin was completely immersed in his own world. This stinky tofu is absolute heaven. The boss's blood began to boil. Where did this deaf brat come from? Get lost. A rugged hand clamped onto his shoulder, but then the impossible happened. He couldn't move him an inch. A dangerous aura instantly exploded around the boy. Can't you see? I'm eating. Is your brain purely for decoration? Even a dog knows to walk around, yet you don't. Lin Xin decided to punish him with his special biological weapon tofu breath attack. I suggest you scramble before I lose my temper. But the thug was too humiliated to listen. You're courting death. Unwilling to accept the insult, he threw a full-force punch straight at the face. Unbelievably, the boy's expression remained as cold as a stone statue. Not a scratch on him. Instead, the thug howled as his own hand shattered against the impact. Arg! Damn it! This guy is made of steel. The minions panicked. Boss, are you okay? But on the other side, the performance of the century had begun. Ouch! I'm dying! He hit me. His fist was like a sledgehammer. Everyone saw that, right? My head is spinning. I might need an ambulance. Zheng Hao raised his phone, syncing perfectly with the act. Don't worry. I recorded the whole assault. Every brutal second is on camera. Lin Xin guaranteed high-definition quality. The gangsters never expected the younger generation to be this shameless. Contrasting the crowd's hidden joy was Student Council President Zheng Hao. And the victim lying there was Senior Lin Xin. At this moment, the protagonist unleashed his tactical genius. Just so you know, I was carrying a bottle of vintage wine worth 2 million. Here's the receipt. Your sudden attack smashed it all. Looks like that's enough to send you away for a few years. The logic was flawless. Finally, the thugs realized they had kicked an iron plate. Damn it, don't waste time with this idiot. Let's go. What are you looking at? Move. But the crowd was no longer obedient. I get it now. The students swarmed in, trapping the 3 burly men in the center. So that's how we're playing. We want to see the show too. The boss began to panic at this strange variable. What are you doing? What do you people want? Right on cue, Dharma followed Lin Xin's lead with a masterclass in faking it. Ouch! Why did you push me? The thug tried to defend himself. When did I push you? But he was met with a machine gun barrage of accusations. Look at this. Zhangjiang University students beaten by thugs at the school gate. Is there no law left? That fist hit him like a sandbag. Even the bystanders are getting hurt. Hu Kang synchronized with Zheng Hao, crying miserably into the camera lens. Everyone look. This is the gangster who beats up innocent students. The boss, boiling with rage, slapped the phone away. Damn it! Give you an inch and you take a mile. Who knew he would just trigger another specialized actor? AA, my hand. My arm is broken. The next heir to the throne of acting was Deben. Oh, heavens! My phone worth 20,000. I just bought it yesterday. Plus medical fees and emotional damage. It's too cruel. I'm so jealous. Can he hit me once too? The thug, cornered and desperate, unleashed a stream of curses, his fist trembling with the urge to strike. Scum. But the situation spiraled further out of control when Mia joined the fray. If everyone is putting on a show, I might as well test the waters. A familiar voice rang out from the phone. Seeing the blade shine in the dark night, who can distinguish the hero from the demon? The moment she started the live stream, the atmosphere became explosive. It's so lively here. I don't know what's happening, but let's dance first. Viewers were instantly hooked, their attention pivoting to the violence in the background. Someone snapped a photo of Mia and posted it. It triggered a tsunami of interactions from netizens. Across the web, the thug's reputation was being destroyed in real time, spreading far and wide. The boss was now surrounded more tightly than an idol, but instead of joy, he felt pure terror. Get back! Get back, all of you! Do you understand? The crowd immediately gave them a taste of what internet violence feels like. You messed with the wrong people. Never mess with university students. In the past, students dared to overthrow tyrants. We can cleanse society of trash like you. Kicking us is like kicking a steel wall. Finally, Zheng Hao stepped forward to demand justice. If you don't give us a satisfactory answer, don't dream of leaving. Driven to a dead end, the boss decided to fight his way out. Damn it, don't think we're actually scared of you, brats. Brothers, get them. But at that precise moment, Principal Yuan arrived with the cavalry to suppress the chaos. Who dares bully my students? Only now did the gang feel true fear creeping in. You're the principal of Yan. The old man's words poured out with majestic authority. I don't know who you are, but Yanjiang University is a stat-invested institution. It is not a place for you to collect illegal fees. From now on, outside of school-approved stalls, all street vending is prohibited. And for those violating the law, go explain it at the police station. The police worked with lightning speed. Take these 3 suspects away. The thugs turned their backs in humiliation, drowning in the curses of the crowd. Get lost. Don't come back. Open your eyes. Next time. This is Yanjiang territory. The seniors showed their protective warmth. Don't worry. Junior, we all protect each other here. If those punks dare to return, we'll fight them again together. Zhao Hua was moved to tears. Thank you, everyone. Among them, Zhou Tong looked particularly worried about her. Principal, how do we apply for a stall permit? Zhao Hua asked timidly. Principal Yuan cleared his throat, casting a meaningful glance. Ahem, I have resolved the incident. He quickly laid out a reasonable policy. Just follow the procedures and submit an application. The school has mentors for startups, and students in need can receive subsidies and support. The students cheered in unison. Whoa, that's amazing. The principal is so cool. But no one knew he had his own hidden agenda, handling it this way. Surely Lin Xin is satisfied, right? Zhao Hua responded with generosity. Thank you all so much. Without you, I couldn't run my stall. My clumsy mouth can't express enough gratitude. Today, the candied hawthorns are on me. Free for everyone. Immediately, she was flooded with support. Wow, thanks. What a beautiful heart she has. Business is about to explode for you. Time for a little display of masculine charm. Step aside. Let me handle the sugar syrup. She didn't refuse, clearly enjoying the attention. Thank you, Brother Zhou Dong. A true savior in an apron. He quickly masked his shyness with a cough. Ahem, it is nothing. But Lin Xin wasn't just watching. He was ready to dominate the kitchen on this joyous day. Allow me to assist as well. I happen to possess a certain mastery over the culinary arts. Little Flower S.I. Swidenchi recognized the secret ingredient immediately. Osmanthus flower. You verified them while washing? Indeed, the streets are lined with them, and they are in full bloom. Next, the ritual begins. Drying the washed petals to perfection on kitchen paper. Before introducing them to the bubbling sugar cauldron, Lin Xin's hidden technique was finally unleashed. His movements were not those of an amateur, but of a grandmaster chef with years of battle experience in the kitchen. As the syrup danced, he stir-fried another batch of petals in oil. Little Flower and Zhou Dong inhaled greedily, while the heavenly fragrance bewitched the entire crowd. It smells too good. He lectured while he worked, sharing the sacred recipe. A delicate layer of golden syrup was applied, followed by a sprinkle of the dried, stir-fried, blossoms absolute perfection. The masterpiece is complete. The Osmanthus Tanghulu is born. 1 free stick per person, but if your soul is moved by the taste, feel free to tip us a little cash. Free food is the holy grail for university students. I'll take one. I need one too. The aroma is intoxicating. They had never witnessed such a unique treat before. Little Flower took a tentative bite. The moment it touched her tongue, reality shattered. It wasn't just her taste buds exploding. She felt like her very clothes were bursting from the flavor. Heavens! How can this exist? Attention! Everyone who tasted it reached spiritual enlightenment. This is delicious. The mob mentality kicked into high gear. Give me another skewer. I am paying. I will take 3. I will pay 6 yuan. I will pay 30. Give me the strawberries. Don't pull. I haven't even tasted it yet. Let me through. Suddenly, a voice of absolute authority cut through the noise like a blade. I will pay 100 yuan. Give me one. Now, Duyan flashed her screen to prove her dominance. Transfer complete. Your phone confirmed it. 100 yuan received. Honest Little Flower panicked. Wait, the first one is free. Let me refund you. But the cold beauty refused flatly. No more need. She took the skewer, her elegance contrasting sharply with the street food as she prepared to taste. One bite, and her icy facade melted away instantly. What kind of tanghulu is this? The sugar is thin as glass, non-sticky, and tempered to absolute perfection. The dried osmanthus elevates the strawberry's soul. She demanded answers. You made this to possess such god-tier technique at your age? Little Flower quickly denied it. Oh, not me. A master taught me. Wait, he was just here. She looked around, but the mysterious chef had vanished. It looks like he crossed to the other side of the street. Duyan tossed her business card with the swagger of a CEO and turned to leave. Thanks, just in case I cannot track him down myself. If you see that person again, tell him to contact me. Little Flower looked at the card and nearly fainted. Mi Emchen, the internationally feared food critic organization. As she walked away, determination set in. If it is truly him, then perhaps the young miss finally has a chance. The hunt was on. Meanwhile, in a shadowy boat warehouse, a voice dripped with venom. Useless trash. You failed to collect the protection fee and dragged the police into a huge mess. Master Ren roared. The higher-ups are watching. From now on, be careful. Do you know how much money I burned Balia idiots out? Agi scrambled to make excuses. Usually, those students and vendors fear me. But today, they went berserk. I apologize. Master Ren, I will be vigilant next time. His groveling seemed to work. Humph, at least you took all the blame and kept my name out of it. You handled it quickly, but there are no second chances. The thug bowed low, completely submissive compared to his earlier arrogance. Thank you, Master Ren. But a sinister grin quickly returned to his face. Master Ren, don't be angry. We have a plan. Cowards always target the weak. I'll take 10 men, ambush that girl on her way home, kidnap her, and drag her back here for a chat. Once she is in our hands, she will agree to anything. Agi was already savoring a victory that was practically within reach. The protection fee stays. Those students are just sheep, trying to play hero. They will soon learn the consequences of crossing us. Master Ren actually looked impressed. Not bad. But suddenly a new presence invaded their sanctuary. Indeed, not bad for a villain. You certainly haven't disappointed me. Ren froze, completely caught off guard. Even in cheap clothes, Lin Xin radiated the overwhelming aura of a predator entering a sheep pen. I am just here to exterminate some societal trash. Agi recognized the face instantly and screamed. It's him, Master Ren. He is the one who provoked us and started the riot. You fool. You walked into a den of 20 wolves. Do not expect to leave alive. But the odds only made him smile. So many people, perfect. I needed to stretch my muscles. The thugs drew weapons, but he just laughed in the face of danger. Capture him, dead or alive. But before the echo faded, Lin Xin moved. In less than a minute, he taught them the true definition of power. Weapons clattered uselessly to the floor. Standing tall amidst a sea of unconscious bodies, he declared with disdain, Teeska, not a single one of you could even tank a hit. Now, only Master Ren remained, trembling so hard his soul nearly left his body. Hero, great master, I didn't know I was offending a dragon. We will compensate you. 500,000. No, 1 million. We will vanish forever. He frantically tried to use his silver tongue to save his old life. I will be honest with you, sir. We may be small fry, but we have powerful heavyweights backing us up. Let's work together. Harmony breeds wealth, right? What do you say? But his words were dust in the wind before Lin Xin. I am not here for money. I am here to teach you a lesson. You have the skill to earn money, but you won't have the life to spend it. With a cold sentence, he delivered the final, devastating knockout blow to the boss. If this world lets money rule over justice, then consider me the nemesis sent by the heavens to slaughter beasts like you. Later, outside the warehouse, a police officer reported in, voice stiff. Captain Shen, the caller is gone. We only found the unconscious suspects and the evidence. One of them is Ren, a squad leader from market management. This was his stash house. We caught them red-handed with confiscated goods. Captain Shen turned, eyes narrowing with intrigue. The report came with a voice recording. Didn't it? Play it for me. She lifted the phone, and a familiar voice pierced her ear. Hello? I'd like to report a crime at the Riverside warehouse. Her eyes went wide. She knew instantly it was Lam Tan. Gazing up at the moon, she sighed with a knowing smile. There he goes again, playing the silent guardian of the city shadows. Since he saved me from that electric trap, I've longed to thank him. Just that thought triggered an update. System alert. Favorability increased by 10%. Thamin Godong stands at 37%. The very next day, the entrance to Disneyland was buzzing. The speakers blared. Guests purchasing tickets, please proceed to the left of the counter. Guests with complimentary passes kindly move to the right for inspection. The ticket girl beamed, handing over the goods. Welcome, 5 esteemed guests. May magic fill your day. Trin Hao and Ngio Che muttered sourly at their lucky friend walking ahead. The grand opening was chaos huge ads everywhere and a lottery draw in full swing. The guy actually snagged 5 free tickets. He must have burned 10 years of luck for that. If he actually woos Little Ho, he'll be bankrupt a fortune for life. As they stood before the colossal Ferris wheel, gasps of awe rippled through the air. Whoa! It's massive! A brown bear mascot waddled over to greet Lam Tan, while the group behind was glued to their phones, dazed by the welcome. Antiochi pointed away to create a diversion. Hey! Look how crowded that ice cream stand is! Must be legendary. Lam Tan, be a pal and queue up for us? Yeah, we'll go grab other snacks. The other two chimed in instantly. Exactly. We're counting on you. Lam Tan, he agreed blindly, unaware of the trap. But right by the ice cream truck, Nahai was gently comforting a crying child. Hold it tight this time. Okay. As the girl thanked her sweetly, he let out a confused noise. She turned, face flushing instantly red. Lam Tan, what a surprise. Before he could even process that, Natran's voice whispered dangerously close to his ear, lovely weather for Disneyland, isn't it? She tipped her hat, greeting him with theatrical flair. Fancy meeting you here. Lam Tan, while his brain fried, Tunu crashed straight into him with a squeak. She stuck out her tongue, feigning acute injury. Ouch, I nearly bit my tongue. Lam Tan, you're hanging out here too? As the 4 locked eyes, the air turned suffocatingly silent. He face-palmed, muttering, you guys. The 3 girls immediately launched into their schemes. I sent CA Chudong 100 yuan red packet for the intel. Accidental romance is the best. I paid Ngiochi 200 just to find your exact coordinates today. Lam Tan, don't I look stunning? I spent nothing. I just cornered Trin Hao and forced your schedule out of him. Imagining those traitorous friends chanting thank us for this harem blessing made his blood boil. He cursed loudly in his heart. Nahai fired the first shot in the war for affection. Sister Nunu, even though you're 2 years my senior, love has rules. And as for Tran, you better leave before Lam Tan gets angry. Tanu simply raised her middle finger in defiance. Who do you think you are? My mom said you aren't even his girlfriend. Nat Tran seized the moment to wrap herself around his arm. Hitting is affection, scolding is love. Lam Tan scolds me all the time. Do you have a bond etched in bone like ours? He let out a helpless groan. Next, she turned her sights to destroy her rivals. First target, the gentle Naha. Men get bored easily. They crave thrill, novelty. Can a plain girl like you provide that? Tunu wasn't spared from her sharp tongue either. And you, racer girl, don't cause a scene. Men only keep girls like you around for a short fling. Nothing more. The racer didn't fear a crash. She shoved the black octopus aside and dropped the distract. You loose woman, get lost. You and Nai just cling to whoever has money. Unlike me, when I choose someone, I never change lanes. Lam Tan, let's go ride the roller coaster. Nahai dropped her gentle facade to roast her roommate. Tran, you need glasses. Can't you see the sheer disdain in Lam Tan's eyes? Lam Tan, let's ride the carousel instead. The surrounding guys, watching this live-action harem drama, stared in awe what in the world. 3 goddesses. Fighting over one guy? Damn, I'm jealous. But the lucky protagonist, Lam Tan, was suffering a misery he couldn't voice. Enough? You're all annoying. Let go. But then, his gaze locked on to a warning sign. His brain gears spun. Ha! He scanned it at light speed. The raging current, the most lethal attraction in the park. Warning, this ride contains extreme hazards. Visitors with weak hearts should abstain. Life and death waiver required. He mentally cheered, "Perfect!" Then screamed, "Don't follow me!" He bolted through the gate, tossing the waiver at the guard like a man rushing to his doom. Then he turned, twisting his face into a grimace. "Sorry, ladies, you have to sign a death waiver to enter." But their fighting spirit only ignited further. It's just a piece of paper. They chased after him, screaming like For Lamtan, I'd cross a mountain of blades. They trampled Purahong into the dirt, but he just grinned. Ah, is this the heavenly feeling of being stepped on by God? Sprawled on the rubber raft, Lamtan felt a rare moment of satisfaction. Let's see, you follow me. Here, finally, peace. But his joy was short-lived. 3 sticky plasters dropped from the sky, landing right beside him. Ack. You guys, he tried one last desperate negotiation. Ugh, aren't you scared? It's starting. Get off now, while you can. Nahai and Natran were trembling like leaves, but their mouths remained stubborn. No way. We can't let that racer win. Only Tu Nu was completely relaxed, sashaying closer. Scared. You know I love thrills. Did you pick this ride? Just for me. Suddenly, the system chimed. Favorability increased by 3%. 2. Nunu is now at 73%. Enlightenment hit him. He forgot Nunu wasn't a normal girl. Her nerves were made of steel. As the speakers counted down 3.2, 1, the rival roommates stiffened in terror. Lunch, as the raft plunged, the group split into 2 extremes. Tunu spread her arms wide, letting out a howl of pure, adrenaline-fueled ecstasy. The raft tore away from the dock, starting the death-defying course. The 2 terrified girls immediately abandoned their rivalry to cling to each other for dear life. Both beauties threw their image out the window, squeezing their eyes shut and shrieking. I don't want to die yet, mommy. It's 2. Nu remained the eye of the storm, laughing with pure amusement. Ha! Yet, amidst the chaos, Natran struck with precision, latching onto his leg to wail like a banshee. Save me, Lamtan. I am terrified. Blinded by jealousy, she unbuckled her safety gear, ready for a What a manipulative green tea actress, feigning weakness to harvest male sympathy. 2. Nu cast aside all physical restraints and declared with dominance, listen well. When this queen chases a man, I only use the most direct method possible. Lamtan offered a terrified, belated warning that is incredibly dangerous. As rubber left the slide, she defied gravity and physics, screaming as she launched into the sky. I fear nothing, she claimed, yet suspended in midair, looking down at the endless expanse of water. Her heart missed several critical beats. With no other choice, he unbuckled, forced into the role of a reluctant guardian knight. Lamtan extended his arms, calculating her trajectory with divine precision. Still, fate demanded she swallow a bellyful of water. Even though he fished her out instantly, she thrashed about like a duck dropped in boiling oil. I cannot swim! It is over! Ah! Her panic only ceased when she felt a strange, solid intrusion against her chest, silencing her instantly with confusion. Lamtan poked his head out from between the twin peaks of greatness, desperate to explain. The water isn't deep, but I feared you would faint and drown if I let go. She cared not for logic. This intimate contact sent her spirit soaring to the heavens. You saved me. The system pinged. Affection level increased by 2%. Tunu wrapped all 4 limbs around him like a possessive octopus, before boldly rewarding her savior with a deep, passionate French kiss. The other girls screamed, ready to tear their hair out in envy. The onlookers on the shore dropped their jaws, their voices dripping with sour jealousy. Damn, that man is living a legend's life. 3 supreme beauties. It was too much. His limits breached, he fled for his life. Stop this madness, and stop following me! But they pursued him relentlessly, their shouts shaking the earth. Lamtan, exhausted and gasping, suddenly saw a towering structure ahead. The haunted house. He devoured the advertisement that pierced his soul. Soul-stealing mansion, the most realistic, terror-inducing nightmare you will ever experience. Cowards and cardiac patients forbidden. Sign the death waiver before entry. As he processed this, a brilliant plan formed in his mind at light speed. This is perfect. Surely they won't dare enter. 5 minutes later, plan failed. With zero hope left, he asked, "Are you girls seriously not afraid?" Nahai and Tunu clamped onto his arms, their voices trembling. "We are terrified, but we have you. Ah, I fear ghosts the most." "Don't let go!" Lamtan screamed internally. "I miscalculated. A haunted house is the ultimate skinship zone for couples." Behind them, Nat Tran trembled, swallowing her grievance. She had signed the waiver 1 minute too late and lost a prime spot next to him. Furious. Just then, a ghost actress stepped out to fulfill her duty. She collapsed in fright, but catching sight of the ghost's sneakers, realization dawned. Oh, it is merely a human. Nat Tran tossed fear aside, her eyes glowing brighter than high beams. She produced a wad of cash. "Hey, ghost friend, 500 yuan for your costume and a little information." Up ahead, Nahai was already on the floor, wailing like a siren. "Hey, a ghost has grabbed my leg." Moments later, Tuno was also dragged into the darkness by mysterious hands. Lamtan felt zero pity. Instead, fireworks exploded in his heart. "This haunted house is fighting my battles for me. Magnificent. Those traps must send them straight to the exit." Finally, he could enjoy the terror in peace. He pushed open a creaky door into a gloomy chamber. This set design. Is Sadako about to make her grand entrance? Static buzzed on the screen, revealing a figure both strange and familiar. His brain clicked. As expected, Lamtan stood frozen as the ghost girl reached out of the frame. Whoa, she's actually coming out. The actress moved with purpose, not rushing, but slithering towards him like an enchanting white snake. He gazed at her obvious curves, face heating up. "I must admit, that is a spectacular figure for a vengeful spirit." As the supreme ghost stood before him, he casually waved soup. But when her hands grasped his rear end, he shrieked, "Hey, where exactly are you touching?" Even the blind could tell this ghost was Nat Tran. Lamtan collapsed in terror, but when she hiked up her dress, his mind invented a desperate excuse. "Ah, is this the uncensored version of Was the movie I watched a lie?" Before she could proceed, 2 zombie nurses stormed the scene. 2 new restrained her, while Nahai brandished a massive syringe. "Little girl, it is time for your injection." Terrified, Nat Tran screamed and dove straight into Lamtan's embrace. He cheered. Horror nurses versus What a visual feast. But as the adrenaline faded and he saw their faces clearly, a curse slipped out. "What the hell?" Nahai wasted no time exposing the plot. She bribed the actor to cosplay. She used the traps to eliminate us just to steal a private moment with you. The staff rescued us and spilled the beans, so we used her own tactics to deliver justice. Nat Tran wept without tears, pleading her case. "Lamtan, it is only because my love for you is too vast. I had no impure thoughts. I just wanted to hold you and inhale your scent." "Boo-hoo, I am satisfied now." The system pinged relentlessly. Affection of Nat Tran increased by 0.1%. He mentally spat. This woman is toxic. Suddenly, the door crashed open again, freezing everyone in a state of shock. It was a chalk, ignoring all social decency. He dragged his heavy frame, chasing a ghost actress while drooling like a beast. "Oh my, ghost sister, don't run. I'm so scared. Let me catch you." The terrified actress shouted back, "Sir, this is sexual harassment. Stop immediately." Rejection bruised his fragile ego, and he spewed shameless filth. "I'm just running in fear. Self-defense. Do you want to get fired? I could have this place shut down. Let me touch you. Aren't service girls meant to be handled? I'm doing you a favor." She continued to scream, "Stay away." Then, Achak spotted the 3 supreme beauties in the room. His excitement spiked. "Oh, horror nurses from Vo Thanlin? And a seductive This haunted house really knows how to party. Why don't I play with you ladies?" Tunu turned slowly, gifting the pervert a smile more terrifying than any ghost. "I fear, sir, that you are not equipped to play this game. He was completely oblivious to the weapon she raised, still swimming in his own filthy fantasies. Oh my, so scary. You're frightening me to death. I'm going to enjoy this thoroughly. But the next moment, the sight before him turned his face greener than a sick pig. His entire vocabulary evaporated instantly, leaving only a pathetic squeal behind. Sporting a fresh lump on his head, Baldy screamed for his life. Help! A ghost! While Suro chased him down like a relentless reaper, claiming a soul. Ha ha! I'm just playing a little game of tag with our guest. Sir, please, stop running. He collapsed on the floor, stuttering threats. Stay back. You assaulted me. I'll sue you. I'm calling the police. She simply smirked with arrogant flair. Oh, really? And do you have any actual evidence of that? Baldy pointed at a hidden lens in the corner and shrieked. This haunted house is full of surveillance. The footage of you injuring me is already recorded. You'll lose your job and go bankrupt paying me damages. Suro leaned in with a provocative grin, sticking her tongue out. Is that so? She whipped out her phone, reciting his dirty laundry loud and clear. The camera caught your face too, just like those perverted posts you bragged about on the dark web. Vandalizing haunted houses, a petty manager living in the West District with a wife. Want me to send this video to your company or plaster posters around your home? Baldy's jaw hit the floor in shock. What? How do you know? She pointed her iron pipe at him. I've been around the block. Handling trash like you is child's play. I'm very experienced at this. Keep your hands to yourself from now on. If I see you acting like a predator again, I'll slice that thing off and feed it to the rats. Finally, Suru's temper exploded, and she kicked the lowlife away. Get lost! He feigned submission while secretly drawing a blade. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I'm leaving right now. Baldy gritted his teeth and spun around, thrusting the knife without hesitation. You little witch, go to hell. But instead of blood, steel met steel. Lin Shin appeared like a hero, saving a beauty, adjusting Suru's weapon angle just in time to block the fatal strike. This high-level maneuver left Baldy frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Suro was lost in the romantic moment. Softly whispering Lin Shin's name with a flushed face, he delivered a decisive blow, smashing the creep's teeth in. Suro blushed, chanting his name again, gazing at him with love-struck eyes, despite the chaotic situation. She immediately deployed her octopus-killing technique, trying to steal a kiss right then and there. Oh my God, you're so handsome, so strong. I love you. Though favorability rose 5%, he pushed her away. Hey, get off me. Finally, staff arrived to clean up the mess. Restrain that man. He used a knife to attack people. Take him to the station. Suro watched the scene, shaking her head. Tisk, what a chaotic day. Even as he was dragged away, Baldy kept screaming, "Let me go!" The crowd was so busy gossiping they didn't notice one person was missing. Only when she asked did the group realize, wait, where is Lin Shin? He was just here. But Suru's delusion self-healed instantly. Ha ha ha. Regardless, Lin Shin had intimate contact with me just now. He must have fallen for my charms and run away out of Yizheng grabbed her hair in a fury. You shameless fox. How dare you seduce Lin Shin in front of me again and again? Suro wasn't going to take that lying down. She engaged in instant combat, you desperate glue stick, sticking to him every day. Look in the mirror before you judge my virtue. Tangled together, they crashed into a secret door. Siki screamed, "Careful, there's a mechanism!" But the door slammed shut with a heavy thud. The wall quickly returned to normal. Yaxi bravely pushed it open, but her jaw dropped at the sight within. Inside the pink room, the two mortal enemies were seemingly swapping spit. She covered her mouth in shock. I never thought I'd see such a spicy scene. How could Yaxi miss this legendary moment? She whipped out her phone to save it. The awkward couple struggled and screamed. Luo Yaxi, don't shoot. Stop moving! You're crushing me! While they panicked, the man of their dreams was chilling on a Ferris wheel, finally enjoying some peace. Just then, a distress text popped up. Brother Lin Shin, can you help me with something urgent? He recognized the sender immediately. Oh, it's her! Leaving his worries at the amusement park, he quietly appeared at the Go tournament hall. Zuya grabbed his arm, explaining her goal. I finally met Yu Hian in person. I promised a fan during my charity work that I'd fulfill their wish to get the autograph of the genius girl, Yu Hian. He played along. I didn't expect you to actually do charity work, she continued excitedly. After meeting you, I wanted to be better. I changed my stream content to rural charity work to help more people. Do you like the new me? He gave a thumbs up. Not bad at all. If you need anything, just ask. She giggled and added, hee hee, I heard you sponsor this competition. So, isn't that why I'm asking for your help now? Lin Xin recalled sending tens of millions when the group needed sponsorship, mostly to watch the masters play. An announcement suddenly cut through his thoughts. Next, please welcome the player from the Korean team. As Yu Hian appeared, Zuya recited her profile like a true fan. That's the genius Go maiden of Korea, selected for the national team at 13, breaking win streak records and loved by fans everywhere. But the genius stumbled as she left the stage, tripped by a bullying teammate. Yu Hian fell forward, helpless against gravity. Lin Xin caught her just in time, concern in his voice. Are you all right? She blushed, whispering softly, I'm fine, thank you. In that instant, the system went online. Ding, beautiful student, Yu Hian detected. Favorability, 0%. 90% rewards, cashback. 100% reverses the dependency relationship. He rubbed his chin, calculating, oh, a new mission trigger. But she's a Korean pro player. This one might be hard to hack. Zuya popped up, seizing the chance. Hello, Miss Yu Hian. Could you please sign an autograph for me? A fan from China adores you and dreams of your signature. Suddenly, Young-soo cut in with a dark face. Excuse us, our player needs to rest. Hian, why are you freezing up? Don't just stand there. Follow me. She tried to protest timidly. But the training, I only wanted to give an autograph. Suddenly, his grip crushed her shoulder as he leaned in with a dark warning. Do you not understand human speech? Hian flinched in terror, forced to submit. I'm sorry. Lin Xin scratched his head, completely baffled. Is that it? Just like that. That coach is seriously strict. Seeing Lin Xin staring, the man rushed over to intervene. Instructor Choi. Wait. He noticed the VIP guest passed on the young man's chest and realized this was a big shot. Who knows? He might be connected to the person we need. He put on an interested face. You say you know? General Director Kian? Yeonhuk's face instantly flipped to a benevolent mask. My friend, I'm not being harsh. We just arrived in Hua country, and the players need to adapt to the atmosphere. But if this young lady truly wants an autograph, how could we refuse? With a fake smile, he roughly shoved the protagonist forward. Go on, give the fan her benefits. Hian, hurry up and sign it. She nodded robotically, still in a daze. Yes. Next, Yanhook flashed a sleazy grin and handed over a business card. I wonder if you are close with Director Kian. Lin Xin gave a vague answer. Ooh, I guess you could say we're acquainted. The man's eyes turned into crescents with greed. Back in Bong country, I heard my friend mention stories about him. I am the head coach of the Bong country team. Choi, if there is a chance, I hope you can introduce me to the director. He glanced at the flimsy paper, replying politely. No problem, but his mind was on high alert. This guy, from Bong country, my gut tells me he's nothing but trouble. Meanwhile, Hian finished her task. It's all signed. Thank you for loving me. I will pour my soul into this competition. Zuya cheered for her idol with all her heart. I also thank you on behalf of the fans. Fighting. Having achieved his goal, Young-hook hurriedly dragged his player away. We're leaving now. Let's go, Hyun. She could only mechanically whisper, yes. The two figures, one large and one small, walked away side by side. Lin Xin watched them for a long time, as a dozen question marks popped up in his head. Something feels... ... Soon, they arrived at the Bong country waiting room. Yan-hook stood before the players, posturing with self-righteous authority. This time, we must seize the championship in Hua country. A victory here means a legendary three-peat record. The recognition of Bongo as a world heritage depends on this. Do you have confidence? The crowd below shouted YES in unison. Satisfied with the effect, he turned his predatory gaze toward Hyun. Yeonhook leaned close to her ear, whispering intimately, Hyun, you are the player I have the highest hopes for. You won't have any issues this time, right? She shrank back from his touch, stuttering a promise. No problem. Fearing he wasn't satisfied, she emphasized desperately, I will definitely train harder. I absolutely won't betray the instructor's nurturing. How could I let such delicious prey escape? He placed his hand on her shoulder again. If you have such determination, then come to my private room at the hall in 30 minutes. I will give you one-on-one guidance. The male players present all smirked, exchanging knowing glances full of dark implications. Wooin shouted shamelessly, Instructor Choi, make sure to teach her well. After all, Hyun is our seed for the championship. Yeonhook threw back a final command. You brats, dismiss immediately. Hyun, don't be late. As soon as the alpha left, the female players formed a circle, trapping her in the center. Seojin opened her mouth first, dripping with venom. Hyun, getting private lessons from the instructor. You really are lucky, aren't you? The two girls beside her chimed in like a chorus. Exactly. The instructor never had such high expectations for us. He never gave us private guidance either. How could we ever compare to our precious Hyun? She is the genius girl, after all. What are we? Flustered, she waved her hands in denial. No, it's not like that. I still have many points where I fall short of my seniors. Losing her temper, Seojin grabbed her collar and screamed in her face. Stop acting innocent when you're getting all the benefits. Let this senior teach you a lesson. The instructor teaching you privately is a blessing. Do you understand? Hyun, trembling like a scared quail, could only whisper, Yes, Dad. When they had scolded her enough, she covered her face and fled from that circle of pressure. They watched her sobbing figure with malicious glee. Say, do you think she knows what's about to happen? Usually, she just buries her head in go. How could she know? But maybe she's just faking it. Who cares if she knows or not? We all went through it. So why should she be the only one to escape? The World Go Championship proceeded according to schedule. Lin Shin walked beside Zuya, internally sighing. Heh. With Go, you have to observe up close to feel the intense killing intent beneath the calm surface. Truly a battle between gentlemen, fought with strategy. Amazing. Simply amazing. He was enjoying the vibe when a voice pulled him from his thoughts. Hey, do you think Instructor Choi will succeed this time? Lin Shin pretended to be a passerby, accidentally catching the conspiracy. Isn't it a sure thing? Doesn't he always use that trick whenever he plays against female pros? Keep your voice down. What are you afraid of? No one is around. He slowed his pace, thinking to himself, at this distance, if not for the system optimization, I wouldn't hear a thing. The vile words flowed clearly into his ears. The instructor has never played against Hyun before. With the match tomorrow, isn't he afraid she collapse mentally? But because of the match, she won't dare to resist. As long as he uses that, the championship is still ours. Relying on the language barrier, they became even more reckless. True enough. And that Hyun has a really nice body. Once the instructor gets bored of playing with her, maybe we can... Lin Shin turned his head, realizing the target of their filth was Hyun. In another restroom, Yeonhook was conducting his one-on-one guidance. He took the opportunity to place his hand on her shoulder, taking advantage. Lately, your gameplay has deteriorated significantly. Tomorrow's match is critical. Don't be so tense. Just relax. Hyun responded weakly. Thank you for your concern, instructor. I will adjust myself. Yeonhook's wandering hand began to slide lower. You are still too young. You lack the experience to adjust on your own. I can't be at ease. How about this? I will massage your pressure points to help you relax. Rarely showing backbone, she slapped his filthy hand away, immediately fearing she had offended him. Hyun bowed her head, promising, no need. Instructor, I will definitely adjust my condition perfectly. The mask of kindness shattered instantly. A heavy slap sent her stumbling sideways without a shred of guilt. He leaned into his prey's face, revealing his true nature. Hirta, have I been too gentle with you lately? Have I made you think you're someone special? She looked up in shock. What? At this point, Young Hook didn't even bother pretending. Do you think? I don't know. Before leaving, you secretly reported me to the Goa Association. Let me tell you the truth. You reported me in the morning, and by the afternoon, the president had already called me for a laugh. He hissed, gripping her hair to force eye contact, warning her against running her mouth or making a scene. With the entire Baduk Association in his pocket, Young Hak reached out, initiating his twisted psychological manipulation. How could she possibly fight him? Everyone else submitted willingly. Do-hyun, your family, and the entire nation demand a champion. Could they survive the shame? If you fail? Her face drained of color as he weaponized her dreams and the honor of her clan against her. Think about your purpose. The reason you play Go. Just be a good girl, and it will be over soon. Pinned against the Go board, she finally realized she needed to fight back, but fear paralyzed her. As Fabritorhe, pleas for mercy fell on deaf ears, met only with his chilling, despair-inducing mockery. Don't bother begging. Resistance is futile. Accept your fate, because no savior is coming for you today. But fate had other plans. The door exploded inward, and Lam Tan descended like a wrathful deity, phone recording every dirty secret. Look what I found. Young Hak frantically yanked up his trousers, forcing a greasy smile. Ha ha! A misunderstanding! Our honored guest has the wrong idea. Teaching. If you believe that excuse, you owe your own brain 1 billion apologies. Since when does tutoring involve undressing the student? Is this the famous local hospitality? Do-hyun escaped his claws thanks to the distraction, but she was still trembling like a leaf in a storm. The scumbag tried to negotiate, placing a grimy hand on Lam Tan's shoulder. Just a small disciplinary measure. Friend, let us chat elsewhere. Lam Tan answered with a brutal knee to the gut. Talk elsewhere. Take a hike. Hitting a woman is low, even for trash like you. Leveraging his superior physique, Lam Tan stomped the pervert into the floorboards until he was curled up like a shrimp, only stopping when pulled back. Lam Tan paused, confused. Through her terror, Do-hyun whispered a desperate plea. Stop hitting him! Please, you need to run away. Too late. The team swarmed in, instantly playing the victim card. A foreigner attacking our coach. Despicable tactics to win the tournament. Where is the press? Post this online. Young Hak, clutching his stomach, barked orders for security and the police to arrest the intruder. I am the dignified head coach of this nation. To be humiliated like this by a foreigner is unforgivable. He pointed a trembling finger, twisting the truth without shame. I was coaching her privately when this thug kicked the door down and framed me with evil intent. The mob latched on to the lie. Is the foreign team so afraid of losing they sent a thug to sabotage our training and slander our reputation? Absolutely shameless. The female players turned on the victim, scolding her. Do-hyun, the coach cares for you. Do not be an ungrateful wretch. Prove his innocence. Do-hyun, he pinned all our nation's hopes on you. Do not betray the coach and disappoint the entire country now. Paralyzed by fear and gaslighting, she could only stammer, her voice failing her completely. Lam Tan laughed in disbelief. World-class brainwashing, bullying the victim into defending her abuser. That is a new level of shamelessness. One lackey shouted back, unable to win with logic. Stop slandering us. Our coach is a saint, not that kind of person. Do-hyun, speak up. With his backup arrived, Young Hak regained his arrogance, issuing a veiled warning to the girl covering her face. Think carefully about your future. Memories of her family's support and pressure flooded her mind, suffocating her. Mom loves seeing you play. You must win. You are a genius. The entire country is watching. The coach knew exactly which buttons to push to break her spirit. Do you want to destroy your own dream? Tears streamed down her face like a broken dam as she choked on her words, unable to speak. Then Lam Tan's voice cut through the darkness like a bell. I can take you away from here. She looked up, stunned. What? I can help you leave this toxic team and start fresh. If Baduk is your dream, you can pursue it anywhere. The location does not matter. Remember why you started. Do not let these monsters taint your passion, or you will kill your own soul. Stunned, her blush returned. System alert. Du Hyun's affection rose by 30%. She gathered every ounce of courage and whispered, "Please, take me away." "Done," Lam Tan replied softly. But suddenly, Young Huk pulled out a contract as long as the Great Wall, sneering triumphantly. "You think you can play the hero? You think you are some billionaire CEO? You need real power to act tough here. This is her binding contract. Pay the penalty, and I will tear it up. 2 billion. 1. Even a top sponsor could not afford this. Especially a broke foreigner like you." Lam Tan calmly produced a black card, smirking, "Oh, I forgot to mention something." He swiped the card without hesitation. "That President Ki on you were begging to meet. That is actually me." The machine beeped instantly. Ding! Transaction approved. 2 billion won. The locals dropped their jaws, eyes popping out of their sockets in pure shock. Impossible. I thought they were poor. Who carries that kind of cash to swipe on a whim? He really is the president. Ignoring the buzzing flies, Lam Tan snatched the contract from Young Huk's frozen hands. He ripped the shackles that bound her into pieces. He reduced the 2 billion won paper to confetti, tossing it into the air like snow. "It is finished," she sobbed, finally believing it. "From this day forward, you are free." The system chimed in with perfect timing. Du Hyun's affection increased by another 20%. She buried her face in his back, overwhelmed with emotions, sobbing out a heartfelt thank you. Lam Tan led her away, but not before one last flex. "We are leaving now. And coach, I suggest you start praying. That video I took is going to make you very famous. If I see even one negative comment about Ruhian online, you know the price, right?" He turned, his voice dripping with menace. "Let me spell it out. That man is someone even I cannot touch. Do you understand?" Yonghai collapsed into his chair, muttering in utter disbelief. "Him, a former CEO? How is that even possible?" Yizheng, lacking any common sense, chimed in eagerly. "Coach, should we contact the press?" But before he could finish, a slap sent his head spinning sideways. "The press? Are you insane? That is a former CEO. Do you have any idea of his wealth? He single-handedly bankrupted the camera group in How could I possibly fight him?" Trembling and clutching his swelling cheek, Yizheng stammered through the pain. So we just accepted." "Accepted? Hardly." Yonghai's confidence returned, fueled by his connections. "Don't forget, we have the 4 Stars group behind us. The chairman actually wants to know this man. I made the introduction, but stealing Ruhian insults both the group and our nation. Just wait until the match ends. He'll learn what true power is." He paused, frowning. "But that girl, Ruhian, is gone." As for tomorrow's match, a sinister.com settled over his face. "Don't worry, I have a plan." He raised a hand, radiating absolute confidence. "The championship belongs to our nation." While they plotted in the shadows, a taxi sped through the city streets. Lin Shin spoke softly in the car. "Stay at the hotel I booked. Just rest for a few days." Ruhian turned to him, eyes filled with curiosity. "Mr. Lin, why go this far for me? I have nothing to offer in return." She rested her chin on her hand, gazing out at the passing scenery, her voice vulnerable. "I simply despise those who tarnish a fair game. Skill matters, but character is everything." She sighed, her voice heavy. "That coach, he looks respectable, but he is rotten to the core. You wonder why I don't report him? I tried, but Coach Choi is the godfather of Go Back Home. Everyone protects him. Someone insignificant like me can't tear off his mask." Lin Shin smiled, his offer refreshing and genuine. "If you need help, call me anytime." She shyly declined, though her eyes held gratitude. "You've done enough. I plan to return home tomorrow. And the contract penalty you paid. I swear I'll find a way to pay you back." She stared at him, her next words carrying the weight of a mountain. "Thank you, Lin Shin." Suddenly, the system chimed. Ruhian's favorability increased by 8%. At the arena, the announcer's voice boomed. "The International Go Championship Finals have begun. The Korean powerhouse, Liu Yizheng, is crushing it like a tiger descending the mountain. He's living up to the hype. Every move is fast, powerful, and precise." The commentary then shifted to the home favorite. representing Hua Nation is the prodigy, Qi Jiawen. With superior skills, she is the beacon of hope for Argo World. But today, she faces an uphill battle. The Korean fans erupted, chanting loudly, "Go belongs to us. It's our cultural heritage. Even without Ruhian, we are invincible. Compared to US, you lot are nothing but trash." The Hua team felt those insults like slaps, but losing forced them to swallow their rage. Lin Xin watched from the shadows, eyes narrowing. Strange. In practice, they play like amateurs. But in official matches, it's like they swap souls with grandmasters. Their technique is flawless, entering unmanned land. It feels wrong. Almost like they have a god's eye cheat active. But before he could analyze further, Jaya bowed her head. "I lost." Yizheng clenched his fist, roaring in triumph. Yes, too easy. The stands were a world divided. While the Hua team despaired, the insults rained down. "Trash. You have no talent. Go home. Go back to selling sweet potatoes." The referee stepped forward to declare the result. "Congratulations to Juk Jing for an overwhelming victory." Jaya humbly extended her hand. "You are strong. I lost, but I will work harder." He slapped her hand away with a sneer. "A defeated dog isn't worthy of shaking my hand." Flipping his thumb down, he scoffed at the heavens. "Hua! Team geniuses! Please! You're just dirt beneath my feet." Jaya cradled her reddened hand, words dying in her throat. Powerless, she covered her face and fled, leaving him basking in his arrogant victory. Blinded by tears, she rushed past Lin Xin and crashed straight into Ruhi. I'm sorry." In that fleeting second, Ruhian saw the glimmer of tears. She's crying. Jiawen returned to her team's embrace. "Little Qi, don't carry the world on your shoulders. You played your best. You've already conquered yourself. Stand tall, little Qi. Don't let one fall stop you. We are always behind you." Touched, she wiped her tears and smiled. "Thank you, everyone. I'll fight harder next time." Noticing the girl beside him watching the scene, Lin Xin spoke up. "Ruhi." He stepped closer. "Didn't you fly back home?" She flinched, flustered. "Why you found me? I thought my disguise was perfect." He pressed on. "Why are you really here?" Ruhian took a deep breath, gathering her courage. "I couldn't sleep. My conscience wouldn't let me leave without telling you." She glanced at the defeated Hua team. "I was hesitant, but seeing them, I've decided you need to know." Lin Xin frowned, sensing the gravity. "Know what?" Ruhian dropped the bombshell. Yizheng wins by cheating. He uses a signal device hidden in his rear. It's a top-level secret. She leaned in voice barely a whisper. That device connects to an AI supercomputer. She was exposing the darkest secrets of her guild. This cheat is why our team is talent doesn't matter anymore. You just have to be the coach's pet to get the device. Lin Xin blinked, focusing on the practicalities. Wait, they shove it up there to play. Doesn't that ... hurt? Juhian sighed, exhausted. Pain or truth? Does it matter to them? Riding the high of their winning streak, the Bong team guarded their pride like dragons hoarding gold. But suddenly, the MC took the mic, his voice cutting through the celebration. He invited the head coach, Yang Hyuk, to the stage for a little special recognition. As the two men crossed paths, the air crackled with hostility. "Oh, isn't this the former boss walking by? Thanks for the sponsorship money. I'll be taking the prize now." Yang Hyuk turned back, even after walking away, his smile dripping with venom. "Too bad all your cash couldn't buy your team a single win. You people lack the talent. Go is our tradition. You lots are just clowns trying to mimic the masters." Lin Xin knew the dirty secret behind their confidence and had no patience left. "Hold it!" He strode forward with his long legs, delivering a deliberate, bone-jarring shoulder check as he passed. Snatching the mic from Habin, Lin Xin took center stage. "Since your team is so godlike, I'd like a personal lesson. Let's see just how skilled coach Yonghyuk really is." The opposing players twitched like salted slugs. "Who do you think you are? You're a nobody! Get off the stage. You aren't even a pro. You are unworthy of facing world champions. Besides, the tournament is officially over. Where are the organizers? Does this country have no rules? But the buzzing of these flies meant nothing to Lin Xin. He leaned in, his grin predatory. Oh, don't tell me. ... Surely not! Is the world's #1 coach afraid of me? If this match is over, I'll just start a new one right now. Suddenly, the system chimed with a notification. Ding! You have spent 1 billion. Lin Xin raised his black card high. I hereby launch the Ruhian World Go Championship. I'm the organizer, and the prize for the winner is 1 billion. Well, Coach Choi, do you dare to lead your champions against me now? The reporters, blinded by the dazzling display of wealth, swarmed forward like hungry sharks. Heavens, the god of wealth is challenging the world champions. This is viral gold. If the Bong team refuses now, wouldn't that make them cowards? That 1 billion prize money was creating a storm. A bold reporter shoved a mic in his face. Sir, aren't you worried the Bong team will just take your money and run? What is your true motive for this sudden event? Lin Xin smiled, ready to drop the bomb. Simple. To tear off their masks, to expose the vibrating devices hidden in their ... back. Today, I'll show the entire nation of Bong that even with your dirty little tricks, I will still crush you effortlessly. The arena erupted. Granular devices, cheating. If the Bong team refused the challenge now, it would be a silent confession of guilt. Ruhian rushed forward, panic in her eyes. Lin Xin, don't be reckless. You can't beat them. You don't have support. Yonghyuk's face darkened with gloom. Asterisk, that traitor Ruhian must have talked. Does she think finding a rich boyfriend makes her safe? We are invincible. Asterisk, I'll make her wish she was dead once we're back. But trapped by public opinion, he was riding a tiger he couldn't get off. Ha! I admit you're rich, but Go cannot be bought. For my nation's honor, I accept. But if you lose, you must kneel and admit our skills are #1 in the world. Lin Xin shrugged, matching the bet. Deal. When I win, you do the same. Yang Hyuk shoved Li Chang into the chair. Fine! Let the slaughter begin! Lin. Xin ... Ruhian whispered nervously. He didn't turn, but his voice was steady. Relax. In his mind, victory was already set in stone. Asterisk, I've had this Grandmaster Go skill gathering dust for ages. Time to open their eyes and shut their mouths. Asterisk cabin was pushed aside. The mic was raised, and the Ruhian Cup officially began. Li Chang slammed his stone down without hesitation. Lin Xin scoffed. Asterisk, he doesn't even know how to hold the corner, yet he wants to beat me. Beg for mercy now, and I'll let you lose with some dignity. His hands moved, but his mouth was deadlier. You thieves copy our culture, but only end up looking like cheap knock. You miss. The essence? Go is about to solve, not just to board. And this game, it's far from over. Li Chang choked, spitting out, stop bluffing. Lin Xin pressed the attack. Celebrating early only makes your face hurt more when it hits the floor. Li Chang's voice cracked as he yelled, wait until you're on your knees begging. Then we'll see if your tongue is still this sharp. But as the words left his mouth, the bored state slapped him awake. Cold sweat drenched his back, and his mind spun into chaos. Asterisk, he ... He sees through everything. He's cutting off my escape routes. How do I defend my territory? While Li Chang was trapped in an internal monologue, Lin Xin, a stone placed right in the center. A lethal blow. He shot a knowing glance across the board. Asterisk, can your little toy handle the death trap I just set? Li Chang trembled, his hand freezing in midair. Asterisk, he secured the corner while under attack by the... He's repairing his defense and cornering me simultaneously. One move to rule them all. In the hidden server room, the tech team was terrified. Asterisk, his calculation speed. It's surpassing our AI. What kind of monster is he? Asterisk, every move is precise. How? Yonghyuk's heart pounded like a drum. It's over. Li Chang is being completely suppressed. Asterisk, this man is overpowering an artificial intelligence. Is he a god of strategy? Shaking violently, Li Chang tried to focus. Asterisk, I can't lose. I must win. But reality was cruel. On the big screen, a giant red exclamation mark flashed. Warning. Data overload. System failure. The chip inside his body went berserk. Li Chang turned green, swallowing a scream of agony. Asterisk, it hurts. I can't take it. At that exact moment, Lin Xin slammed down the final stone. Check. You lose. Li Jiang threw his head back and howled. Asterisk pop. A metal object shot out from his rear with explosive force. He collapsed, twitching on the floor. Coach, ... Save me, ... The audience was assaulted by a horrific seitan smell. Everyone gagged. Oh, my God. They were actually cheating. The stench. I'm gonna puke my lunch. Look at that filth. What is that? Mysterious liquid. Young Hyuk rushed in, waving his hands frantically. No. No cheating. This is a conspiracy. We are being framed. Cut the feed. Now. Coach Chue, that vibrating bead just launched itself out of your player's body. Do you really think the whole world is blind? Cornered like a rat. He tried to shift the blame, claiming the device was forced on GU by foreign agents. A total setup to frame us. Rahan is the real traitor here. I fired him, so now he's plotting revenge. She screamed at his shameless lies. Rage boiled in. She tossed her disguise, revealing her true face to the world. Backstreet, she unleashed years of suppressed anger. I am Juhan, former member, and his victim for years. He tried to force me yesterday. Cheating is their culture. Their past championships were all stolen too. I demand justice. For the sanctity of Go, a living witness exposes the truth, leaving the crowd completely. She didn't stop there. Stand up against Coach Choi. His evil reign ends. Now, protecting him means self-destruction. Expose him, so he pays the price. Sin was the first brave soul to step forward. I will testify. It was like opening Pandora's box. Other female players flooded in, me too. He threatened and harassed me for years. We hated the particle devices. But Coach Choi swore he had 100 ways to ruin our lives if we refused. The crowd erupted in fury, pelting Young-hook with trash. Oh my God, the drama of the year. I knew they were frauds. Filthy cheaters. Thieves who stole championships and innocents alike. I spit on their very existence. Disgusting. Adding fuel to the fire, security dealt a critical hit. Tracking the particle signal, we caught the AI team. They confessed Choi ordered the AI usage for a guaranteed win. The coach stood frozen, his reputation shattering into dust. The official announcement dropped like a hammer. The International Go Association confirmed the illicit use of particle devices. All records voided. The team blacklisted. Lifetime bans issued. Young-hook collapsed. Waylin, no, we were wrong. Please, I beg you, give me one chance. I'll take any punishment, but don't strip my career. I can't return in disgrace. They'll kill me. But his crocodile tears drowned in the roaring cheers of the crowd. Karma, strike so satisfying. Desperate, the old wretch crawled toward Lin Xin, clutching at straws. President, please, I'll return the trophy. Our Go is #1, right? I was wrong. Have mercy. Lin Xin answered with a boot to the face. Filthy trash. Get lost. Days later, a gentle voice filled an apartment. I invited you for dinner, yet here you are, helping. From the kitchen, Lin Xin laughed. It's fine, Auntie. He feigned ignorance to get close. Auntie slices or strips? Baiji turned. Strips, please, for the salad. Stirring the soup, she hesitated. Student Lin Xin. Actually, you don't have to be so formal. Cheeks flushing pink, she whispered. Call me Baiji. He switched gears instantly. Sisti Baiji, where's the soy sauce? That name rang a bell. ... Was she ... She reached over warmly. Here, let me get that for you. Accident or destiny? The bottle slipped. Soy sauce splattered all over Lin Xin. Oh no! She frantically wiped his shirt. I'm so clumsy. He just smiled. No worries. That gentle tone made her heart skip a beat. Was she overreacting? Flustered, she fled the room. I'll get you a change of clothes. She returned with a fresh outfit in hand. Try this. Lin Xin paused. Brand new. She looked away. Well, I couldn't give you new news, father's old rags. He changed right there. her eyes glued to his toned physique. A deep blush spread across her face. Such a fine figure, ... After the chaos, a dazzling Lin Xin emerged. All right, Sister Baiji, let's finish that meal. Fixing his collar, she murmured. You look far more handsome than he ever did. The air between them grew thick with tension. Faces burning red, ... Closer, ... Bam. A knock on the door shattered the romantic mood, snapping them back to reality. Rushing to the door, she found Mimi covered in bruises. The girl spoke like a machine gun on overdrive. Auntie, find big bro Lin Xin. Boss Nunyu is in danger. Baiji gasped in horror. What did you say? Flashback. Engines roared on the highway. They taunted the cops. Wanna catch us? Keep dreaming. Losers. Useless. You'll need 50 years to catch our boss. Tunu laughed maniacally, signaling to ditch the sirens. Dark alley ahead. Kill the lights and vanish. Her crew revved in confirmation. Roger that. Boss. Cloaked in shadows, they watched the wailing cruisers pass by. That was insane. Boss, you are absolute legendary status. Suddenly, a whisper caught Tanu's ear. That dorm is packed. Are you sure we can find Lin Xin here? She crept closer. Two thugs were plotting. Should we just ask at the front gate? Idiot. We're here to kidnap him. If we're seen, we're dead. But Lin Xin looks so broke. How do we identify him? Are you blind? Tunu's voice dropped like ice behind them. And why exactly are you boys looking for Lin Xin? Terror struck, feeling a motorcycle tire pressing against his family jewels. The thug sobbed. Don't. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. And that is the whole ugly truth. I've spilled everything, so please have mercy on this poor soul. Suro maintained her icy composure as she interrogated him. I know you're from the Wind and Fire Twin Saints Society, but why target Lin Xin? The grunt trembled. I swear, I don't know. I was just following orders. Since the captive was useless, she ordered her subordinates to teach him a painful lesson to ensure his loyalty. Fair enough. I believe you. Meanwhile, Mimi stood on the sidelines, her curiosity piqued by the scene. Boss, what is our next move? Suro was ready for war. What kind of third-rate cult dares to target Lin Xin? They must have a death wish. We strike tonight, while the moon is high. We'll kidnap their leader and have a little friendly chat about his motives. Baiji trembled as she heard the plan, her hands clenching tight. Is that girl insane? Charging into an evil cult's lair. Shouldn't we just call the police first? Nini shook her head with a smile. No need. Auntie, the boss is a monster in a fight. She clears house with just a baseball bat. We handle things according to the rules of the underworld, not the law. Dada nodded in agreement, calming the older woman. Finally, the silent Lin Xin, who had been posing like a statue, decided to break his silence. Continue. How exactly was Suro taken? The girl snapped back. Who are you to ask? Baiji awkwardly intervened. Wait, didn't you say you were looking for Lin Xin? Well, this is him. Mimi's mental image shattered instantly. The boss said her boyfriend was a rich, handsome martial arts god. Why does he look so ... average? Lin Xin looked dead inside. So that's how she describes me. But the girl ignored his existential crisis and returned to the main topic. Whatever. We tried to raid the cult to destroy them, but they ambushed the boss with crossbows. Now we're stuck. Dada sat in defeat. The Twin Saints Society poses as a yoga retreat, but it's a front for darkness. Lin Xin formulated a plan instantly. Baiji, I'll teach you a self-defense technique. Get changed. We're going in. Though terrified, she gritted her teeth. Oh, okay. Satisfied, Lin Xin turned back to the girls. Tell me everything else you know. Meanwhile, at the Twin Saints Villa, noon was considered the sacred hour for their rituals. Cult leader Song Ji finished his meditation and began his daily sermon. The cosmos is brimming with light energy. Absorb it, and you shall be cured of all ailments without needing a single doctor. Before he could finish, Ada rushed in, panic in his eyes. Leader, leader. He leaned in, whispering urgent news into the leader's ear. Big spenders in a Rolls Royce. Songji suppresses greed and feigned calm. Show them in. Lin Xin and Baiji made their grand entrance. Before the congregation, they looked like a power couple straight out of a drama, dripping in luxury. Songji narrowed his eyes, sizing up the fat sheep walking into his slaughterhouse. Ada made the introductions. This is our supreme leader, Songji. Bowed slightly. Do you have a burden that the secular world cannot lift? Baiji activated her acting mode instantly. Oh, great leader. Please, you must save us. She clutched her chest, her voice trembling with desperation. We've been married for years, but have no children. He blames me, but doctors are useless. We are at your light energy works miracles. Can you help us? The leader feigned indifference. Is that so? Suddenly, a planted actor in the crowd spoke up. Madame, you're in the right place. I was barren, but the leader gave me a child. Songji raised a humble hand. I only did half the work. The rest was the power of faith. Only when belief meets power does a miracle occur. Lin Xin kept a poker face, but internally he was cursing up a storm. Asterisk damn. This guy is a professional con artist. He's good. Asterisk don't need a brain to know exactly how he cures these women. Asterisk Lin Xin stepped forward, playing the role of the rich, desperate husband perfectly. Leader, my wife is sincere. Please use your divine powers to save us. Money is no object. Songji's beady eyes flashed with sudden suspicion. Since you trust me, I will help. But looking at your ages, are you truly husband and wife? Lin Xin reacted as if stung by a bee. What are you implying? So my wife is a few years older than me. Is that a problem for your sect? Baiji quickly kissed him to save the act. Honey, calm down. Don't offend the leader, or I'll never be cured. Lin Xin took the opportunity to let his hand wander dangerously low. Fine. She acted shy, pushing him away. Not here. The leader is watching. After combing her boy toy, she bowed apologetically. I apologize. My husband is a sugar baby and very sensitive about the age gap. That explanation convinced Songji completely. I understand. However, to prove your sincerity, the energy fee is 3 million. 2 sessions a week for a month. Do you accept? Lin Xin slapped a black card on the table. Money is trash to me, but that takes too long. I'll pay 5 million. Can you speed it up? The leader was practically blinded by the golden aura of a tycoon. Ahem. Money is material, but I see great faith in you, sir. In that case, let your wife stay here for 1 week. I guarantee a complete cure. Songji gestured for the woman to follow him to the right. Madam, please follow me. Meanwhile, Ada guided the husband to the left. Sir, follow me to process the ... donation. It's almost noon. Why not stay for a vegetarian meal? Afterwards, I'll give you a tour before you leave. Hearing Lin Xin agree, the leader grinned internally. Asteriska, big fish. I get his money and his beautiful wife. Asterisk per in the private room, Songji began stripping off his shirt. Now, Madame I shall transmit the raw energy of the universe into your body. What happens next may seem strange, but you must not question it. Total surrender is key. Do you understand? Blindfolded, she forced out a reply. I understand. He licked his dry lips, his hands reaching out like claws. I will start with your shoulders. Do not be afraid. Suddenly, Baiji reached out too. He was surprised. Asterisk, single quotes? She's proactive. I like that, asterisk. But before he could touch her, her finger struck a pressure point behind his ear. Songji let out a pathetic squeak and collapsed instantly. Drool pooled from his mouth as he twitched on the floor. Baiji stared at his unconscious body, fists trembling. It actually worked. A flashback appeared Lin Xin teaching her the move just minutes ago. Well done, Baiji. You mastered the art of the knockout in record time. She tested it out, excitement bubbling up. Whoa. It's like magic. Hitting this acupoint actually shuts people down instantly, but the target has to be totally still for it to work. After hog-tying that pervert, she followed the instructions to the letter. All right, Showtime! We have to play our roles perfectly. Deceive the cult leader, take him out, and locate the surveillance room. Only then could they figure out where Tununu was being held. The moment she stepped into the monitoring room, Bat Teep's heart pounded against her ribs. It was true. Lam Tan is a genius. He predicted that in a paranoid cult like this, the leader wouldn't trust a soul. Beyond the security guard screens, there had to be a hidden central hub with higher clearance. Outside, Lam Tan strolled behind a DA, looking completely defenseless. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, halting him in his tracks. "Hello, Boss Lai. What is it?" Bat Teep's voice fired through the speaker like a machine gun. "Lam Tan, the plan worked. I'm in the control room. I found new Nushis in the wine cellar, West Wing." Her eyes widened at the screen, panic rising. "They're torturing her right now. Should I call the cops? Tell me what to do. Police will take 15 minutes. She doesn't have that long. I'm going in. You call the cops and record everything as evidence." Lam Tan instantly knocked the DA out cold and vanished into a sprint. How many enemies? Weapons? Bat Teep squinted. 80 nos. The feed is too blurry to identify weapons or faces. Inside the secret dungeon, I've been through a punch while barking out questions. "Spit it out. You know Lam Tan, don't you?" Ahai wasn't faring any better. Tununu, despite being covered in bruises, smirked with defiant grit. "Is that all you got? Did you skip lunch? Or something? Come at me all at once." Bullying my underlings. Pathetic. The thug brandished steel pliers, veins popping. "You witch, I'll rip every tooth out of your head." She opened her mouth wide, mocking him. Perfect timing. I have 2 wisdom teeth bothering me. Save me a trip to the dentist. Duthan, fed up, kicked his own man aside. Useless. Trash. He switched to a local dialect. Eyes murderous. "You have a death wish." Tununu activated her sharp tongue skill. "Sorry, I don't speak barking dog. Speak human." He grinned a sinister smile and snapped his fingers. "Death would be a mercy. My boys and I are going to have our fun with you until you break." Kidu adjusted his pants, chiming in like a backup singer. "And don't think your little friends get a free pass. We swing both ways here." Having delivered the threats, he returned to the interrogation. "Who exactly is Lam Tan? How does a normal college student have that kind of wealth?" Achak, unable to handle the pain, wailed. "Boss, just tell them. I can't take it. Lam Tan doesn't even see you as his girlfriend. He's not worth suffering for." Tununu shot him a glare that could kill. "You spineless coward. I misjudged you." Then she turned to the captors with a twisted grin. "Hey, want to play a game? If I leak a single word about Lam Tan, I'll call you daddy. But if I don't, you have to call me grandma." Duthan grabbed her strap, eyes dark. "Deal? Let's start with the top." Before he could touch her, the heavy door exploded inward, sending 2 guards flying through the air. Every head snapped toward the entrance in terror. Lam Tan stood there, casually juggling rocks in his hand like he was at a carnival. "Quite the party you have here. The Twin Saint Society knows how to throw a bash. Mind if I cut in?" Nu, who hadn't shed a tear during the torture, finally broke down at the sight of him. She choked back her sob, realization hitting her. She screamed with every ounce of strength she had left. "Run! Get out of here! It's a trap!" Song Ha, the invisible observer, until now, finally stepped forward. Surrounded by his cultists, he put on a holy facade. "You saved me the trouble of hunting you down. Thank you for delivering yourself to me." Lam Tan froze, stuttering. "Wait, aren't you?" The old man paused as well, his stiff face twitching in confusion. Realizing the mistake, Song Ha burst into forced laughter, instantly snapping back into character. "I am the avatar of the cosmic saint. I am the convergence of universal energy. I am omnipresent. I am omniscient." He stared intensely at the boy, reciting his mystical script. "Foolish earthling, how dare you challenge a god?" Lam Tan's answer was a rock thrown with surgical precision. "Te hawe acheka." It hit dead center on the forehead, drawing just enough blood to ruin the vibe. Lam Tan looked at him with deadpan eyes. "Twins. It's obviously twins. Your acting is even crazier than actual garbage. I admit, you had me going for about 2 seconds." The Twin Saint name literally meant to leaders. Seeing their deity floored, the cultists went berserk. They swarmed him like angry hornets. He dared strike the master. Kill him. Lam Tan utilized his reach, unleashing a devastating roundhouse kick that swept the front row off their feet before they could even get close. Du Than and Kidu suddenly produced automatic crossbows from nowhere. Zip, zib! Razor-sharp bolts hissed through the air, aimed straight for his heart. Bound and helpless, Tu Nunu could only scream his name in terror. Lam Tan, but with main character energy radiating off him, these toys were nothing. He snatched the arrows out of midair with casual ease. Tu Nunu's eyes sparkled, forgetting her pain as pure fangirl instinct took over. So cool. Seeing the tide turn, Kidu barked orders to secure the hostage. Blades were instantly pressed against Tu Nunu's throat as they smirked, waiting for him to yield. But Lam Tan remained icy. Come! He scooped up a handful of large rocks and unleashed a barrage. Asterisk, bam, bum bum, each stone found a target with sniper. Like accuracy, Nunu blinked, watching her captors drop one by one. I'm done playing. I'll give you one chance. The room fell into a deathly silence. His voice cut through the air, striking fear into the hearts of the superstitious mob. Leave the Twin Saint Society now and never return. His gaze was colder than the grave, his aura terrifying enough to freeze hell over. Stay, and I show no mercy. That was the breaking point. The low-level cultists scrambled over each other, shattering the doors in a desperate stampede to escape. Seeing the ringleaders standing their ground, he suppressed a sigh of annoyance. You two have a death wish, I see. Kidu, with the arrogance of a ignorant brat, scoffed. Interesting. A martial arts master. I've crushed every dojo in the district. Finally, a worthy punching bag. Make your move. He didn't bother testing the waters, charging in with full force. A lethal kick aimed to kill, another to seal off escape. Du Than joined the fray, launching a sneak attack. There is nowhere to run. But before their flashy moves could connect, Lam Tan silenced them both with a single, crisp chop to the neck. Ears still ringing from the trash talk, he spun around with fluid grace, delivering a knockout blow that sent Du Than kissing the floor. Seeing his comrade flattened in an instant, rage flared in Kido's eyes as he charged straight into the fray to seek revenge. He unleashed a wild, desperate kick. But it was a wasted effort. The hero flowed around it like water. Kido braced for a headshot, confident in his defense, but he calculated wrong. A fatal mistake. Lin Shin buried a devastating fist into the thug's gut before tossing him against the wall like a sack of garbage. He sighed, bored by their amateur hour. Your flashy leg techniques are full of holes. They are nothing compared to the supreme hand combat of Huashi. Tunu gazed up at her savior as the ropes fell away, her heart fluttering. What, my hero? You are amazing. He paused, caught off guard by her adoration. Even bruised and bloodied, her beauty was undeniable. It struck him with the force of a physical blow, leaving him momentarily stunned. Gently brushing aside her hair to check the wound, he whispered, I am sorry I was late. The intimacy of the moment made her cheeks burn crimson. Overwhelmed by the hero saves beauty moment, she pulled him into a passionate kiss. He melted into it, until a wandering hand on his backside triggered his danger instincts. Hey! Hands off the merchandise. But amidst the chaos, the system chimed. Tunu's affection had spiked by a massive 8%. The male bystanders watched with jealousy burning in their eyes, as if witnessing a legend winning the lottery of life. Desperate to escape her clutches, he struck her pressure point. A jolt of agony forced a sharp cry from her lips, breaking the mood instantly. No mercy for the wicked. He barked at the extras. Untie your girl. The cops are en route, and I am vanishing before things get complicated. Yet, she remained love-struck, ignoring the pain. How was my technique? That was my first kiss. He could only sigh at her hopeless priorities. Why are women so predatory these days? A man really has to guard his virtue when stepping out the door. His pocket buzzed. It was anti-batch, and terror dripped from her very first syllable. Something was terribly wrong at home. Lin Xin, I was scared the cult leader would wake up, so I pressed his coma point again. But now, he is convulsing uncontrollably. His soul nearly left his body. But before he could process the mess, she dropped another bombshell that froze his brain completely. In his delirium, haste bubbling. He swore to a CEO GM that he would capture you. Who is this enemy targeting you? Meanwhile, at the Twin Saints Villa, the sun beamed down, oblivious to the gathering storm of darkness threatening their peace. Batchteep crushed her daughter in a tearful embrace. But the tender reunion instantly shifted into motherly scolding mode the moment safety was assured. Are you hurt? How could you be so reckless? The lecture began, but the girl just pouted, unrepentant and stubborn as ever. I am fine. It was just a scratch. Before she could finish, Batchteep turned to him for backup. Lin Shin, talk sense into this child. He ignored the family drama completely, eyes sharp. Auntie, where is his computer? His intensity made her answer without thinking. In the surveillance room, 2 news radar pinged. She whispered, leaning in close to her mother, eyes narrowing with suspicion. You and Lin Shin seem ... close. He uses your first name. Batchteep's face turned beet red. It is not like that. Don't be silly. Impatient, the young heiress slipped into the room after him. Well, did you find the smoking gun in that maniac's computer? He was frozen ice, glued to the monitor. She peeked over his shoulder, and the digital evidence of a conspiracy sent a chill down her spine. Deliver Lin Shin to me. I want him alive and suffering. Do not fail me, CEO Kim. The malice on the screen was palpable. Your cult is failing. I brought you here to generate profit, not excuses. The people of Huaxia are not sheep to be easily tricked. Even Secretary Lin of the D Corp is more useful than you. 2. New gasped, realizing the depth of the betrayal reaching into the corporate world. She scrolled down, reading the twisted words of 2 monsters plotting a grand tragedy for the unsuspecting CEO, D-Lac Bang. Tomorrow's auction is a cage designed just for her. She is my new toy, and I never let my toys escape unbroken. Once broken, sell her to the borderlands. Disgusting! Rage boiled over in Lin Shin. Stay here for the cops. I have a hunt to finish. Terrified by the revelation, she called out, Wait, where are you going? He didn't look back, his aura darkening with intent. The trap springs tomorrow. I have preparations to make, and destiny waits for no one. I must move now. The next morning, at the Vimjang Media Center, the air was crisp, masking the scent of the treacherous schemes brewing within. Secretary Lin knocked, voice dripping with false concern. COD, we must depart, or we will miss the auction of the century. Her expression twisted into a snake-like sneer. Don't blame me. Lac Bang. CEO Jim simply made an offer my soul couldn't refuse. Coming. The Ice Queen emerged, radiant as ever. She reached for her phone, unaware of the viper coiling in her midst. If I win this bid, our empire grows, and I can finally support Brother Tan properly. He deserves the world. He will be so proud of me. Seeing his ID, her heart skipped a beat. She answered with a voice full of honey. Brother Lin. But his tone was grave, cutting through her joy. Listen carefully. Do not react. Her expression hardened instantly as she walked away. Let's move, she commanded, ice in her veins. Behind her, the traitor whispered into a hidden wire. The target is en route. Somewhere else, amidst panting breaths of debauchery, a report was made. CEO, it is done. She will be bankrupt by sunset. The Twin Saints Archbishop reported that Lin Shin had been captured. He grabbed his companion's curves, squeezing wildly to release the surging excitement vibrating through his body. Excellent. Prepare the car. I must witness the Ice Queen's utter despair with my own eyes. When she realizes she has been played, he was manic with joy, laughing and spitting everywhere with a twisted expression, ordering them to gouge out Lin Shin's eyes immediately. I will torture him in front of Bing Bing, then enjoy her while she watches. After his fantasy, he dressed up for the luxury meeting with Li Dao. At that moment, Sudi and his crew approached with cheerful greetings. President Yan, long time no see. What project has caught your eye today? Seeing Chuan high in the lead, Yan shook hands perfunctorily. President Chuan, first time meeting. I am just looking around randomly. The man smiled with the oiliness of a cunning merchant. Randomly. Come on, President Yan must have spotted a hidden gold mine. Right from behind, Shudi launched a barrage of flattery, praising the Yan Group as the industry's northern star. With billions in entertainment, hotels, and real estate, your vision is truly Sensing a trap, Yan stared him down and fired back a question to choke them. So, Shudi, what land are you eyeing today? The two cowards avoided his gaze, muttering like they were reciting a funeral prayer. Oh, the prices for those plots are just too high for us. True. We are just looking to... Yan looked away indifferently, dropping a few words to end the chat. Is that so? Catching the signal to escape, the man pointed everyone's attention to the reporters. It is lively over there. Bing Bing's arrival had set the atmosphere on fire. Everyone swarmed like they were welcoming a goddess. Miss Bing, you are stunning. Look here. What is the theme of your next movie? Can you reveal why you are at the auction? She winked at the camera, dropping a vague hint that nearly exploded their brains with curiosity. I plan to buy a plot of land for a film set, but I cannot reveal the specific location just yet. Watching from afar, Yan's face dripped with lust, his eyes tracing her curves like a predator. She is even tastier than before. I want to taste her now. Li Dao stepped forward, whispering respectfully. President Yan, the VIP box is ready. Yan walked away eagerly, but kept glancing back at the beauty. All right, let's go. Just as he entered, he spotted Chuan Hai's group sneaking into the next room. The image haunted him, making him sit on pins and needles. Those billionaires would not come for Trashland. Iti is a seto. Before he could think, loud voices drifted through the wall. INV Miss Bing. Using backdoor connections to get that prime plot in West Jianjiang district, it is a key project to... If I got plot N931, I would be set. Shock flooded Yan's eyes, but he stayed silent, fearing he would ruin his own image. Wait, N931, being a national project. Didn't I tell the West District Director to leak that it was fake? He recalled Zhao Lin's report. President D, West Jiangjiang will be a national hub in 2 years. Prices will skyrocket. This N931 plot has 10,000 acres but sells for only 20 million. Even buying high now is a steal. Here are the documents. Bing Bing looked innocent, but not stupid. I just need it for filming. I do not understand investments. What if I lose money? Cutting her off, the spies cited fake evidence, like a scammer. According to the director's report, N931 is flawless. In 5 years, it can become a fully integrated film and television base. This is a guaranteed win. Thinking the source was official, she skipped verification and ordered her assistant, "You are right. Then do as you say. We will bid with everything we have." Back in reality, Yan took deep breaths, his brain spinning. How did Shudi find out? And backdoor access, lurking by the wall, a chill ran down Yan's spine as he listened to their conversation. It is a pity such gold is gifted to Bing Bing. What a waste. If I had it, I would have made a fortune. Dream on who dares rob her, except President Yan. His plan derailed, Yan frantically dialed the West District Director. Not normal. The man's voice rasped painfully through the speaker. Ah, old Yan, what wind blows you here? Yan placed hands on his hips, skipping pleasantries. Old man, is there new news about Pla N931? The director snapped immediately. News? What news? When are you coming for tea? Yan's temper flared instantly. Don't toy with me. What is going on? Do you still want to keep your position as director? Lying flat on the floor, the man trembled, forcing out words. Hey, do not rush. The land we rumored was a dump. New documents came down last night. The words slammed into Yan's eardrums, draining the blood from his face in seconds. N931 is officially a key development zone. Future value will jump 50 to 100 times. I never expected this. Realizing he was late to the news, Yan cursed loudly. You would not have said anything if I did not call. What is your game? Are you afraid of the person backing Bing Bing? The director lay on the cold ground, stammering a reply. President Yan. Listen, ... double quotes. But Yan exploded and hung up. If I lose that land, you are a dead man. Staring at the black screen, his bruised face looked up at Suro in terror. Is that good enough? Ms. Vest. She planted her heel firmly on his chest-a-perfect dominance display. With a casual swing of her baton, her performance was Oscar-worthy, putting top idols to shame. The West District boss trembled, daring to ask, Am I free to leave? She turned her back, cold as ice, leaving behind a silent order. The thugs understood the assignment, pummeling him into a forced nap. The bribe evidence was planted in plain sight. Police were en route. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall, the MC signaled the crew to unveil the next item. A rugged mountain landscape. Plot Un-931, nestled at the foot of Yanjiang West Mountain. 10,000 acres, up for grabs. The tension in the room was full taut, ready to snap. The next item on the block? Plot Un-9. Its location seemed mediocre to the untrained eye, but its future potential? Absolutely explosive. With a single sharp glance, he kicked off the war. Starting price, 20 million, with minimum increments of 5 million. Let the games begin. The crowd hesitated before the numbers flew 20, but Luo Bing wasn't here for child's play. She shattered the rhythm with a booming 50 million. Her spotlight was brief. A challenger emerged with 55 million. Zhao Lin, sensing a scheme brewing, leaned in to whisper poison in her ear. Boss, D.